free, live, and local content that some streaming services often can't match. Wholesale prices are showing signs of cooling, but inflation pressures are still hanging over the economy. According to the latest Labor Department data, the Producer Price Index dropped 0.3% from May to June. The drop was driven largely by falling energy prices. And this includes a 12% decline in gasoline costs, but prices paid by producers are still up about 5.5% compared to a year ago. Our time is now 5:59. A little hazy looking out there over the Queen City. Don't go anywhere. Queen City News at 6 starts now.
We're taking down a structure that has meant so much for the community, but it's also a rebirth.
A bittersweet goodbye for Charlotte's historic Excelsior Club. Why city leaders say the demolition of that building is just another chapter in its story.
Carowind's flagship attraction shut down, leaving thousands of visitors with questions. Y Park leaders say the disruption is necessary to keep thrill seekers safe.
This is redundancy, and districts and schools already have this in place.
A new statewide effort to screen books in schools is getting some mixed reviews across North Carolina. Why some say it keeps students safe, while others argue it's an unrealistic expectation.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. It is 6 o'clock. We welcome you into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador on special assignment, still down in Atlanta, kind of just soaking up the post-semifinals of the World Cup. I would just like to point out, when we asked him his prediction yesterday, he was wrong.
We're going to make sure that we remind him of that all day long. Oh, man, he was up late last night doing live reports all over the country, and I can only imagine what that sea of Argentinian fans was like after that victory. We're going to hopefully join him later on this morning. In the meantime, let's head over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton. The one thing he was not escaping, whether it was England or Argentina that won, was that heat down there.
That heat, you can't get away from it, and it's going to be locked in today even further, giving us those upper 90s this afternoon. We're starting off with the mid-70s, low 70s for your dew point, so a 3-degree difference with calm winds. Might see a little fog develop briefly before burning off. We have a warmer start to your day, anywhere from 2 to 5 to even 7 degrees warmer than this time yesterday. You see, we're giving us the low to mid-70s around uptown. 60s in our mountain counties, with again your temperatures ramping up into what will be the upper 80s, low 90s by late morning, early afternoon. Highs peak in the upper 90s today with light winds out of the northwest, 1 to 5 miles per hour. A high of 97 degrees, landing just 3 degrees shy of our record high of 100 set back in 1899. So well above normal temperatures for your Thursday. We'll continue to hold on to that warmth heading into your evening, dropping down into the upper 70s overnight with more heat on tap for your Friday. We'll break down our overall setup with another check of your forecast coming up here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. The controversial I-77 South toll lane project, once considered dead, could be back on the table.
Members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization will vote again in September on whether to reinstate their support of the project. There's more pressure on local leaders now as North Carolina state budget law requires Charlotte and surrounding communities to pay back $60 million to cover project design costs if they do not move forward with the plans. Charlotte Board Representative Councilman Ed Driggs has supported the I-77 South toll lane project from the start. He says he hasn't given up hope yet for Charlotte leaders to do a U-turn.
Stakes are very high here. I personally have made the point that I think it's critical that we do something on I-77, so we don't want to abandon the project lightly. And I would say that there are conversations going on to see whether the opponents of the project can agree to a process that would allow the project to move forward and not lock in something that they really won't accept.
Now, if that doesn't happen, it's unclear at this point where the money would come from to pay back that $60 million to the state. The Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization will meet again in August ahead of its September 23rd vote.
It's the end of an era for a historic piece of Charlotte. The Excelsior Club on the west side of the city has been demolished as crews make way for a new club. The developer leading the project says work should be finished by 2028. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell was there as crews pulled down pieces of a building that were standing for decades.
Former Excelsior Club owner Ken Kuntz finds it quite funny that a wooden fire escape that he was forced to add to the club is one of the last pieces left standing.
Code enforcement said, y'all got to build a fire escape because that'd be safe in case a fire break out. So we built one, a wooden fire escape.
Funny enough,
That's it. That been cold? Yeah.
a code enforcement worker showed up to the demolition site not to hand out any fines, but to witness a piece of his hometown's history come down. After being deemed unsafe for a while, the historic Excelsior Club on Beatties Ford Road in West Charlotte is preparing for a new chapter. Kuntz, here to document what's left before it's gone, calls it bittersweet.
You can't write a check big enough to affect the emotions and hearts that a lot of people feel about the historic Excelsior Club.
Developer Sean Kennedy is leading the tall task to revitalize the property, receiving $3 million from the city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County to first tear down the aging club before any sort of rebuild happens.
The building couldn't be saved. The second floor had pretty much fallen into the second floor, and the structure from the bottom was totally rotted. Asbestos, black mold, and everything else you could think of was in that building.
Kennedy says his team hopes to have the new Excelsior Club open in 2028 with a restaurant, meeting rooms, and a museum that honors the club's time as an important gathering place for Charlotte's black community.
We're taking down a structure that has meant so much for the community, but it's also a rebirth.
Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham says that's exactly why leaders believe it was worth investing in this property.
It's part of a new beginning for an old historic institution that can establish how we reimagine this space we call Beatties Ford Road.
In West Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Fury 325 has been a staple of Carowinds for more than a decade, but right now, the ride is at a standstill. The world record-breaking coaster has been closed since a routine inspection last week found a foundation issue. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains that this is the third time a problem has brought the coaster to a halt just in the last 3 years.
Fury 325 is billed as the world's tallest and fastest traditional chain lift giga coaster, where the Carolinas come together.
It's just a very adrenaline-filled ride, and it's smooth as glass. It's great.
Brandon Stoff, or Theme Park Brandon, visits Carowinds 40 to 50 times a year and other theme parks across the country.
This ride, it's the marquee ride for Carowinds. So they obviously, with this new issue, they're doing whatever they can to get this ride back up and running as fast as possible and working with the state and making sure it's safe.
We found a small part of the coaster sectioned off with temporary walls. Carowinds says the ride has been shut down since July 7th after inspectors found a foundation problem during routine maintenance. But this isn't the first time the park has closed Fury 325. 3 years ago, a park goer noticed a crack on the ride's steel support pillar, and after it was replaced, another crack was found later that month.
It's actually my favorite part of the ride because you really feel the sense of speed of Fury 325. You fly right over the entrance, and so it really creates the excitement that people coming into the park saying, oh my gosh, it's Fury.
Stoff says theme parks have closures all the time for maintenance and repair to prevent someone from getting hurt.
A lot of the stuff that gets done, the main public doesn't know about because, the maintenance team catches it or they're doing their inspections like they're supposed to.
Despite the issues, many enthusiasts plan to ride again once the coaster is safely back open.
Hopefully this will never happen again, but you just never know. That's why they have the maintenance teams inspect the rides every morning.
There's no timeline yet for Fury to reopen. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
North Carolina has a new statewide process for challenging books in public schools. As districts start putting that law into practice, there are questions about how it will work. Our Shabnam Dinesh explains who now reviews complaints and who has the final say on what is and is not allowed.
Under the new law, every school district must create an 11-member Community Media Advisory Committee. That group would include principals, teachers, school library media coordinators, and parents. Anyone can file a written complaint, if they believe a book is obscene, age inappropriate, or doesn't align with the state curriculum. The committee would hold a hearing within 2 weeks, then send a recommendation to the school board, which makes the final decision.
That feels like a really fast turnaround. To get those people together, to get them having read the book, and to get them through the process.
The State Department of Public Instruction says many school districts already have similar policies, and it's now helping them align those policies with the new law.
This is redundancy, and districts and schools already have this in place.
But some districts will have to make some changes. In Wake County, for example, a new committee is formed for each challenge. And that group, not the school board, makes the final call.
Conceivably, you have over 200 schools in Wake County. You could have 200 different committees going on.
Becky Lou Hobbs, chair of Moms for Liberty Wake County, says while she supports a standard statewide process, she worries it could create bottlenecks in larger districts.
Wake County has over 160,000 students, so I'm concerned that one review committee could get a backlog, whereas a smaller school system, may only have 1,000 students, that could just be very overwhelming resource-wise to that school system.
And that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. The North Carolina School Boards Association says it's still reviewing the new law. Once that is complete, it plans to send updated guidance to all 115 public school districts across the state. It is 6:10 right now. It is rather muggy, Ted. I have a feeling it's just going to ramp up through the day.
Yeah, it certainly is going to ramp up through the day. Right now, things are quiet around the Carolinas, not seeing too much activity, but we will see above normal temperatures for this afternoon for Charlotte and areas north towards New York. The below normal temperatures through parts of Texas into the deep south towards Tennessee, into Georgia and parts of Alabama. We have that overall setup playing into that Gulf moisture, pushing into some rain chances for parts of Tennessee, but staying off to our west for this Thursday afternoon. High pressure out of the Gulf. We have our satellite imagery showing dry air to our north with our drought conditions continuing, level 3 and 4 out of 5 in that orange and in that red shading, continuing to need the rain, but we'll get an update here later this morning. Quick update on the tropics. Your tropical outlook pulling in what will be a 20% chance for that development here off of the South Carolina coast and off the Florida coast. Radar is quiet here close to home with rain chances ramping up as we head into the weekend. Saturday into Sunday could see a dicey impact with those scattered showers and storms, tapering off by early next week with your weekend forecast looking at mid-90s Saturday and into Sunday. Rain and storm chances ramping up heading into the second half of the weekend. I'll break down more of what to expect with another check coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. As we look around the crowd, it is still early in the 6 o'clock hour. Rush hour officially won't kick off till about 7 o'clock. For the most part, 99% of this map looking good right now. 45 inner and outer loop, 77 looking good inbound Independence. One little hiccup. We're hearing of a new accident on 85 southbound right before you get to Statesville Road. Between Graham and Statesville, 2 right lanes might be blocked. We're going to keep looking into that. So we're seeing some slowdowns right now. So just be aware of that if you're working your way towards I-77 on 85. Speaking of 77, let's go up towards Lake Norman, shall we? Near Mooresville, between Mooresville and Davidson up in Iredell County. Looking great this morning. Good looking shot of the lake. Further down at the state line, also a good looking shot. 77 north and south. Northbound is on the right-hand side at the 485 split. Good looking shot of the silhouette of the Queen City. Here's another look at the Queen City as the sun's coming up. 77 under LaSalle, just north of Uptown. If you are headed out to Charlotte Douglas this morning, now is the perfect time to get on out of the house, the apartment, wherever you're going. 30 minutes or less, whether you're Rock Hill coming down from Lake Norman or in Uptown, good time to get out to the airport. We'll give you another update of your traffic coming up around 6:30. Annie?
A new health initiative to keep troops in top form. That's the goal of a new set of guidelines announced by the Defense Department, how the rules could impact soldiers. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. The parasite causing some explosive symptoms is becoming a topic on Capitol Hill. President Trump's pick to lead the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention answered some tough questions Wednesday about the outbreak during her confirmation hearing. News Nation's Rashad Hudson reports.
Dr. Erica Schwartz faced the Senate Health Committee, making the case that she is ready to lead the CDC through some of its biggest challenges.
If confirmed, my first priority will be restoring trust in public health institutions.
The latest health threat facing the country is a diarrhea-causing parasite.
And if you get it, tie yourself to a toilet for the next, whatever.
Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy called on the administration to act fast to treat this.
That is a public health issue which is obviously impacting us.
Washington Senator Patty Murray questioned Schwartz about the Trump administration's changes to the program meant to track outbreaks like this.
Is there any scientific or medical justification for CDC having eliminated mandatory reporting of that parasite?
Senator, this is the first I've heard of that. Cyclospora, as you know, is a terrible, terrible disease. As you mentioned, watery, explosive diarrhea. It's something that you would not want anyone to experience.
Schwartz also faced questions about vaccines, including how she would handle misinformation.
Will you publicly urge Americans to get vaccinated? I believe in vaccines, but I do also understand that there's a large swath of Americans who have some vaccine hesitancy concerns.
The Senate Health Committee will now decide whether to advance Schwartz's nomination to the full Senate. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is announcing new annual testosterone screenings for all military members. The screening, which will be added as part of soldiers' periodic health assessment, will be done for troops age 30 and older. Hegseth says the test will help ensure that those in the military are at their physical best.
This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting your longevity, and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight. We owe our warriors the absolute best medical care in the world, and this program delivers on that obligation.
The Pentagon is also calling for all active duty Air Force members to hand over their waist to height ratio. The department already changed the military's fitness standards. It began moving from height and weight tables to waist to height ratio, saying that it was to evaluate body composition. The National Institutes of Health says it's basically an obesity screening tool. Fitness and appearance has become a major topic of discussion during Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's tenure. At an all-hands meeting with the military last year, he said everyone from the highest-ranking generals and admirals to people who just enlisted, they are required to take part in PT every day.
at every level. Either you can meet the standard, either you can do the job, either you are disciplined, fit, and trained, or you are out, frankly. It's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops.
The requirement is a waist-to-height ratio of less than 0.55. And in a January memo, the government said anyone at 0.55 or above would be reevaluated for a body fat calculation. Coming up on 6:20 this morning, I mean, if you are going to do PT, any kind of activity or fitness.
Early.
Now, Ted, you got now. From now until, like, I don't know, 7.
Yeah, this is your only opportunity because we warm up effectively as the sun's coming up over the horizon. The 74 degrees, winds are calm, dew points in the low 70s. We'll brighten up, burn off some fog rather quickly before we have that sunshine dominate through the peak heating hours of the day. Low to mid 70s around uptown. We're in the upper 60s, low 70s, I-40 corridor, 60s for our mountain counties. I expect those temperatures to ramp up into the 90s this afternoon, but feeling like triple digits as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. That's your heat index, or your feels like temperatures. Your actual thermometer will likely read upper 90s for Charlotte, Monroe, knocking on the door of those triple digits. And our I-40 corridor looks at mid 90s with upper 80s expected for our mountain counties. Be on the lookout for your air quality concerns. Mecklenburg County under what will be a code orange for the slightly unhealthy. You want to limit any strenuous activity, especially during the peak heating hours of the day. That heat extends all the way up through the Midwest, Ohio Valley region in the low 90s, triple digits through the Dakotas, upper 90s for Washington. We're looking at 80s and low 90s in Texas. That's where the deep south will hold on to slightly below normal temperatures here from Texas into parts of Tennessee and, of course, the southeast. Michigan into the Ohio Valley region and North Carolina seeing more of those above normal temperatures. Rain chances focused out west, west of uptown and west of the Carolinas. So continuing to hold on to that unstable pattern, showers moving through, and of course will be dry here close to home with our mostly sunny skies locked in through the afternoon. Futurecast shows another hot day on Friday as we continue to ramp up the heat. Overnight lows in the 70s tonight. We'll have those upper 90s finish off the work week with mid 90s this weekend. Rain and storm chances ramping up Saturday and Sunday. Annie.
All right, Ted, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City. I hear it's been hot there as well. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Tesla is guaranteeing its owners that they can get a good deal on their car when they resell it, and United will pay billions in extra fuel costs this year. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi, Annie. Good morning to you. Futures are lower this morning. It's after a green day yesterday. In fact, the S&P 500 is only about 0.5% from an all-time high. Now, the event today will be watching retail sales. This will be out at 8:30 this morning. So we'll see if lower gas prices in June help spur buying in other parts of the economy. Well, Tesla launching a new guaranteed future value program that locks in a preset resale price for buyers financing a new Model Y or Model 3. The move directly targets the depreciation fears that have followed Tesla's own aggressive price cuts over the last 2 years. Now, Tesla says the guaranteed value covers the final payment on the loan, so no out-of-pocket cost to close the finance deal. That is provided the vehicle stays within the agreed mileage and meets wear and tear guidelines. And United Airlines says America still can't get enough of travel. Corporate travel alone was up 22%. United, though, says revenue won't be as high as Wall Street thinks. And in fact, jet fuel costs were up 84% from a year ago, totaling $6 billion more in energy costs than what they paid last year. Annie, back to you.
Jane, I know the airline's really dealing with those high energy costs, but like you said, I think people are just going to close their eyes and swipe the credit card and travel anyway.
They still want to go, and they saw corporate travel picking up, which is really haven't seen that since the pandemic.
Right.
So that's a positive sign, too.
All right. Good stuff, Jane. Thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. The death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham could make things tougher for President Trump and the Republican Party. Why all eyes are now on one North Carolina lawmaker who's been a consistent critic.
And temperatures ramping up today, upper 90s, approaching record highs, not quite reaching it, but we will be feeling the heat. I'll break down how long that hot air sticks around coming up with a check of your forecast.
I would love for that to happen because I cannot stand the flip-flop that goes on every year, multiple times a year.
The world would be a lot better if we left a lot of things alone.
Changing the clocks or changing our routine. The debate surrounding daylight saving time and the new bill that could end the springing forward and falling back.
6:30, happy Thursday. Thank you so much for kicking off your morning here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us on this Thursday. Joy and Sador on special assignment this morning, and meteorologist Ted Phaeton trying to keep us cool with a lot of cooler adjectives and suggestions on how to stay cool.
AC.
There you go. I like that. That's a
water.
good one.
Two simple
water.
letters.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. AC and water, those are the two things that you want to lean towards today. Drinking it, and of course, swimming in it if you can. Don't drink the pool water, though. Don't do the same. Don't drink and swim at the same time. Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of like driving. You don't want to drink and drive. You don't want to drink and swim.
There we go.
Okay, that's good.
Wise
Thanks for
words
clearing
from
that
Ted.
up.
Yeah. I'm glad we got that out of the way. Indoor plans will be likely the move today. Indoor playgrounds, the trampoline parks, the malls, the movie theaters, museums, any place with AC because we have those triple digits. Or if you're going to be outside, water parks, that's something, or splash pads that will help keep the kids cool, especially during the peak heating hours of the day. We start off with a look over our tower camera showing the Queen City in the distance, seeing those low 70s locked in as you head out the door. It's one of those mornings that we have those warm temperatures in place. Taking a look from our tower camera with those temperatures on top, 74 degrees, winds are calm, dew points in the low 70s, and we are looking at what will be a warmer start compared to yesterday. I'm looking at 4 to 7 degrees warmer. 5 degrees warmer up towards Hickory, mid 70s Charlotte, low 70s Monroe with the low to mid 60s Boone and Jefferson. Your day planner will ramp up into what will be the upper 80s, low 90s, late morning hours, early lunchtime. We'll land in the upper 90s peak heating hours of the day with the light winds out of the northwest, 1 to 5 miles per hour. Mostly sunny skies dominating here for the afternoon. So record territory, landing just 3 degrees shy of our record high of 100 degrees set back in 1899. I'm looking at overnight lows settling into the 70s heading into your early morning hours. And again, those high temperatures looking at upper 90s Friday, back into the mid 90s Saturday and Sunday. Average highs land in the low 90s this time of year. We'll be above that in the low to mid 90s heading into this weekend and early next week. Your muggy meter will be sticky to humid, continuing to feel the mugginess, especially Friday into your weekend. Rain chances will replace some of that, hopefully giving us some relief with a very low pollen count heading into the weekend. Not too concerned about your pollen impacts, with mountain counties ushering in those 80s and even upper 70s heading into the weekend. Overnight lows will be in the 60s. I'll break down more of your forecast here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you, sir. Let's take another peek of your pinpoint traffic on this early Thursday morning. Again, rush hour doesn't start for about 30 minutes. A couple of issues out there not causing major delays. We just want to point out this morning an earlier accident on 85 southbound has now moved off to the shoulder, which is good news, right near Statesville, headed south right before you get to I-77. So a little bit of slowdowns. You're down to about 30 miles an hour, but at least 2 lanes are back open and they've moved it off to the shoulder. So hopefully that'll be cleared up before 7 o'clock. Seeing some volume out west. Coming in from Gaston County, not too bad though, less than 15 minutes to get from Gastonia to Belmont. Let's take you out near McAdenville on I-85 north and south. The northbound traffic's on the left, so a little bit more volume there. Those headlights coming in from Gastonia, trying to get through Lowell, McAdenville, eventually over to Belmont, and then to here, I-85 at Sam Wilson Road. Once you cross the river, this is outside our studios. A lot of widening going on here, NCDOT project for the next 2 years. Let's take you up to Lake Norman because it's going to be a beautiful sunrise this morning. Traffic looking great and clear up there in Iredell County. Down at the other end of 77 near the state line near Carowinds. This is the I-77 485 split. And all lanes looking good. On the east side of town, let's take you to Independence Boulevard. Waiting on some more sun to pop over the highway there, but all lanes looking good. We'll give you another update of your traffic at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Annie?
A slight increase in homicides, but overall, crime is down this year in the Queen City. That's according to Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police, who just released their new crime statistics for 2026. In their mid-year public safety report, department leaders said overall crime is down 6%. Violent crime also down by 8% compared to the first 6 months of last year. Officials also reported fewer robberies, vehicle thefts, and aggravated assaults. Now, while most crime is down, statistics do show a 3% increase in homicides.
In the second quarter, there was a slight increase of 40 incidents compared to 39 this time last year. But I want the public to know that we are putting every resource we can to identify the suspects in those cases.
The police department's homicide unit has a 75% clearance rate for solving murder cases.
New this morning, an Albemarle teen is facing serious charges accused of shooting and killing a man in the University City area. This happened last Tuesday at the S&D Banquet Hall on University City Boulevard. Officers say they were already on scene for reports of a fight when they then heard gunshots. That's when they found 20-year-old Jalen McCormick shot in the parking lot. Charlotte police arrested 18-year-old Ketavius Lewis Wednesday in Concord. He's charged with first-degree murder. Lewis is being held in Mecklenburg County Jail on no bond. Court documents show the victim was outside to put a camera in the backseat of a car, but details into the shooting are still limited.
4 more suspects are facing charges nearly 2.5 years after the shooting death of a 13-year-old. It happened back in January of 2024 in Pageland. Jacob Duncan was standing outside his Bennett Road home when he was shot in the head during a drive-by shooting. Investigators say they don't believe he was the intended target. Jacob Garcia, Tasma Garcia, and Jacob Rangel were all charged with accessory after the fact of murder and misprison. Now, misprison is the act of concealing a serious crime. Andrew Rogers was also arrested and charged with misprison. All 4 were booked into the Chesterfield County Detention Center. So far, 6 suspects have been charged in that shooting.
Election security expected to be a main topic during President Trump's speech later tonight. The president will address the nation from the White House. It's suggested he could revisit debunked conspiracy theories about his 2020 defeat to former President Joe Biden. He's called for congressional Republicans to pass tighter federal voting rules before November's midterm elections. Tonight's speech begins at 9.
President Trump's pick to lead the Justice Department will have to wait about another week for the Senate Judiciary Committee to vote on his nomination. The GOP maintains a majority by a single vote with the recent passing of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, that means all eyes are now on a North Carolina lawmaker.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche appearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee Wednesday morning. As expected, he faced intense grilling from Democrats.
Get us answers. Where we have had answers, Mr. Blanche, they have not been informative. They have been blow-offs.
And protection and praise from Republicans.
You're fielding questions that I think are totally unfair, but it's all meant, I think, to undermine and demoralize.
The sudden passing of South Carolina's Senator Lindsey Graham means the Republicans now only have a single vote advantage on advancing Blanche's nomination to the full Senate. So a lot of eyes are on North Carolina Republican Senator Thom Tillis, who has repeatedly criticized Trump administration policies, most recently a fund that was set up to compensate what the White House described as victims of political weaponization. That fund included compensation for pardoned January 6th rioters.
Mr. Blanche, I want to stick a fork in this turkey of a 1776 fund.
Tillis also raised concerns about pardons issued by both President Trump and his predecessor, Joe Biden, arguing they lacked transparency.
If you're confirmed, if we could sit down and understand how that process goes and to what extent we can have visibility into these people getting pardons. Can I get your commitment, if confirmed, to walk through that process? Of course.
Tillis not saying how he'll vote just yet, but finishes questioning with a compliment.
Thank you, Mr. Blanche. You've done a great job today.
The committee is set to vote on Blanche's nomination sometime next week. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Congress is making a new effort to do away with time changes every March and November. As Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks tells us, North and South Carolina state lawmakers are also working to keep us from moving the hour hand back and forth.
The House made their decision. Now the Senate is on the clock. The Sunshine Protection Act would allow states to choose whether to stay in standard time, and North Carolina and South Carolina are on the same page. The next time change is in November. But if U.S. senators vote the same way as their House counterparts, Americans may not have to change their clock settings anymore.
I would love for that to happen because I cannot stand the flip-flop that goes on every year, multiple times a year. It throws everything off.
I could appreciate change, but not with that. Let's just leave stuff alone. I believe the world would be a lot better if we left a lot of things alone.
The Sunshine Protection Act would require states to observe daylight saving time year-round, but states could exempt themselves, meaning states in the same time zone could have different sunrises and sunsets. South Carolina Representative Bill Chumley sponsored a 2025 bill to have his state stick with the saving time. He'll refile his measure if the federal bill becomes law.
Almost everybody told me they didn't like the change. Some said that daylight savings time was great. Some said standard was great. But everybody said they didn't like the change.
Chumley is a farmer by trade. He doesn't believe daylight saving time helps or hurts growers like himself. Chumley says ending the clock changes would provide more time for recreational activities and family.
The sun's not going to know a thing about what we're doing politically, thank goodness. I'm glad that we don't have that kind of issue. No, our crops growing are still going to enjoy the same amount of sunlight.
We spoke to North Carolina Representative Grant Campbell, who co-sponsored the 2025 Daylight Saving Time bill. He also supports the congressional legislation. Campbell says he plans to refile the bill if the Senate measure passes. For now, reporting in Charlotte, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Still to come, the Carolina Panthers are inching closer and closer to training camp. What we can expect from the team as the reigning NFC South champs prepare to hit the field again. You're watching Queen City News this Thursday. There's a hazy look at our Bank of America Stadium, the home of the Carolina Panthers. We'll be back. Football fans are getting ready to hit the ground running with training camp starting next week.
The time has come. Team leaders say there's a lot that still has to come together, though, for this club to go where they think it can. Joey Ellis tells us what we need to know heading into camp.
It is hard to believe that we're less than a week out from Carolina Panthers training camp opening up next Tuesday and Wednesday, but it's even harder to believe that just 6 months ago, the 2025 Panthers were walking off the field after a gutting 3-point loss to the Rams in the NFC wildcard round, but still a playoff game nonetheless, their first in 8 years. So now this year's team enters a new season with plenty of new faces and a new standard now in the Carolinas set, building on a historic season.
It certainly helps. It's really just time on task. It's how many games can we get, and can we get our guys in different environments? And being in a playoff environment, being in those last couple of games, playing for the division, to feel the stakes of it, to feel the weight of it. So we look at all those things, and it allows me to really push urgency at this time of year. We're going to emphasize those things once we get on the grass in phase 3.
To no surprise, this Panthers team's hopes at a deeper playoff run starts under center with Bryce Young. He figured some things out in 2025 with a career year in both passing yards and touchdowns. And now offensive coordinator Brad Idzik steps in as Bryce's third play caller now in 4 seasons in Charlotte, working with a quarterback very much in tune with the leap that needs to happen in year 4.
There's definitely a jump that, as a unit we talk about we want to make. And for me, as a leader, making sure that we shoulder that stuff, making sure that communication is smooth again. So for me, making sure we're on the same page, making sure when it's little stuff that involve all 11, making sure that we're tuned in, making sure that I'm communicating clearly, making sure that I'm consistent in that stuff, making sure that I can take stuff from the meeting room to the practice field and then to our 11-on-11 reps. So I think that that's something that I'm going to continue to try to push the envelope in. It's a challenge for me, just getting us to be the best versions of ourselves, and that's what this part of the year is all about.
Defensively, this was a unit that bounced back in a big way in 2025 after a disastrous 24 season. Maybe shocking to some, Ejiro Evero is back as Carolina's defensive coordinator for now his 4th season. No excuses now, though, for Evero. Over $160 million committed to 2 free agents alone this offseason, paired with a few Pro Bowlers elsewhere, all backing their defensive play caller.
A lot of people complain about the aggressiveness of the defense. I guess want to see guys up more, but probably going to do more of that because, you need people on each level to be able to do that too. I think he don't get enough credit for his game plan and how that two-high shell take a lot of quarterbacks out of their game. I think it's a great defense. I think Coach E's just a wizard when it comes to breaking down teams, and we pretty much have a good beat on what they're going to do going into the game because of him.
As for the schedule for this Panthers team, it actually sets up favorably. A home game to start the year with Chicago. They're at the bank for 2 of their first 4 games before 4 of the final games coming at home as well. But in true Dave Canales fashion, while yes, it is easy to look that far ahead, he is keeping things very much one day at a time, focusing just on the process, which really gets going in day 1 of training camp.
All right, Joey, thank you. Hard to believe. Football season is right around the corner. All right, let's go out to the track, shall we? Look at that sunrise. Drivers for NASCAR traveling to the heart of Moonshine Country as they take a trip to North Wilkesboro Speedway this weekend. You can catch a ZMAX Cars Tour doubleheader tomorrow at the Speedway, starting at 6. No O'Reilly's Series racing, but you can see the Craftsman Truck Series run the Faith Fest 250 at 12:30 Saturday afternoon. And then finally, on Sunday, Cup drivers will take on the track that Junior built in the Window World 450. That race kicks off at 7. And if you want to go deeper into the world of NASCAR, our Carolina Sports Live teams got you covered. Around the Track this week is coming at you with 2 amazing guests. Our team is going one-on-one with the driver of the 17 for RFK Racing, Chris Boucher. And plus, America's crew chief is back to talk all things North Wilkesboro. The legendary Larry Mack returns this coming Saturday on Around the Track. That's at 11 a.m. on Queen City News, followed by CSL Extra Time at 11:30. A lot going on. Ted, the weather, I know there's some rain's coming in this weekend. I feel like that always interferes with NASCAR.
Yeah, it usually does. I think this Sunday we'll have some dicey weather moving through. We look at those mid-70s temperature-wise. Winds are calm for the most part. Dew points in the low 70s, so a little muggy and warm as you get your day started. Still seeing some good sunshine break between the clouds and burn off any of that morning fog. So we are looking at a nice quiet start with low 70s Charlotte into Monroe, low 60s Boone and Jefferson here this morning, with those temperatures ramping up into the 90s, feeling like what would be the triple digits through the peak heating hours of the day. That's your heat index, which factors in the humidity staying above our normal temperatures. Our overall highs land in the upper 90s, Charlotte, 99 degrees, Monroe into Wadesboro and Rockingham in the upper 90s, 80s on tap, Boone and Jefferson with your air quality looking at moderate levels code orange for Mecklenburg County, where anyone who's sensitive respiratory-wise, COPD, asthma, limit any strenuous activities during the peak heating hours of the day. Triple digits in the Dakotas. We have those 90s up through Detroit, while we have even low 90s and 80s for parts of Texas. Below normal temperatures through Texas into the deep south and central plains. Above normal temperatures through the Dakotas, the Midwest, Ohio Valley region into the Carolinas heading into your Friday. That's where above normal conditions near record-breaking heat will settle in for the end of the work week. We'll still have some limited moisture just to our west here, up through Georgia, Alabama, into parts of Kentucky and Tennessee, and even up into Illinois. So while we look at clouds and radar, we're dry here close to home with partly cloudy skies sticking around for your Thursday afternoon. We'll have another hot finish to the work week with Friday bringing in those 90s despite a cold front approaching from the north. Won't cool us down too much. We're talking upper 90s Friday, mid 90s by Saturday. Low end rain chance heading into your weekend for our mountain counties with our overnight lows settled into what will be those mid 70s heading into your early morning hours. We'll rebound temperature-wise into what will be those upper 90s Thursday and Friday. Rain and storm chances roll through this weekend. Overnight lows in the 70s, highs in the low to mid 90s first half of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The stage is set for the World Cup final. Argentina completed another comeback to advance, and now they'll have a chance to go for back-to-back World Cup titles. Standing in the way of Messi and company is Spain, who is back in the World Cup final for the first time since 2010 when they won it all for the very first time. The final match will be this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. A third-place match between France and England will be held Saturday at 5.
And as you watch the end of the World Cup, you may wonder why soccer players exchange their jerseys, also known as kits, of course. According to FIFA and Sports Illustrated, the first record jersey swap took place in 1931.
Whoa.
France had stunned England with a 5-2 win, and after the match, French players asked their English counterparts for their shirts as a souvenir of their historic win. England agreed to an exchange, and it was a great show of respect and sportsmanship. Then at the World Cup in 1954, players really got into it, and it became this tradition that we know today. These days, players like Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Erling Haaland are regularly approached by opponents after games. And superstars themselves like to do it too. Messi has a huge collection at his home, and he even has kits from lesser known players. I like that. I think it's one of the cool traditions. I know it's started to bleed into American football as well, and in college too. So I think it's really neat.
Yeah, something to remember the match by.
Yep.
Right, especially if you have like a player on the other side that like you guys were giving it to each other the whole game.
It's like I see you. I remember this.
I got you. This is the mad respect.
Yeah.
All right, out of any kit that you could have, whose would you want?
I was thinking about it before. I was like Messi, Ronaldo. I think Mbappe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That'd be
That's
a good
pretty
one.
good one. I would still go Messi just because.
Yeah, probably so.
Very iconic.
Yeah.
You?
Probably Messi. Yeah, that would be
He's
that
just
would
fun
go.
to
And
watch.
I love the Argentina the jersey. The kit, it's just iconic.
It's pretty.
So it's pretty.
That's what
Pretty, I
I
like
think everyone's going for when they design a kit. Oh, this looks pretty on
This
the
looks pretty on the
pitch.
pitch.
Pretty on the pitch. I
Yeah,
like it.
yeah.
There we go.
Start a
All right,
podcast.
listen. We're going to take a quick break. We're coming up on our 7 o'clock hour. It is already toasty out there. Good morning to you guys down in Monroe. We'll be back. As soaring temperatures continue to heat up all across the globe, experts say it's not only important to keep yourself hydrated, but to make sure you're keeping a close eye on your pets. Dehydration can sneak up slowly on your pet. It might be harder to catch, especially for your furry friends who might be spending some time outside over the summer. Cats, listen up, cat owners, your cat should drink approximately 1 cup a day. Ranges for dogs vary by their weight. Doctors say that if you find your pet lacking energy or being less responsive after a day in the heat, it might be time to go to the vet. There you go. Water your pets, water your plants, and water your people. Our advice for the day. Coming up on 7 o'clock. Don't go anywhere as we kick off our next hour of Queen City News.
I believe it would be a shame if we lost this opportunity and the $700 million in state funding.
Charlotte leaders say the clock is ticking to get the I-77 South toll lane project back on track. The frustrations from council members and the community about a debate they thought was already over.
Here's a guy who could build a bridge between Republicans and Democrats.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott paying tribute to one of his closest friends, Lindsey Graham. Why he says Graham often put political differences aside to bridge the gap between parties.
And a Charlotte family faced with the tough task of handling the remains of unclaimed relatives and friends. Why one woman says it raises questions about what happens after we die.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 7 o'clock on a toasty Thursday. Thirsty Thursday. You're going to be thirsty throughout the day. Welcome in, everyone, to Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador on special assignment down in Atlanta.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with the Pinpoint Weather Forecast, and we are going to have that heat settled in. We start off warm, but upper 90s peak heating hours of the day. Today and tomorrow, we're going to feel it.
We're talking record-breaking territory?
Getting close to it. We
Okay.
landed about 3 degrees shy of the record high for today, so we'll feel like triple digits, though, as you head into the afternoon.
What is the record? 100?
100, and that was set
Okay.
way back in 1899. So we've had that long-standing record. I don't think we break it today, but we'll feel like the record high as we get into the peak heating hours. Sunshine all around the crown here from our Independence Boulevard camera up through uptown with Bank of America Stadium, Monroe, and our tower cameras showing a little haze out there. 75 degrees. Winds are calm as you get your day started. I'm looking at a difference of 2 to 4, even 5 and 6 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday, a 70-degree warmer start in our mountain counties. That's giving us mid-60s early this morning, upper 60s to low 70s I-40 corridor with those mid-70s locked in around Charlotte. Highs ramp up into the 90s today. We'll see upper 80s near 90 degrees late morning, early lunchtime in the 90s with a high of 97. Northwest winds coming in anywhere from 1 to 5 miles per hour. I'll break down more of your overall setup here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
Ted, thank you so much. The I-77 South toll lane project is once again up for debate among Charlotte regional leaders.
The controversial plan to expand the interstate sparked a lot of petitions and protests, and its initial failure prompted a new state law.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudicel's live along the highway near Uptown with what comes next. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning. State lawmakers have given Charlotte regional authorities about 90 days to add their support back to the 77 expansion project or be forced to pay back $60 million to the North Carolina Transportation Department just for what they spent on what it cost to design the plan. Now, the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Board, they intend to vote on this come September. Now, their initial vote on this was back in May when most of the group decided to rescind support for adding toll lanes from Uptown to the state line after many community members raised concerns about neighborhood displacement and pollution risk. In response, State Representative Vicki Sawyer of Iredell County introduced a provision to the state budget requiring any local government who voted against it to reimburse NCDOT for the time spent on designs and studies. Leaders in some municipalities like Monroe and Cornelius have already said their council members, in response to this provision, have formally switched their position, and they would like to support the project. Opponents of the plan say they are still frustrated that the topic is back on the table.
I didn't expect to have to come back here and talk about 77 again, and yet here we are.
You voted. We voted to have it removed from the STIP. You need to respect that.
Now, the Regional Planning Organization plans to meet once again in August before their vote scheduled for September 23rd. Reporting live just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. New this morning, we're learning about a big drug bust in Union County. The Sheriff's Office Narcotics Unit says it seized 1,600 grams of fentanyl, 1,300 grams of meth, and 300 grams of ecstasy following a months-long investigation. Deputies say they arrested Tiffany Tucker with 17 felony counts related to trafficking narcotics. She's now being held at the Union County Jail under an $850,000 bond.
This morning, a boil water advisory is still in effect for Anson County as repairs on the system continue. Charlotte Water officials say they have sent crews to help Anson County restore service following a series of significant water main breaks.
You know, under North Carolina's mutual aid agreement, we're working to help them stabilize their system. We are joining Union County in the efforts, and everyone needs to also keep in mind that helping our neighbors, this is not just about charity, it's about regional stability.
Charlotte Water is also helping Anson County test and analyze water at its state certified lab.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is paying tribute to his late colleague and friend Lindsey Graham. The 71-year-old upstate native died from a torn aorta on Saturday. Scott and Graham worked together in Congress's upper chamber for the past decade. He praised Graham for his work ethic and his ability to get things done.
He had this unique ability to build a bridge from the Republican Senate to the White House, and that he could knit it all together and find a path forward for all of us to do the right thing for the bosses that we call constituents back at home in South Carolina.
Scott says leaders will pay tribute to Graham next week at a South Carolina prayer breakfast. Funeral arrangements for the late senator are still pending. President Trump says he will reveal something really big tonight during a primetime address to the nation. Sources say election security could be a focus and have hinted Trump could revisit debunked conspiracy theories about his 2020 defeat to former President Joe Biden. He has called for congressional Republicans to pass tighter federal voting rules before November's midterm elections. The speech tonight begins at 9 p.m.
Last month, we showed you what happens to the cremated remains of dozens of people who go unclaimed by their families or friends. North Carolina officials released their ashes into the Atlantic, and we went on one of the state's latest trips offshore to give the forgotten a final resting place. Queen City News reporter David Schumann shares the painful experience of a Davidson woman whose loved one nearly slipped through the cracks.
You've reached out, she seems okay. You've got your own life.
Sheila Williams wishes she had pushed harder to connect with and help her cousin Clarissa Nielsen. She says Clarissa was unmarried, mentally ill, and a recluse in her Raleigh home.
Her neighbors tried to help her, and she would scream at them.
Last December, Williams saw a Facebook post that suggested her cousin had died. Several frantic calls confirmed. Not only was it true, Clarissa had been dead for 6 months. The family has 22 cousins. No one knew.
It's a profound sadness. Then we were like, well, where's her body?
Nielsen was moved to North Carolina's Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Officials performed an autopsy, it was natural causes, then cremated her. Williams can't understand why no one reached out to Clarissa's family.
It just makes me question, how deep did they really go?
State Health and Human Services officials said in a statement, reasonable effort is made to locate relatives, including working with law enforcement and making online searches. If family can't be found or can't claim for financial reasons, which is common, the state holds the ashes for 3 years, then scatters them miles off the coast in the Atlantic Ocean. If someone goes unclaimed without needing an autopsy, counties take responsibility. Mecklenburg County sends its unclaimed to Eddie Pig and his wife Teresa. They own Pig Family Services in Bessemer City.
Sometimes there's people that have nobody. We've done several homeless cases for Mecklenburg County. It makes you wonder, are they looking for them? Have they thought about them?
The Pigs have the bodies cremated at a West Charlotte crematory.
One week we had, I think, maybe 7 people that in just a week's time.
The ashes are stored for at least 6 months. Then the Pigs will dispose of the remains. Pig hasn't scattered any ashes yet. His agreement with the county is too new, but he tells me that he'll be doing it about an hour outside of Charlotte, likely somewhere near where I'm standing. This is Pig's family farm near Albemarle. He says this fall he plans to come here to scatter dozens of sets of ashes.
if somebody is looking for them, we can post that information and they can find them. They know they're at peace. They know where they're at.
Sheila Williams is glad she and her family claimed Clarissa before strangers disposed of her ashes.
If somebody's alone, don't assume they have it together and they don't need help. If you're dependent on the state to contact you, you may not get that call.
David Schumann, Queen City News.
Coming up on 7:09, just shy of 7:10, as we are mostly clear here around the Carolinas. Our temperatures are going to be above normal today, but slightly below normal towards Atlanta, the deep south, and of course parts of Texas. We're looking at triple digits for the Dakotas this afternoon, and that extends even into your Friday. Now, moisture comes out of the Gulf courtesy of high pressure. That's going to interact with some of the dry air, causing some of the rainfall for parts of Tennessee. We have the dry air to our north, moisture to our south, with drought conditions still continuing. We'll get an update here in the next hour in terms of how that drought has matured from last week into this week. An area of development here off the southeast coast, from Florida off the South Carolina coast, 20% chance of development. We'll keep an eye on that with another look at your forecast coming up here in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you. Rush hour kicked off officially 10 minutes ago. Not too bad as we look around the crowd. An earlier accident on 85 South is officially open now and cleared, but it does have folks moving at about 20 miles an hour between Graham and Statesville Road. So just be aware of that if you're working your way down 85 South. A little bit of volume coming in from out west. Look at that, 45 minutes just from Gastonia to 485. Coming down from Lake Norman up from Rock Hill. You guys are good. Let's take you out to Gaston County. There's some of the slowdown between Lowell and McAdenville. That is typical for this time of day. Gets a little bit better the closer you get into the Charlotte metro area. Lake Norman looking gorgeous this morning as the sun's coming up in Iredell County. Quickly, here's a look at the airport. If you're headed out there this morning, check with your app and airline to make sure there's no delays or cancellations. We'll give you another update coming up at 7:30. May Kay, good morning.
Good morning. Courage. That's what Captain Sullenberger of the famed Miracle on the Hudson plane credits for enabling all passengers and crew to survive the historic ditching. Now he is asking all of us to be courageous together as he faces a devastating diagnosis. I'm May Kay Buehler. Coming up, the reaction from the community behind the Charlotte Museum that bears his name. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
An unwanted visitor at the door. That's how Captain CB Sully Sullenberger describes a disease that spares no age group and impacts millions of people, now with a new name added to the list.
This week, the celebrated hero pilot, known best for, of course, the Miracle on the Hudson, announced he has been battling Alzheimer's disease. Pure Transportation correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler joins us with the reaction from the Sullenberger aviation community.
May-Kay, good morning. You've spent time with Captain Sullenberger. You've interviewed him in the past, and a huge friend and advocate for the museum that is here at Charlotte Douglas. What's been the reaction on this?
You know, it really pulls at the heartstrings when somebody this courageous, one of the most courageous men really in modern history, dubbed a hero, is asking us to be courageous with him. So in the 17 years since Captain Sullenberger and First Officer Jeffrey Skiles successfully glided their powerless passenger jet to a safe ditching in the Hudson River, saving all 155 on board, Sully has lifted us up with hope and inspiration, proving miracles really do exist. Now it's our turn to lift him. Captain Sullenberger is a former U.S. Air Force fighter pilot, commercial airline pilot, accident investigator, U.S. ambassador to the International Civil Aviation Organization, and now a warrior battling Alzheimer's. He says, quote, "This new phase in my life has challenged what it means to be of service," end quote. It is his hope in sharing news of his diagnosis, families living in the shadows with this disease will feel that they too can step forward. Stephen Saucier, the founding president and CEO of Sullenberger Aviation Museum, worked hand in glove with the captain on the development and opening of the 105,000 square foot museum that bears his name. He gave a statement saying in part, quote, "Working alongside Captain Sullenberger to open the Sullenberger Aviation Museum reminded me that his greatest legacy extends beyond aviation and the historic landing. It lives in every young person inspired to pursue innovation, STEM, and a future filled with purpose. His courage continues to inspire us all," end quote. Now, Saucier has since retired and passed the torch to current museum president Stephanie Hathaway. She gave a statement saying in part, quote, "Captain Sullenberger has inspired millions through his dedication to serving others. We admire his openness in sharing this deeply personal journey and hope his courage will bring greater awareness to a disease that touches so many families," end quote. And here's a statement from Captain Sullenberger. He said, quote, "Over the years, when people would ask about the successful outcome of Flight 1549, I would say courage can be contagious. Now we need that courage to battle the disease. I am now part of a larger community with many of you, and we will be courageous together."
Wow.
Yeah. So brave in even saying all of those things. So, May-Kay, when you interviewed Captain Sullenberger, what were your impressions?
You know, I've interviewed Chuck Yeager before, the famous Chuck Yeager, Flew Faster Than the Speed of Sound. A lot of ego there. With Captain Sullenberger, just a humble human being, down to earth, so professional. And you know, he's been interviewed by hundreds, if not thousands of journalists. He was so kind and generous. And he insists that day he was just doing his job. He and First Officer Jeffrey Skiles, we cannot forget the first officer. And it was the teamwork of the entire flight crew that led to that success.
Well, this is, again, something new for him. He's had it, I guess, for quite a while, but just now coming out. Yeah, a year. So just now coming out. But again, this is going to raise awareness. Every person, whether famous or not, another voice that can bring it up to talk about it just shines the light on hopefully what's being done and all the work that the family members have to do to help take care of people.
I can't even imagine. We just send them blessings, everybody involved. Captain Sullenberger will be inducted into the National Aviation Hall of Fame this September in Washington, D.C. Congratulations in advance. Yeah. He's so humble, too. It's just so down to earth.
It is,
Just a joy.
All right, May-Kay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
7:18, let's get over to Ted to see how hot we are going to get today. Ted?
Yeah, we're heating up. Those temperatures getting into what will be the upper 90s. Right now in the mid-70s, calm winds, dew points in the low 70s, so we'll feel a little bit of the mugginess and the humidity heading out the door. Low to mid-70s, Monroe into Charlotte, 60s, Boone and Jefferson, upper 60s, low 70s, I-40 corridor. Your humidity factor ramps up. Temperatures in the mid to upper 90s will feel like triple digits, peak heating hours of the day, so feeling like the 100-degree mark as we see today's highs landing in the upper 90s, Monroe, Wadesboro, upper 90s, Charlotte, mid-80s, Boone and Jefferson. Our air quality will be compromised, moderate in that beige and that light yellow shading. It's going to land us in a code orange for Mecklenburg County. For those slightly unhealthy with COPD or asthma, you want to limit any strenuous activity during the peak heating hours of the day. Right now, looking at high temperatures across the country, triple digits for Pierre. We'll be in the upper 80s Atlanta, upper 90s for Charlotte, so hotter in the Queen City than hot Atlanta today, with those low 90s expected down towards the coast for Charleston. So below normal temperatures in that blue shading, even heading into your Friday. We'll be well above normal through the Dakotas into Ohio Valley region towards the Carolinas, where we'll see the excessive warmth, above normal temperatures landing us near record highs as we head into the end of the work week. We'll keep our rain chances to our west for the most part. Some of our mountain counties can see a stray shower or two as we head into your Friday. As we look at the weekend, though, we'll ramp up the storm activity. Clouds and radar showing clear conditions for your Thursday. Friday, we'll see partly cloudy skies. That cold front won't do much to cool us down. As a matter of fact, we'll be even hotter on Friday with the limited moisture impacting eastern Tennessee and some of our mountain counties Friday evening. Overnight lows settle into the low to mid 70s, 60s in our higher elevations. That 7-day forecast will bring in what will be those upper 90s Friday, back into the low to mid 90s heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
$7:23, happy Thursday. Wow, look at the color of the sky in New York City. We're hearing this big haze with wildfires coming down from Canada. So I don't know if that has to do with that yellowish tint, but man, it just looks like it's full of pollen. Here we go. Let's talk about the future, shall we? A mixed bag. The Dow down 90, S&P NASDAQ in the red. Yesterday, they all closed up. The Dow, NASDAQ, S&P all in the green as of yesterday. We will track down business correspondent Jane King a little bit later in the show. She will join us live from the New York Stock Exchange around 8:25.
All right, well, he's everyone's favorite right now. Norwegian soccer star Erling Haaland became a fan favorite during Norway's run at the FIFA World Cup with his dominant play and goofy personality. Can't forget the hair, right? And now people in a South American country are naming their newborns after him.
Oh,
Peru
boy.
has unexpectedly seen a surge in babies being named after the soccer star. There he is with his whiskey raccoon. At least 468 children now have the name Haaland since the World Cup. 91 babies have his full name.
Oh, so not just like Erling or not just Haaland, but
some
the
are just
whole-
Haaland and some are Erling Haaland. Maybe
like-
that's like a first and last
Maybe.
name and then their family name. I don't know.
I mean, I like Haaland. That's kind of a cool name, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, not too bad. You know, so any day now, baby number 2's coming.
That's right.
I'm trying to see if I could petition the name Holly.
Holly, would you spell it Haally?
That's what Savannah
after
recommended.
Haaland?
Yeah, Savannah
So-
recommended
okay.
double A.
Oh, she did
You would
she?
have to, if it's in reference to Holland, it would be after the
Yeah.
A.
How's that effort going?
Yeah,
I haven't opened that door yet.
Oh, okay. So it's just cooking up here.
Yeah, I don't know if I should go for it or
Now
just,
might not
no.
be the time.
Okay,
Yeah.
so listen, if we took the top players' names from this year's World Cup, which ones would fold into a name for your new child on the way? Mbappe.
Mbappe's in there.
Kane.
That will likely be
Kane,
Messi, Vinicius Jr.
Vinicius Jr.
Vinicius.
I'm just saying. I mean, these are some options that are out there if it's not Haaland.
Vinicius Payton.
Vinicius
Payton.
that.
Vinny Faye.
Oh, okay, VP.
Vinny P.
I'm kind of like Vinny Faye.
All right, VP.
Let's just say, you take it to Jess and let's see how she
what she
does
says.
with this information.
I'll let you know how it goes.
Got our blessing.
If you're not back tomorrow, we know that it didn't go well. Okay, coming up on 7:30, we're going to take a quick break. Is there a plane coming? Is there a plane coming? No. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
taking down a structure that has meant so much for the community, but it's also a rebirth.
A bittersweet goodbye for Charlotte's historic Excelsior Club. Our city leaders say the demolition of the building is just another chapter in its story.
Carowinds flagship attraction shut down, leaving thousands of visitors with questions. Why park leaders say the disruption is necessary to keep thrill seekers safe.
This is redundancy, and districts and schools already have this in place.
A new statewide effort to screen books in schools is getting mixed reviews across North Carolina. While some say it keeps students safe, while others argue it's an unrealistic expectation. 7:30, happy Thursday, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Yeah, we appreciate you being with us this half hour. Julian Senor is on assignment today down in Atlanta after covering last night's World Cup match. Hopefully he will be back today. Maybe we'll hear from him in another hour or so. Ted Phaeton is trying to keep things cool outside, trying to keep us from not breaking a record, Ted.
Yeah, don't think we're going to break a record, but we'll get close to it. Today's record is 100 degrees. We're calling for upper 90s. It's going to feel like triple digits, but that sun's already out there getting to work, helping warm us up with warm temperatures this morning in the 70s. Will turn into upper 80s near 90 degrees before we even reach lunchtime. So Carolina blue skies around the Queen City. We are looking at that sunshine dominating with a warm start to your morning. Winds are relatively light, not too breezy, with dew points in the low 70s as of right now. We're outpacing yesterday's temperatures by 4 to 5 degrees warmer, 11 degrees warmer in our mountain counties. I'm looking at low to mid 70s around Charlotte, mid 50s, Boone and Jefferson, continuing to ramp up those temperatures. Lots of sunshine, upper 80s near 90 degrees late morning into your early afternoon. Mid to upper 90s on deck as we head into your peak heating hours. Mostly sunny, northwest winds anywhere from 1 to 5 miles per hour. And again, we're talking record territory. Upper 90s, triple digits for your record highs, average highs this time of year in the low 90s. And of course, our overnight lows settle into what will be the upper 70s heading into your early morning hours on Friday. So high temperatures rebound into the upper 90s Friday. Average highs 91 degrees this time of year. We land above that through the weekend. 94, 95 Saturday and Sunday. Low to mid 90s early next week. Muggy meter keeps us on the humid side as we head into your Friday and Saturday. That gives us the feels like temperatures even hotter than the thermometer, making it feel like upper 90s triple digits. We'll have that low pollen count here heading into the weekend. That's going to preserve our allergies a little bit with those highs in the 80s for our mountain counties. More of the rain and storm chances for the higher elevations finishing off the work week, lasting into the weekend. Overnight lows in the 60s will be near 80 degrees Monday of next week as we break down more of our weekend forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you, sir. 7:30 half hour. Let's step outside. Hopefully you got AC working this morning. You're going to need it. Traffic building around the Crown. No major delays right now, which is really good. That's what we like to hear going into rush hour this morning. But let's take a look around and see how things are shaping up. Drive time has improved. It was 45 minutes from Gastonia to 45, so that is now cut in half. About the same, 20 minutes coming out from Lake Norman. You guys are looking good. Coming up from Rock Hill at about 15 minutes. Let's take you out to Gaston County. This is between Lowell and McAdenville on the way to Belmont this morning on 85 north and south. Further up 85 outside our studios in West Charlotte. This is 85 at Sam Wilson. That stretch looking good. A lot of sunshine all around the Queen City. Look how gorgeous this is up at Iredell County over Lake Norman. I-77 north and southbound traffic moving the way it should be. Great shot further down 77 at the state line near Carowinds at the 77-485 split. It is all moving at about 45, 50 miles an hour. And then on the southwest side, 485 and Park Road, 45 inner and outer. Also looking good. Don't be distracted with that cell phone today. Put that away till you get to where you're going. We'll give you another update of your traffic coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. The controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project, once considered dead, could be back on the table.
Members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization will vote again in September on whether to reinstate their support of the project. There's more pressure on local leaders now as North Carolina state budget law requires Charlotte and surrounding communities to now pay back $60 million to cover project design costs if they do not move forward with the toll lane plan. Charlotte Board Representative Councilman Ed Driggs supported the I-77 South toll lane project from the beginning. He says he hasn't given up hope yet that Charlotte leaders can make a U-turn.
Stakes are very high here. I personally have made the point that I think it's critical that we do something on I-77, so we don't want to abandon the project lightly. And I would say that there are conversations going on to see whether the opponents of the project can agree to a process that would allow the project to move forward and not lock in something that they really won't accept.
All right, so if leaders still choose to not move forward with the project, it's unclear where the money would come from to pay back that $60 million to the state. The Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization is set to meet again in August ahead of its September 23rd vote. It's an end of an era for a historic piece of Charlotte. The Excelsior Club on the west side of the city has been demolished as crews make way for a new club. The developer leading the project says work should be finished by 2028. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell was there as crews pulled down pieces of a building that were standing for decades.
Former Excelsior Club owner Ken Kuntz finds it quite funny that a wooden fire escape that he was forced to add to the club is one of the last pieces left standing.
Code enforcement said, y'all got to build a fire escape because that'd be safe in case a fire break out. So we built one, a wooden fire escape.
Funny enough,
That's it. That been cold? Yeah.
a code enforcement worker showed up to the demolition site not to hand out any fines, but to witness a piece of his hometown's history come down. After being deemed unsafe for a while, the historic Excelsior Club on Beatties Ford Road in West Charlotte is preparing for a new chapter. Kuntz, here to document what's left before it's gone, calls it bittersweet.
You can't write a check big enough to affect the emotions and hearts that a lot of people feel about the historic Excelsior Club.
Developer Sean Kennedy is leading the tall task to revitalize the property, receiving $3 million from the city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County to first tear down the aging club before any sort of rebuild happens.
The building couldn't be saved. The second floor had pretty much fallen into the second floor, and the structure from the bottom was totally rotted. Asbestos, black mold, and everything else you could think of was in that building.
Kennedy says his team hopes to have the new Excelsior Club open in 2028 with a restaurant, meeting rooms, and a museum that honors the club's time as an important gathering place for Charlotte's black community.
We're taking down a structure that has meant so much for the community, but it's also a rebirth.
Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham says that's exactly why leaders believe it was worth investing in this property.
It's part of a new beginning for an old historic institution that can establish how we reimagine this space we call Beatties Ford Road.
In West Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
7:37 is the time. Fury 325 has been a staple of Carowinds for more than a decade, but right now the ride is at a standstill. The world record-breaking coaster has been closed since a routine inspection last week found a foundation issue. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains this is now the third problem that has brought the roller coaster to a halt in the last 3 years.
Fury 325 is billed as the world's tallest and fastest traditional chain lift giga coaster, where the Carolinas come together.
It's just a very adrenaline-filled ride, and it's smooth as glass. It's great.
Brandon Stoff, or Theme Park Brandon, visits Carowinds 40 to 50 times a year and other theme parks across the country.
This ride, it's the marquee ride for Carowinds. So they obviously, with this new issue, they're doing whatever they can to get this ride back up and running as fast as possible and working with the state and making sure it's safe.
We found a small part of the coaster sectioned off with temporary walls. Carowinds says the ride has been shut down since July 7th after inspectors found a foundation problem during routine maintenance. But this isn't the first time the park has closed Fury 325. 3 years ago, a park goer noticed a crack on the ride's steel support pillar, and after it was replaced, another crack was found later that month.
It's actually my favorite part of the ride because you really feel the sense of speed of Fury 325. You fly right over the entrance, and so it really creates the excitement that people coming into the park saying, oh my gosh, it's Fury.
Stoff says theme parks have closures all the time for maintenance and repair to prevent someone from getting hurt.
A lot of the stuff that gets done, the main public doesn't know about because the maintenance team catches it or they're doing their inspections like they're supposed to.
Despite the issues, many enthusiasts plan to ride again once the coaster is safely back open.
Hopefully this will never happen again, but you just never know. That's why they have the maintenance teams inspect the rides every morning.
There's no timeline yet for Fury to reopen. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
North Carolina has a new statewide process for challenging books in public schools. As districts start putting that law into practice, there are some questions about how exactly it'll work. Shabnam Dinesh explains who now reviews complaints and who has the final say on what is and what is not allowed.
Under the new law, every school district must create an 11-member Community Media Advisory Committee. That group would include principals, teachers, school library media coordinators, and parents. Anyone can file a written complaint if they believe a book is obscene, age inappropriate, or doesn't align with the state curriculum. The committee would hold a hearing within 2 weeks, then send a recommendation to the school board, which makes the final decision.
That feels like a really fast turnaround. To get those people together, to get them having read the book, and to get them through the process.
The State Department of Public Instruction says many school districts already have similar policies, and it's now helping them align those policies with the new law.
This is redundancy, and districts and schools already have this in place.
But some districts will have to make some changes. In Wake County, for example, a new committee is formed for each challenge, and that group, not the school board, makes the final call.
Conceivably, you have over 200 schools in Wake County. You could have 200 different committees going on.
Becky Lou Hobbs, chair of Moms for Liberty Wake County, says while she supports a standard statewide process, she worries it could create bottlenecks in larger districts.
Wake County has over 160,000 students, so I'm concerned that one review committee could get a backlog, whereas a smaller school system, may only have 1,000 students, that could just be very overwhelming resource-wise to that school system.
That was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. The North Carolina School Boards Association says it is still reviewing the new law. Once that is complete, it plans to send updated guidance to all 115 public school districts across the state.
7:41 still to come, a lawsuit against a popular produce brand over the use of forever chemicals. We are speaking with our chief legal analyst, Collie Frodes, about how the case could impact grocery store shelves. You're watching Queen City News this Thursday. We appreciate that. We'll be right back. A popular produce brand is being sued over claims that they had forever chemicals on their product. The chemicals were found on Driscoll's strawberries. A consumer advocacy group reportedly found that the berries, advertised as sustainably grown and, quote, only the finest, had 12 different pesticides on them. 8 of those were classified as PFAS.
Joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. This comes at a time when more people are paying attention to their food, right? We've got cyclospora circulating around. What kind of liability could Driscoll's or any other company be facing if they have these chemicals on them?
Well, there's a number of things that they could face. First of all, you're talking about if they're saying you're only the finest, you have to figure out, well, what are you attempting to say with that? Are we saying these are organic? Are these contaminated? And it depends on what that definition is supposed to be. But I mean, the way that they're distancing themselves, it seems like they're associating it with no forever chemicals at all. I mean, this PFAS have popped up in a number of places. We've talked about that, not even connected with food, but in our drinking water. I mean, they're seeming to pop up everywhere. And so no company wants to be connected with something that could have some harmful effect on their end user at the end of the day. But yeah, I think it's really going to determine what they're saying that only the finest was. If it was supposed to be chemical free, then I think then these plaintiffs will have a significant claim. And you got to remember, this isn't the first time they've been sued. They were just most recently sued by a wrongfully terminated, that's their allegation, employee who made the same allegations. This employee said, hey, I believe they're doing this with these chemicals, and then they were wrongfully terminated. That's what they're alleging in their wrongful termination complaint. So this seems like the next step in some type of process in determining if they had these chemicals or not.
It sounds like deceptive marketing, at least on the surface here. Can a consumer sue if there's no physical harm?
Well, you have to have a standing. So let me start with that. You have to have been someone that has been affected. Have you purchased the item? It's going to be that same process, the duty, breach, causation, and damages. Now, what are your damages, right? But yeah, that false, misleading advertisement, that would be a claim. But if you don't have any damages, were you not enticed to purchase it because you saw it say only the finest, then no, you're not a person that could bring a claim. This has the potential to be a massive class. As you mentioned, this is a company that is the largest distributor of this product. And so I would assume that the class wouldn't lack members, right? But yeah, for you to be a member of this potential class, you'd have to have suffered some type of damage, whatever level of damage it is. You can't say, hey, I saw the sign and now I want to be able to jump into some type of potential lawsuit, because your case would get dismissed instantly.
Does this get a little tricky when you're talking about damages, because PFAS has been known to be sort of a long-term exposure thing? It's not, I ingested this one time, it's over years and years and compounding. So how does that complicate things if you're trying to prove that this impacted you?
Well, that's why the term of this type of litigation is complex litigation. It's not easy. This is something that the case itself is going to take a long time. This would be probably a multi-district litigation as well, where you're in multiple locations trying to bring a claim, trying to see if you can get that first bellwether case to see if you got one that can go nationwide. I think after that, yeah, this could take years, because you won't know the effects, back to Jason's question, of the extent of the person's damages. You may still be in treatment for whatever potential injuries that you have. The lingering effects may not pop up until 5 or 6 years from now, because we're still studying this in real time. It's unknown, but this is litigation itself takes a long time. Connecting it to something that with science is going to make it even longer.
Do you see this changing food labeling going forward, or what?
I don't think it's going to change. I think we have the things in place right now to ensure that companies accurately depict and list what's in their food. That fine line between listing the ingredients and marketing to a group of people that want, only clean products is going to be where this case will be determined. Were you attempting to sell and push off this product as something that was no contaminants at all, or was this a marketing ploy? And the discovery process will really show what was occurring right there.
Yeah, a lot of disappointment for a lot of parents, right, who kids love their berries, so they don't like to see this. All right, Khalif, thank you so much.
Coming up on 7:49, if you are going to pick strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, whatever, woo, you better do that early as well, Ted.
Yeah, it's a hot one. It's a scorcher today. We are starting off nice and warm. Temperatures in the mid-70s. Winds are calm. Dew points in the low 70s. Plenty of sunshine out there right now. Ramping up into what will be the low to mid-70s. Charlotte, Monroe, low 70s, I-40 corridor, 60s on tap for Boone and Jefferson. Our humidity is a factor to consider as it will make us feel hotter than the temperature as we get into the mid to upper 90s, feeling like triple digits through the peak heating hours of the day. Mid to upper 90s, Charlotte, Monroe. We're looking at mid 90s, I-40 corridor, mid 80s, Boone and Jefferson for our mountain counties. Your air quality will be moderate here for Charlotte. Up into Statesville, Concord, Salisbury, feeling the moderate impacts, which lands us in code orange, which is for the slightly unhealthy. You want to limit any strenuous activity during the peak heating hours of the day. Listen, for everybody, you won't want to be outside sweating too much in this heat as we have those upper 90s on deck. 97 degrees Charlotte, upper 80s Atlanta, triple digits towards the Dakotas with 100 degrees plus for Las Vegas, Phoenix, Albuquerque, New Mexico, near 90 degrees, slightly below normal temperatures for the deep south here heading into your Friday. The Dakotas here will be looking at that heat from the Midwest into parts of the Ohio Valley region and the Carolinas as Friday sees those above normal temperatures as well. Overall setup will keep moisture to our west, some low-end rain chances over eastern Tennessee into our mountain counties heading into the end of the week. Right now, clouds and radar hosting what will be partly cloudy skies, some good sunshine, and we'll break down more of those 90s here for Friday before cooling back down into the mid-90s Saturday and Sunday. Partly cloudy skies finishes off the work week with rain focused over eastern Tennessee. Overnight lows settle into the 70s tonight, mid-60s mountain counties. And again, that 7-day forecast will continue to usher in mid to upper 90s from Friday into your Saturday. Storm chances return Sunday heading into early next week. Jason?
Thank you very much, Teddy. Appreciate that. NASCAR drivers traveling to the heart of Moonshine Country as they take a trip to North Wilkesboro Speedway this weekend. You can catch a ZMAX Cars Tour doubleheader tomorrow at the Speedway. All that starts at 6. No O'Reilly's Series racing, but you can see the Craftsman Truck Series run the Faith Fest 250 at 12:30 Saturday afternoon. And then finally on Sunday, the main event, Cup drivers will take on the track that Junior built in the Window World 450. That race kicks off at 7. You're watching Queen City News on this Thursday morning. We appreciate that. We'll be back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Change your mind or pay the price. Charlotte leaders are now faced with an expensive decision. Reverse course and support the proposed I-77 toll lane project or cough up $60 million. Coming up in a live report, we'll tell you why some say it's time for City Council to reconsider its stance. Plus, new developments in the case of a teen who vanished during a 4th of July boating trip and was later found dead. Our chief legal analyst, Kali Frodes, has a closer look at what we know about the death investigation of Nolan Wells. And testing for testosterone, we're taking a look at a new order to make many men and women in the military undergo a testosterone screening to make sure they are fit to serve. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Despite the rise of podcasts and streaming services, AM and FM radio are still going strong. A new survey by Nielsen finds that 83% of Americans say they still listen to the traditional radio every week. Many listeners say that they tune in while they're driving, at work, or for local news, weather, and traffic. Industry experts say that radio continues to stand out by providing free, live, and local content that some streaming services often can't match. Subaru is recalling more than 541,000 SUVs after federal safety regulators found a problem with vehicle weight labels. The recall affects certain Ascent, Forester Hybrid, and Crosstrek Hybrid models because the certification sticker lists an incorrect gross axle weight rating. Oh, that's the worst. Officials say the mistake could cause drivers to unknowingly overload their vehicles, potentially increasing the risk of a crash. Subaru says there have been no reported crashes or injuries linked to the issue. The company will send affected owners corrected labels, which can then be installed at home or by a dealer at no charge. It is 7:59, about to kick off our 8 o'clock hour of Queen City News. Sit tight, don't go anywhere.
Queen City News starts now.
Seconds away from the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Welcome in, everyone, to Queen City News on this Thursday morning. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador is down in Atlanta covering the World Cup yesterday. We are going to see him in our 9 o'clock hour, talking about all things World Cup.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton. What's up?
What's up? How you doing on this Thursday?
The temperatures
yeah, the
are up.
temperatures, what's up?
Yeah.
And it's going to keep heading north.
Yeah, we're going to be in for it today. We're ramping up into the upper 90s, feeling like triple digits. The record's 100 degrees. We don't quite reach it, but we'll feel like it through the peak heating hours of the day. So what's the difference?
I was going to say, once you get above 95, yeah, you don't.
It's all the same.
You're right.
Honestly.
Yeah, it just goes all into the no bucket.
Yeah, there we go.
That's exactly right.
The heck no bucket.
Exactly.
No.
Taking you outside, this is what it looks like. Doesn't look too bad right now. Looks can be deceiving. It's a little warm. Temperatures in the mid 70s, low 70s for your dew points. And we are looking at relatively light winds from our Dallas camera, bottom left-hand corner. Top left-hand corner is our tower camera. Bottom right, you have our Monroe camera, and of course our Arlington camera in the top right showing our uptown skyline nice and bright here on this Thursday. Now we are going to be ramping up those temperatures into the 90s right now, starting off with upper 70s around the Queen City. North winds coming in at 5 miles per hour, dew points in the low 70s. Compared to yesterday, we're 2 to 4, even 5 and 7 degrees warmer. That lands us in the mid to upper 70s, Charlotte into Monroe, 60s down our mountain counties, low 70s I-40 corridor with plenty of sunshine to get us into the low 90s as we approach lunchtime for today. Highs will get into the mid 90s. I'm looking at a high of 97 degrees. Northwest winds 1 to 5 miles per hour with mostly sunny skies dominating through the afternoon and evening. We're talking near record territory, landing just 3 degrees shy of our record high of 100 degrees set back in 1899 with your average highs in the low 90s for this time of year. We'll have another check of your forecast and what to expect here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
Thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Volume continuing to pick up around the crown. Still lighter than normal with it being summertime, but we are seeing 77 up from South Carolina, 85 coming in from Gaston County. Those are starting to slow things down a little bit. No major accidents that are out there, so it's actually good news as we're in the 8 o'clock hour. Slowest stretch, at least what we're looking at here, is actually coming down 77 from the Lake Norman area. So you're under half an hour, around 20 minutes coming in from Gastonia to get to 485. If you are coming up from South Carolina, you guys are in good shape for now. Let's go out to Gaston County. You can see the slow traffic on the left. That's northbound coming up from Gastonia through Lowell, McAdenville. Eventually, you will get here to 85 at Sam Wilson Road. So southbound is what we're seeing slow here in this shot. That's on the right-hand side as traffic is merging. Trying to get to South Carolina, is slow on the west side of town. Let's go up to Lake Norman, up in Iredell County. The stretch is 77 on the left-hand side. A little bit slow, but it's looking, man, that's beautiful shot across the water there. Down at the state line on the other end, this is near Carowinds. Great looking silhouette shot of the Queen City. This is the 485 split. That stretch through there also looking good. On the east side of town, Independence Boulevard, you guys are looking good, working your way up and through uptown. We will give you another update. Drive times to the airport, all that coming up around, let's see, that should be coming up around 8:30.
Well, after voting no on the controversial I-77 South toll lane project, Charlotte area leaders are putting it back on the table.
State lawmakers say that if local governments still don't support it, they'll be responsible for covering the tens of millions of dollars NCDOT spent on the planning and the designs.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us live at the 5th Street exit near Uptown. So, Savannah, how is the community reacting to this news?
Yeah, Andy, we've heard that some drivers who are stuck in I-77 South traffic every morning or every rush hour coming back home, they say they are looking forward to something that could be a potential solution to some congestion. However, many outspoken community advocates and neighborhood advocates who say they're worried about neighborhood displacement and pollution say that they're frustrated that there's a potential for this project to start again. Now, officials in favor of the I-77 South toll lane expansion project say that voting against it would be a costly decision. Not only would cities be responsible for paying back more than $60 million to NCDOT, those areas would also potentially lose out on hundreds of millions of dollars in funding for other road projects. Charlotte City Councilman Ed Driggs says he personally wants a plan to reduce that congestion in this 11-mile corridor from uptown to the state line, but will vote however the city full council directs him to. He says he feels that the project was stopped too early, still in the design phase, and hopes there's room for some negotiation.
Stakes are very high here. I personally have made the point that I think it's critical that we do something on I-77, so we don't want to abandon the project lightly. And I would say that there are conversations going on to see whether the opponents of the project can agree to a process that would allow the project to move forward and not lock in something that they really won't accept.
And the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization, they say that they're going to vote on this again on September. Their meeting is the 23rd. However, there are opportunities for you to give your feedback to the panel before then. We'll show you how coming up in our next hour. Reporting live just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. As President Donald Trump continues his push for Congress to pass a voter ID bill known as the Save America Act, House Republicans are moving forward with a new effort to get it to the president's desk.
News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow joins us live to explain the latest. So, Kristen, how would this proposal work?
So, Jason and Annie, the bill would provide $10 billion to states to enforce voter ID requirements as outlined in the Save America Act. Republicans are trying to get this passed through a process that wouldn't require any votes from Democrats.
We're going to pass the Save America Act into law, as much of that as possible.
House Speaker Mike Johnson hosted Vice President J.D. Vance at the Capitol Wednesday as House Republicans met to discuss a funding package that aims to implement the Save America Act. The legislation requires proof of citizenship when registering to vote and a photo ID at the polls.
It's an important priority for the American people to save our elections. The way you save America is by bringing election integrity.
The effort by Republicans to pass the legislation on their own comes as the bill has stalled in the Senate. Republican Senators Rick Scott and Mike Lee have called on the Senate to remain in session until the Save America Act is passed, even if it means canceling August recess. But Senate Majority Leader John Thune has maintained the bill doesn't have the 60 votes needed to pass since Democrats don't support it.
If I thought there was a path to getting a positive result or a positive outcome, I'd be willing to do just about anything.
Leader Thune says it's still to be determined whether the House Republicans' funding proposal will comply with Senate rules. Democrats argue the Save America Act would make it harder for Americans to vote.
Mr. President, the SAVE Act ain't passing.
And President Trump is set to address the nation this evening. A source tells News Nation that the president will claim that intelligence reports show that foreign countries had plans to influence the 2020 election. Jason and Annie?
Kristen, what else is in this funding package that House Republicans are trying to get passed?
So this is a $95 billion package that also includes money for the Pentagon and farm aid in addition to this voter ID initiative. There are a few House Republicans who have already raised concerns, saying they want to see spending cuts also approved to offset this additional funding.
All right, Kristen Eskow live at our nation's capital. Kristen, thanks.
President Trump's pick to lead the Justice Department will have to wait about another week for the Senate Judiciary Committee to vote on his nomination. The GOP maintains a majority by a single vote with the recent passing of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, that means all eyes are now on a North Carolina lawmaker.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche appearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee Wednesday morning. As expected, he faced intense grilling from Democrats.
Get us answers. Where we have had answers, Mr. Blanche, they have not been informative. They have been blow-offs.
And protection and praise from Republicans.
You're fielding questions that I think are totally unfair, but it's all meant, I think, to undermine and demoralize.
The sudden passing of South Carolina's Senator Lindsey Graham means the Republicans now only have a single vote advantage on advancing Blanche's nomination to the full Senate. So a lot of eyes are on North Carolina Republican Senator Thom Tillis, who has repeatedly criticized Trump administration policies, most recently a fund that was set up to compensate what the White House described as victims of political weaponization. That fund included compensation for pardoned January 6th rioters.
Mr. Blanche, I want to stick a fork in this turkey of a 1776 fund.
Tillis also raised concerns about pardons issued by both President Trump and his predecessor, Joe Biden, arguing they lacked transparency.
If you're confirmed, if we could sit down and understand how that process goes and to what extent we can have visibility into these people getting pardons. Can I get your commitment, if confirmed, to walk through that process?
Of course.
Tillis not saying how he'll vote just yet, but finishes questioning with a compliment.
Thank you, Mr. Blanche. You've done a great job today.
The committee is set to vote on Blanche's nomination sometime next week. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
8:10 is the time. New this morning, the Chesterfield County Sheriff's Office says that they have arrested a man who was in the country illegally for failing to register as a sex offender. Detectives say they uncovered that 58-year-old Fernando Hernandez Roca was living in Chesterfield County under an alias. They also learned he was convicted in 1998 in Georgia on 2 counts of child molestation and then deported in 1999. Investigators don't know when Roca returned to the U.S. and began living in Chesterfield County. He's now being held under an ICE detainer and could face additional charges.
License plate reading technology used to combat crime could be impacting people's privacy. Chief Legal Analyst Collie Rhodes joins us again to talk about the legality behind flock cameras and the dangers of their misuse. Ted?
And those upper 90s locked in today and for your Friday, mid-90s heading into the weekend. We'll keep the heat coming with the introduction of rain and storm chances for your Saturday and Sunday. The latest on your forecast is coming up right after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now as we take you live over Independence Boulevard, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
8:14 is the time. People all across the country say they're feeling uneasy as more agencies start using flock cameras. The cameras are used to track people's everyday moves. In Greer, South Carolina, 2 police officers were fired for allegedly misusing the cameras and violating flock policy. The cameras are used differently across the country to track license plates, search for suspects, and more. Some people say those cameras aren't keeping them safe, but instead invading their privacy.
All right, so joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Kali Frodes. Of course, there's the public safety. They have been successful in helping solve a lot of cases, track down kidnapping suspects, et cetera. But what are the privacy concerns that people are really worried about
This
here?
would be something called secondary effects, right? You have this technology that's amazing, that it captures not just the license plate, but the time. And then it's also, and this will, I guess, help and hurt some of the arguments, it also stores that information in an aggregate amount of information for a long amount of time that's searchable. So let's talk about what the negative portions of it. First of all, do you have a reasonable expectation to privacy in public? The short answer is no. Courts have consistently held that you don't. So the pushback for folks saying there's a Fourth Amendment argument here, I think is extremely diminished. But there is an example, and they're not saying that this happened in the Greer case because they're not really saying much of what happened. They're just saying they misused it. But there is a nationwide trend. I looked at a study that found 22 instances of misuse of flock systems across the country, and most of them are officers that are either stalking or using the system to track some other romantic partner. Officer in Florida used it to stalk his girlfriend more than 100 plus times. Police officer in Kansas used it to track his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend more than 200 times. There are multiple instances here, and most of these ended with the officer being arrested, terminated, or resigning. And so these instances are alarming, and I think that's where the pushback is that you have this technology, but what rules are in place to monitor it? What type of regulations are there to ensure that there is no misuse where this is access to just your day-to-day movements on a regular basis that can say, hey, I'll pop your license plate number in there, and now I can see you were in South Charlotte. Okay, you were in Ballantyne. You were in Birkdale. They can find all these locations, and now your movements, are they now your movements that are being tracked? That is going to be the key issue that I think will either determine if these flock cameras will continue to be used or there will be some severe regulation on how they're used.
There were audit logs, which was able to kind of track, I guess, the misuse. Again, we don't know exactly what the misuse was. Is it fair to say that we're using technology to track the technology that's being used? I mean, that's really what's happening here, because there's that fine line between how it was used and criminal conduct here.
100%. I mean, and that's what every one of these other cases said, that the audit log that was there showed that there was some type of misuse, that there was no connection to some ongoing case. They weren't looking for a kidnapping or a missing person. There wasn't a stolen tag that came up and was in connection with this, because most of the time that's what you'll see. A car drove by, and there was a report of a stolen vehicle. Tag pings on there, officers notified, system worked as it's supposed to. However, what these audit logs are showing, specifically in these instances, is that didn't occur. There was no connection to a case. There wasn't any stolen vehicle. There wasn't a missing person, and yet this tag is being consistently searched. Okay, now we have an issue in the audit log. That was something that's built in place to catch these types of things. And that's why I mentioned before, I think the audit logs also will be helpful if folks are trying to shut these types of things down. The courts have held that, yes, you have no expectation of privacy, but if there is an aggregate use, if now you're saying I've taken large amounts of your location and it's now created some reasonable expectation of privacy, because it's not just one-off individual, it's your entire life. It's taking everything. So now you created this system where I should expect some privacy to my everyday movements, not just my one-day movement. And the most recent cases, United States v. Jones or Carpenter v. United States, both of those two cases have addressed those, but it was not flock cameras, it was GPS tracking.
Okay, but you're being tracked everywhere you go, right? So just don't misuse the technology. That's it. All right, Kali, thank you so much. We'll have you back for another topic at 9.
All right, it is 8:18 on this Thursday morning. Warm. I mean, Gosh, Ted, are we in the 80s? We got to be getting close, knocking on the door soon, huh?
Knocking on the door of 80 degrees. Not quite there right now, upper 70s, but this could change in an instant with north winds coming in now at 5 miles per hour, low 70s for your dew points. We have those Carolina blue skies as we continue to head out the door, traffic moving at a speed limit pace. Upper 60s, Boone and Jefferson, low 70s, I-40 corridor, mid to upper 70s, Charlotte into Monroe. We are looking at your humidity factor. Temperatures ramp up into the mid to upper 90s. We'll see those triple digits on tap for your heat index as you head into the peak heating hours of the day. Upper 90s locked in, near 100 degrees east of I-77. I'm looking at those mid 80s in our mountain counties. Air quality will be in the moderate range with a code orange for Mecklenburg County. If you have COPD, asthma, sensitive respiratory wise, you want to limit your strenuous activity for the peak heating hours of the day as we see that air quality at code orange for Mecklenburg County. Upper 80s, Oklahoma City, near 90 degrees. Dallas, triple digits, Pierre. Upper 90s, Salt Lake City, with, again, the blue on your map indicating more of the below normal temperatures, just slightly below normal, still warm and hot by any stretch. Will be above normal in that orange shading from the Dakotas, even into parts of West Virginia, and North Carolina, feeling that heat. Your overall setup plays into the rain chances over Florida, into parts of Alabama, Georgia, and up through Kentucky. We'll be dry here close to home with more of the partly cloudy skies moving in before we settle into the mid to upper 90s on Friday. Cold front won't do much to cool us down. I'm looking at partly cloudy skies heading into your evening with some low-end rain chances in our mountain counties to finish off the work week. Overnight lows will drop down into the 70s overnight, mid 60s in our mountain counties. We'll rebound into those upper 90s Friday to end the week. Mid 90s this weekend with rain and storm chances moving in. Low to mid 90s first half of next week. Jason?
Ted, thank you, sir. As we go to break, let's give you a live look from New York City this morning. Pretty shot there over the water and the skyline. The futures are mixed this morning. The Dow's up 41, S&P NASDAQ down in the red. We will join our Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange coming up right after this. It is 8:23. Welcome back. Flyers weigh in on the best airline snacks, and Netflix is quietly testing free trials again. Jane King's live to New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Thursday morning.
Hi, Jason. Happy Thursday to you. And the markets this morning, the Dow's still positive, but the tech stocks under pressure again. Nasdaq's pointing down about 300 points. We were green across the board yesterday. And in fact, the Dow only added about 150 points, but going to be a little bit of a weaker start here today. We're waiting for June retail sales. Those will be out in about 5 minutes. Well, Netflix has begun testing free trials for the first time in 6 years, according to Yahoo Finance. Reports of 3, 7, 14, and 30-day free trials are going on in different regions. Now, Netflix has not announced this officially, but Brazil appears to be the first test market. Netflix does not give regular quarterly updates on subscriber numbers, but the growth lately has seemed to be slowing down at the company. And frequent air travelers weighing in on the snacks. Point.me found Delta dominates the snack game. Passengers overall agreed their selection of Cheez-Its, Biscoff cookies, Sun Chips, and granola bars was unbeatable. Now, Southwest, the members of Point.me said they had the worst airline snacks. Delta's partnership with Starbucks won as best airline coffee, but JetBlue's Dunkin' coffee was ranked the worst in the sky. Jason?
Wow, Jane, I know my favorite. What is your favorite snack out of what you just listed there? Do you have a favorite?
Oh, I always get the Biscoff cookies.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And typically they offer those
so
in the morning and they give you like pretzels in the afternoon. But I ask every time, can I have the Biscoff cookies?
They usually have some in the back. You can get one if they don't have them.
If they say they don't have them, you know they're lying, Jane. Just hold their feet to the fire. Say, I know you got them back there. I'll wait. Go take the cart back there.
Yeah.
All right, Jane, listen, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We'll catch up with you at 9:30 right after the opening bell.
Okay.
It is 8:25. Traffic moving well on inbound Independence. We'll look at your traffic and your forecast coming up right after this.
All right, almost 8:30 here on your Thursday morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Thursday, everyone. Julian Sador on a special assignment, still down in Atlanta today after the Argentina-England game yesterday. We'll join him coming up in a little bit.
Gotta say it right, Jason.
Hotlanta?
Hotlanta.
Hotlanta. He is down in a Hotlanta. We'll join him coming up in about an hour. Ted is over here. Listen, we were just talking to Jane King up in New York City.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we had an image that just looked like the skies were yellow with all those Canadian wildfires. So they got an air quality thing. We got an air quality alert now going.
Yeah, fine particular particles in the atmosphere. That's going to give us code orange today.
Okay.
So that's for Mecklenburg County. That's going to be throughout the afternoon. So if you're sensitive, COPD, asthma, any sensitivity with your respiratory system, you just want to limit any strenuous activity outdoors.
And that we've actually had those for the past couple of days, too.
Yeah, we have. So we've been highlighting that with the heat that's on the way. So hot, humid. And of course, we have that air quality in effect for Mecklenburg counties. Right now, looking at those upper 70s to start your morning, we're going to cross into that 80-degree range. As you head out the door, dew point still in the low 70s, playing into that muggy start. North winds coming in at 5 miles per hour as we continue to get things going here. Temperature change sitting anywhere from 2 to 5 to even 6 to 8 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. So upper 70s, Charlotte into Monroe, we're in the upper 60s, low 70s in our mountain counties. Dave Planner will continue to host what will be the mostly clear skies, getting into the low 90s for lunchtime, even further upper 90s near triple digits today, a high of 97 with northwest winds anywhere between 1 to 5 miles per hour. Record territory, we're landing only 3 degrees shy of your record high set back in 1899, average high of 91 degrees. Overnight lows settle into the upper 70s, so another warm start to your day on Friday with those temperatures rebounding into the upper 90s to finish off the work week. Average highs, low 90s this time of year. I'm looking at low to mid 90s heading into early next week. We'll introduce the rain and storm chances throughout the weekend with your muggy meter showing us staying relatively sticky and humid, ramping up the humidity as we approach the weekend. Again, that moisture popping in the form of those isolated showers and storms heading into your Saturday. So we'll keep an eye on that. Pollen count stays relatively low. Not too concerned for your allergies. Grass, plantains being the main allergens to watch out for. Mountain counties calling for those 80s today, upper 70s through the weekend. Overnight lows in the 60s. Showers and storm activity ramps up heading into your Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as we head into our higher elevations. I'll break down more of your forecast here with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
Thank you, Teddy. Appreciate that. 8:30 half hour. Let's see how things are shaping up out there. Volume kind of remaining steady over the last half hour, coming in from South Carolina, down from Lake Norman, in from Gaston County, but no major, no major issues this morning, which is good news. So let's take a look. If you are coming down from Lake Norman, you're right around 20 minutes. Same for coming up from South Carolina, from the Rock Hill area, Gaston County. Surprisingly, you are in green right now, which is kind of rare for that stretch this morning. We'll show you what that camera looks like in a second. Up in Iredell County, between Mooresville and Davidson, gorgeous shot across Lake Norman, I-77 in both directions. Moving along well this morning. We're going to bring you down at 77 this morning to kind of show you different conditions. Closer you get to Uptown, this is near LaSalle Street. You can see that southbound traffic really slow, trying to work its way into Uptown, all 3 lanes, unless you're in the toll lane zooming along. Further down 77 at the state line, looking pretty good actually, coming up at the 485 split. Good looking shot of the Queen City skyline there. Out in Gaston County, now things are moving between Lowell, McAdenville, and Belmont, so that is good the further you get into Charlotte. Dealing with this, now what we're looking at here outside our studios, this is West Charlotte. 85 southbound traffic is what we're seeing slow. That's leaving Charlotte. Matter of fact, we got a little jittery camera there, NCDOT, but you get the gist. Traffic slow trying to get out of Charlotte this morning. Here's 485, inner and outer near Park Road in the southwest part of the city. Looking good. We're going to wrap up your pinpoint traffic reports with drive times to the airport as well, coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. The controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project, once considered dead, could be back on the table.
Members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization say they're going to vote again in September on whether to reinstate their support of the project. There's more pressure now on local leaders as North Carolina's state budget law and a provision within it requires Charlotte and surrounding communities to pay back $60 million to cover project design costs. That's if they don't move forward with the plans. Charlotte Board Representative Councilman Ed Driggs has supported the I-77 South toll lane project from the beginning. He says he hasn't given hope yet that Charlotte leaders can do a U-turn.
Stakes are very high here. I personally have made the point that I think it's critical that we do something on I-77, so we don't want to abandon the project lightly. And I would say that there are conversations going on to see whether the opponents of the project can agree to a process that would allow the project to move forward and not lock in something that they really won't accept.
Now, if that doesn't happen, it's unclear at this point where the money would come from to pay back that $60 million to the state. The Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization plans to meet again in August ahead of its September 23rd vote.
New this morning, we're learning about a big drug bust in Union County. The Sheriff's Office Narcotics Unit says that it seized 1,600 grams of fentanyl, 1,300 grams of meth, and 300 grams of ecstasy following a months-long investigation. Deputies say they arrested Tiffany Tucker with 17 felony counts related to trafficking narcotics. She's now being held at the Union County Jail under an $850,000 bond.
This morning, a boil water advisory is still in effect for Anson County as repairs continue on the water system. Charlotte water officials say they have sent crews to help Anson County restore service following a series of significant water main breaks.
You know, under North Carolina's mutual aid agreement, we're working to help them stabilize their system. We are joining Union County in the efforts, and everyone needs to also keep in mind that helping our neighbors, this is not just about charity, it's about regional stability.
Charlotte Water is also helping Anson County test and analyze water at its state certified lab.
Last month, we showed you what happens to the cremated remains of dozens of people who go unclaimed by their families or friends. North Carolina officials released their ashes into the Atlantic. We went on one of the state's latest trips offshore to give the forgotten a final resting place. Queen City News reporter David Schuman shares the painful experience of a Davidson woman whose loved one nearly slipped through the cracks.
You've reached out, she seems okay. You've got your own life.
Sheila Williams wishes she had pushed harder to connect with and help her cousin Clarissa Nielsen. She says Clarissa was unmarried, mentally ill, and a recluse in her Raleigh home.
Her neighbors tried to help her, and she would scream at them.
Last December, Williams saw a Facebook post that suggested her cousin had died. Several frantic calls confirmed. Not only was it true, Clarissa had been dead for 6 months. The family has 22 cousins. No one knew.
It's a profound sadness. Then we were like, well, where's her body?
Nielsen was moved to North Carolina's Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Officials performed an autopsy, it was natural causes, then cremated her. Williams can't understand why no one reached out to Clarissa's family.
It just makes me question, how deep did they really go?
State Health and Human Services officials said in a statement, reasonable effort is made to locate relatives, including working with law enforcement and making online searches. If family can't be found or can't claim for financial reasons, which is common, the state holds the ashes for 3 years, then scatters them miles off the coast in the Atlantic Ocean. If someone goes unclaimed without needing an autopsy, counties take responsibility. Mecklenburg County sends its unclaimed to Eddie Pig and his wife Teresa. They own Pig Family Services in Bessemer City.
Sometimes there's people that have nobody. We've done several homeless cases for Mecklenburg County. It makes you wonder, are they looking for them? Have they thought about them?
The Pigs have the bodies cremated at a West Charlotte crematory.
1 week we had, I think, maybe 7 people in just a week's time.
The ashes are stored for at least 6 months. Then the Pigs will dispose of the remains.
Pig hasn't scattered any ashes yet. His agreement with the county is too new, but he tells me that he'll be doing it about an hour outside of Charlotte, likely somewhere near where I'm standing.
This is Pig's family farm near Albemarle. He says this fall he plans to come here to scatter dozens of sets of ashes.
If somebody is looking for them, we can post that information and they can find them. They know they're at peace. They know where they're at.
Sheila Williams is glad she and her family claimed Clarissa before strangers disposed of her ashes.
If somebody's alone, don't assume they have it together and they don't need help. If you're dependent on the state to contact you, you may not get that call.
David Schuman, Queen City News.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott is paying tribute to his late colleague and friend Lindsey Graham. The 71-year-old upstate native died from a tornado Saturday. Scott and Graham worked together in Congress's upper chamber for the past decade. He praised Graham for his work ethic and his ability to get things done.
He had this unique ability to build a bridge from the Republican Senate to the White House, and that he could knit it all together and find a path forward for all of us to do the right thing for the bosses that we call constituents back at home in South Carolina.
Scott says leaders will pay tribute to Graham next week at a South Carolina prayer breakfast. Funeral arrangements for the late senator are still pending. Well, President Trump says he will reveal something, quote, really big tonight during a primetime address to the nation. Sources say election security could be a focus and have also hinted that the president could revisit debunked conspiracy theories about his 2020 defeat to former President Joe Biden. He's called for congressional Republicans to pass tighter federal voting rules before November's midterms. Tonight's speech begins at 9 o'clock.
The Carolina Panthers are inching closer and closer to training camp. What we can expect from the team as the reigning NFC South champs prepare to hit the field again. You're watching Queen City News on this Thursday morning. Traffic looking pretty good outside on 85 north and south. We'll be right back. Americans would be up at night worrying if they knew the truth about alien life. That's what one lawmaker said after he'd been briefed on extraterrestrials. He's now demanding officials come clean about alleged government cover-ups.
President Trump has directed the release of declassified government files related to alien life and UFOs. 4 batches have been posted on war.gov so far, but do any suggest an out-of-this-world connection? Chief Transportation Correspondent and host of We Are Not Alone, Mackay Beeler, joins us with a preview of her latest episode featuring an acclaimed expert UFO investigator who's weighing in on this. So, Mackay, what do they have to say?
Yeah, so Mike Rizzo, he's part of the Mutual UFO Network known as MUFON. the leading authority for investigating sightings, abductions, and other unexplained phenomena. He's been at it for years. He's seen lots of strange photos and videos people have submitted for his review. Riso says over 90% end up being debunked, turning out to be false alarms, normal stuff that are explainable after careful expert analysis. Now, regarding the Pentagon's release of declassified files, like you're looking at here, Riso says he agrees with the vast majority of people who say, well, a lot of the images are blurry, grainy, and blob-like, but he emphasizes that does not mean they should not be taken seriously. His experience as an investigator suggests otherwise. Take a listen.
I don't personally need to see any 4K video. I've investigated enough things where I don't need proof, as it were. I sort of know that it exists and that it's real. I don't necessarily have the answers behind that.
Interesting. All right. To hear Riso's analysis of specific images and videos featured in the Pentagon's declassified files, just tune in to watch the full episode of MUFON Investigator, something I've never seen. That's on We Are Not Alone. The newest release has just come out. It's streaming on Queen City News Plus. Watch anytime on Queen City News YouTube channel. It's free.
All right, May Kay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Well, it's really hard to believe that training camp for the Panthers is starting next week. Football fans are getting ready to hit the ground running.
That's right, but team leaders say there is a lot that still needs to come together for the club to go where they think it can. Joey Ellis tells us what we need to know heading into camp.
It is hard to believe that we're less than a week out from Carolina Panthers training camp opening up next Tuesday and Wednesday, but it's even harder to believe that just 6 months ago, the 2025 Panthers were walking off the field after a gutting 3-point loss to the Rams in the NFC wildcard round, but still a playoff game nonetheless, their first in 8 years. So now this year's team enters a new season with plenty of new faces and a new standard now in the Carolinas set, building on a historic season.
It certainly helps. It's really just time on task. It's how many games can we get, and can we get our guys in different environments? And being in a playoff environment, being in those last couple of games, playing for the division, to feel the stakes of it, to feel the weight of it. So we look at all those things, and it allows me to really push urgency at this time of year. We're going to emphasize those things once we get on the grass in phase 3.
To no surprise, this Panthers team's hopes at a deeper playoff run starts under center with Bryce Young. He figured some things out in 2025 with a career year in both passing yards and touchdowns. And now offensive coordinator Brad Idzik steps in as Bryce's third play caller now in 4 seasons in Charlotte, working with a quarterback very much in tune with the leap that needs to happen in year 4.
There's definitely a jump that, as a unit we talk about we want to make. And for me, as a leader, making sure that we shoulder that stuff, making sure that communication is smooth again. So for me, making sure we're on the same page, making sure when it's little stuff that involve all 11, making sure that we're tuned in, making sure that I'm communicating clearly, making sure that I'm consistent in that stuff, making sure that I can take stuff from the meeting room to the practice field and then to our 11-on-11 reps. So I think that that's something that I'm going to continue to try to push the envelope in. It's a challenge for me, just getting us to be the best versions of ourselves, and that's what this part of the year is all about.
Defensively, this was a unit that bounced back in a big way in 2025 after a disastrous 24 season. Maybe shocking to some, Ejiro Evero is back as Carolina's defensive coordinator for now his 4th season. No excuses now, though, for Evero. Over $160 million committed to 2 free agents alone this offseason, paired with a few Pro Bowlers elsewhere, all backing their defensive play caller.
A lot of people complain about the aggressiveness of the defense. I guess want to see guys up more, but probably gonna do more of that because you need people on each level to be able to do that too. I think he don't get enough credit for his game plan and how that 2-high shell take a lot of quarterbacks out of their game. I think it's a great defense. I think Coach E's just a wizard when it comes to breaking down teams, and we pretty much have a good beat on what they're gonna do going into the game because of him.
As for the schedule for this Panthers team, it actually sets up favorably. A home game to start the year with Chicago. They're at the bank for 2 of their first 4 games before 4 of the final games coming at home as well. But in true Dave Canales fashion, while yes, it is easy to look that far ahead, he is keeping things very much one day at a time, focusing just on the process, which really gets going in day 1 of training camp.
All right, Joey, thank you very much. NASCAR drivers traveling to the heart of Moonshine Country as they take a trip to North Wilkesboro Speedway this weekend. We're looking at practice. This is live right now at the Speedway, practicing one of the races out there. You can catch a ZMAX Cars Tour doubleheader tomorrow at the Speedway. That starts at 6. No O'Reilly Series racing, but you can see the Craftsman Truck Series run. The Faith Best 250 Saturday afternoon at 12:30. And then finally the main event Sunday. Cup drivers will take on the track that Junior built in the Window World 450. That race starts at 7. Ted, what do we need to know this Thursday through the weekend, my friend?
Yeah, we're going to have that heat locked in. That's what we need to know. Be sure to cool down any way you can. Temperatures in the upper 70s, north winds 5 miles per hour, dew points low 70s as you head out and about, low 80s, Charlotte into Monroe. I-40 corridor, mid to upper 70s locked in, near 70 degrees, Boone and Jefferson. We ramp up those temperatures into what will be the upper 90s, feeling like triple digits as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. That's your heat index, or your feels like temperatures, getting us up there as we hold on to those upper 90s, Charlotte into Monroe. I'm looking at mid 80s, Boone and Jefferson, 90s on tap for our I-40 corridor. Your air quality sitting at that moderate level. The fine particles in the atmosphere playing into a code orange for Mecklenburg County. That's where you want to limit any strenuous activity through the peak heating hours of the day, especially if you're slightly unhealthy, having any sensitivity in the respiratory realm, COPD, asthma, both things to consider, especially with this heat. We're talking triple digits for the Dakotas. More in the way of the triple digits for Las Vegas and Phoenix. 80s and 90s from Texas into parts of the deep south will be in the upper 90s, slightly above normal for the Carolinas, heading into the Midwest here for your Friday, with below normal temperatures extended through the deep south Friday as well. Now, when I say above normal, we're talking near record territory from Ohio into West Virginia and parts of North Carolina. Moisture stays to our west, giving us rain chances for Tennessee into Kentucky. Our mountain counties could see a little bit of the light rain chances as we head into the end of the week, putting the clock into motion. Now, partly cloudy skies for your Thursday. As we head into Friday, that cold front dips south but won't cool us down much. We're talking actually warmer and hotter temperatures to end the work week. Low end rain chance, I'm not necessarily buying that, but we could see that active pattern pick up over eastern Tennessee. Lows tonight will settle into the mid 70s, more in the way of the 60s in our mountain counties, rebounding into the upper 90s on Friday. Mid 90s take hold through the weekend with rain and storm chances ramping up, and those low to mid 90s locked in heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
A new workplace trend is putting nap time back on the schedule. All right. More Gen Z employees are sharing on social media that they are taking midday naps or even crying breaks. What? To cope with stress and burnout. The trend has sparked debate online, with some calling it lazy, others saying it's a realistic response to the pressure of today's workplace. Experts say a 20 to 30-minute power nap can improve the ability to focus, memory, and productivity. However, they warn frequent exhaustion could also be a sign of deeper workplace issues that need to be addressed.
I agree with that last part. I think if you're, okay, you just take that little break, Ted, and I will talk about this. I think that if you need to take a crying break, that's a little problematic, but I support, I'm a big power nap supporter.
Same here.
I think we got a room here that we could take a nap in.
Yeah, I think we do.
Do we?
I'm just gonna need like a half hour of like no weather.
Yeah.
You
think
we can do that.
Can we accommodate that for Ted? Jason, you're going to do Ted's weather.
Yeah, okay.
It's queued up.
So he can go
It's
take
queued
a
up,
little
ready
nap.
to go. It's going to be hot, near 100 degrees.
Hit the buttons.
Ted,
That's
take
it.
your nap.
I'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Listen, I am all for the power nap. Yeah, I think you're right. If the crying is happening on a daily or weekly basis at
to
work.
like evaluate.
Yeah, we need to figure out what's going on. That doesn't seem healthy for anyone involved.
If you want to nap on your lunch break, go ahead and do it.
My problem, it takes me longer than the nap to like rebound from it. Like
yes.
I'm like a Cadillac. I'm slow to pick up speed, man.
It's a slippery slope.
Once I'm going, you can't stop me.
Oh man, can't stop the Teddy train. All right, coming up on our final hour, and then you can nap, Ted. So just hang on for an hour and 5 minutes. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Well, as soaring temperatures continue to heat up all over the world, experts say it's not only important to keep yourself hydrated, but don't forget about your furry friends. That dog looks a little bit hot there. The dehydration can really sneak up on them, and it could be harder to catch, especially if they spend a lot of time outside in the summer. Cats should drink approximately a cup of water a day, and the ranges for dogs vary widely. If you have Labradors or big dogs, they're going to need like a full pool size of water. Doctors say if you find your pet lacking energy or being less responsive after a day outside, it may be time to get them to the vet ASAP.
Signs of dehydration in your pet can look like a various different level of things. Some things that you can check for at home are going to be things like a skin tint. A skin tint is where you physically pick up and make a tent in the skin right above the neck or between the shoulder blades of your dog or cat. One of the elements with the skin tint is when you let go, the skin should drop back down very quickly. If it's more so hanging on and slowly releasing, that can be an early sign of dehydration.
The dangerous heat is still set to sizzle throughout this week. As Ted has been telling us, scientists say human-induced climate change caused by the burning of coal, oil, and natural gas may be causing extreme temperatures. All right, 8:59, heading right into our 9 o'clock hour. Stay with us.
Queen City News starts now.
Good. Oh, here we go. We're all pinching our skin to see if we're dehydrated.
The answer is yes.
Yes, pinch your skin. If it doesn't go down fast, you need more water. I will continue to
Ted's very hydrated. He wins.
Good.
Welcome in, everyone. These are the things that we give you when you start your day, and that's for free. We're not going to charge you. Welcome into our 9 o'clock and final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador down in Hotlanta. He's probably a little dehydrated too. We're going to check in with him later on this hour.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast and the Venmo you can send my payment to. No, I'm joking.
Oh.
We're not going to charge.
What's that? Your mic got turned off?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's going to be hot this afternoon. Everyone's going to be wanting to stay cool somehow, some way. The water, the AC, all that's going to be needed as we take a live look. Charlotte Motor Speedway, Carolina blue skies. Lots of sunshine to go around today. We are holding on to that heat, but starting off warm. Upper 70s, going to cross into the low 80s here in your 9 o'clock hour. I think we hit 90 degrees before lunchtime. We're at 82 already. North winds coming in at 3 miles per hour. We can see the Queen City in the distance, but there's still a little haze in the atmosphere. Anywhere from 2 to 4, even 6 to 8 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday, stretching up towards our mountain counties. Low 80s, Charlotte, Monroe. We're in the mid to upper 70s through the I-40 corridor. Low 70s in our mountain counties. I expect sunshine to dominate as we climb into the 90s through lunchtime. Highs land in the upper 90s. Northwest winds anywhere from 1 to 5 miles per hour. Mostly sunny skies dominate here heading into your afternoon. So a high of 97 degrees, falling just 3 degrees shy of our record high of 100 set back in 1899. Your average high is 91 degrees this time of year. Overnight lows settle into the 70s as we head into your early morning hours. Still seeing clear skies overnight. Warmth into your early morning hours before we rebound into what will be those upper 90s for Friday. Average highs will land in the low 90s this time of year, low to mid 90s heading into early next week. We'll break down more of our overall setup and an update on your drought conditions here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Let's go to wrap up pinpoint traffic for the day. Overall, it's been a pretty slow morning as far as traffic. Not slow as in not driving fast, but just we haven't had a lot of issues, which is really nice. Unfortunately, though, as we're wrapping it up, we're getting a last-minute notification of a pretty serious accident on 277 Inner. 277 is the loop that goes right around uptown Charlotte, and you can see here the purple that the road is closed. That's 277 Inner. So we're trying to find out more information, how many vehicles, if it's just one or more, and if there's any injuries. But yeah, pretty serious right now. Anytime it goes to purple, that means it's completely closed down. So we'll continue to monitor that this morning, but that's right in the heart of Uptown. As we pull out a little bit, this is I-77 southbound on the left-hand side, trying to get into Uptown. So that could be affected by what's happening on the 277 loop. Further up 77 at the lake of Iredell County, that stretch, beautiful, looking good if you're headed up to Statesville or down into Charlotte. You're in pretty good shape. Other side of town, this is down near Carowinds at the state line, 77 and the 45 split, pretty good. Out in Gaston County, we're looking at Lowell, McAdenville, the stretch of 85 north and south, in good shape. Outside our studios, man, gridlock. That's 85 south. That's trying to get out of Charlotte into South Carolina. And man, it is slow trying to get to Gaston County. 485 inner and outer loop this morning. Looks like we got someone has pulled over, got a box truck. Something's going on right there. We don't know exactly. We're keeping an eye on that this morning. You just be aware of your speeds. Put the phone down. If you're traveling, it can wait till you get to where you are going.
A brand new poll released this morning is touching on the special GOP primary race to replace the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. The Emerson College polling / Nexstar Media poll took place on July 14th and 15th, featuring 500 likely South Carolina Republican primary voters. That poll found no clear leader, but Representative Ralph Norman did lead the pack with 16.4% of the vote. Mark Lynch was second with 12.5%. Representative Nancy Mace garnered 10.1%, followed by Lieutenant Governor Pamela Abbott, Representative Russell Fry, then Governor Henry McMaster, and former Representative and Governor Mark Sanford. 18% of respondents were undecided. The special GOP primary will be held on August 11th. Of course, it's still unclear if many of these politicians are even interested in the seat. Candidates have until July 28th to register for that primary.
The heavily debated I-77 South Toll Lane project is back up for discussion despite Charlotte area leaders voting it down.
They're under new pressure from state lawmakers threatening to claw back more than $60 million for NCDOT if they don't change their position.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live where the interstate passes uptown. Savannah, what are the next steps for local officials?
Yeah, good morning, guys. We know now the delegates to the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization have to go back to their towns, cities, or counties and talk to their local boards about what they would like to do, how they'd like to vote on this next I-77 South toll lanes expansion project. They'll come back together in September to cast those votes. Now, initially, they cast a vote back in May to either rescind support or agree to add toll lanes from uptown to the state line. But they decided to not go ahead with the project after community members had raised many concerns about neighborhood displacement and pollution risks. And in response, State Representatives Vicki Sawyer of Iredell County and parts of Mecklenburg County introduced a provision to the state budget requiring any local government who voted against the plan to reimburse NCDOT for the time it spent on designs and studies. Now, it's still unclear where city leaders would pull money from to pay the $60 million. Some delegates say their towns can't afford to pay a share and lose out on funds for future road projects.
Cornelius Town Board meeting, our board voted in support of the I-77 P3 moving forward in the south. So we thank you for putting a vote back on the agenda in September to afford us the opportunity to state this position.
I'm here and was directed to make sure that Mecklenburg County's statement is clear, that our original vote was no, and it remains the same at this point.
Now, members of the panel plan to come back together to discuss the potential consequences of voting for or against the plan come August 19th. Then the official vote will be their next meeting, September 23rd. Members of the public are invited to sign up and speak either one of those meetings, or if they'd rather, send an email giving their feedback to their local delegate. Reporting live just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. The death investigation into Nolan Wells will eventually go before a grand jury as evidence raises some new questions. The teenager went missing after a 4th of July boat trip to an island off the Mississippi coast and was later found dead.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump says that he and the Wells family met with the Jackson County District Attorney, who said a grand jury will be selected after the investigation is complete and all the evidence is reviewed. Crump says both sides have also agreed to a joint review of Wells' cell phone as the family continues its own investigation. The family says they have reason to believe that messages may have been deleted off of Wells' phone before it was returned to them.
Joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Kali Frodes. Obviously a tragedy here, but it's sparking a lot of national interest because there's just a lot of questions that still haven't been answered. And police, for the family, saying that the police don't really seem to be acting fast enough in this, or they feel like they're not really doing a thorough investigation
I've seen a number of investigations with these type of crimes in the past, and this is an instance where it seems like there's a collaboration between local law enforcement and the family's representation. In this instance, it's Attorney Ben Crump. Typically, you wouldn't have a phone being turned over to the family if it's in the course of it being used during an investigation. It would wait to the end. So originally, Attorney Crump said, hey, we're going to get our own investigator to have someone else, do a forensic evaluation of the phone. But then you hear this report about them saying, okay, they're going to work and have a joint investigation. If there were messages deleted off the phone, that tells me a number of things. First of all, that they have the folks that deleted it don't have any understanding of how forensic evaluations work on phone data. I get this stuff all the time. There is a box on there that says deleted messages. It runs through a system typically called Cellbrite, and it dumps your entire phone. So unless you have destroyed this phone or went back and completely erased it, just deleting messages doesn't remove anything. It will be deleted messages, it will be search history, it will be anything that ever was used on that phone will show up in that evaluation. And that's what you're going to want to have when you're trying to do a complete investigation. If they believe there were messages that maybe, I know I sent this to someone, but when I got the phone back, it's not on that device. Well, what else is removed? That's what's going to be what the family is looking for. And if there is something missing, obviously it will be submitted to the grand jury. But this raises a number of eyebrows for sure.
And not only text messages, but GPS data is also being used. How important and reliable is that information when you're trying to reconstruct a timeline?
Extremely. I mean, again, I work with this type of data when I do my homicide trials, and I mean, they will bring in a person that this is all they do is look at and review this Cellbrite information. Typically, they'll go in, and if you're looking at GPS data, they'll get someone from either the FBI to come in to go over this information to be able to pinpoint and show exactly why. I mean, that's some of the hardest part. Now, I'll be honest, in a trial, it's also the most boring part because they're talking about triangulations and calculations and stuff that a jury really isn't wanting to listen to or pay attention to. But this is extremely important because it can pinpoint exactly where you are at, and the science behind this is extremely supported. And so I'm not trying to tear down the science. I'm not even trying to tear down the person. I just want that witness to get off the stand as fast as possible so that we can move on to something else that helps paint the picture that I want. So that data will be extremely helpful in this case.
All right, well, hopefully, this moves forward quickly and the family can get some answers that they're hoping for. Carly, thank you.
All right, let's get over to Ted to see how close we're going to get to breaking in a record, Ted.
Yeah, just 3 degrees off. Again, that's going to be this afternoon as we have mostly dry conditions here overhead as we look for your forecast as below normal temperatures settle into the deep south from parts of Atlanta back west towards Texas, Dakotas into the Ohio Valley region and the Carolinas sitting above normal today with that moisture limited to our west over parts of the panhandle of Florida, Georgia into parts of Tennessee with high pressure pulling in that moisture out of the Gulf. So we'll stay dry here with the dry air to our north, moisture to our south. Your latest update from our drought conditions not showing much of an improvement or a change from last week into this week. We need a lot of rain to climb out of the deficit that we find ourselves in as we're still watching an area of development here off the southeast coast from Florida to off the coast of South Carolina. When it comes to your tropics, that development over the next 2 to 7 days could be about 20%. So something to keep an eye on here heading into the weekend. Close to home, radar is quiet and clear, not picking up on too much activity. We'll bring back the rain chances heading into your weekend, Saturday into Sunday. Sunday into Monday could be a little dicey before those temperatures settle in the low to mid 90s. Heading into early next week. We'll break down more of your overall setup here, coming up with another check in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Maykay?
Well, thanks, Ted. Courage. That's what Captain Sullenberger of the famed Miracle on the Hudson plane credits for enabling all passengers and crew to survive that historic ditching. Well, now he is asking all of us to be courageous together as he faces a devastating diagnosis. I'm Maykay Buehler, coming up the reaction from the community behind the Charlotte Museum that bears his name. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
have some breaking news right now. It's pretty wild pictures. Annie, we're looking at this. This is coming out of West Hollywood, California right now. What we're seeing and hearing is a water main break and property getting swept away. Look at the rush of this water, Annie. This is insane.
That's intense. Now, we don't know exactly what's going on here, but several cars have been washed away in that surging water. You can see all those cars parked on the side of the road there. That's nothing that you want to mess with. If you're standing in the path of that water, that can really sweep you off your feet. Clearly, there are road closures everywhere because we're not seeing anyone on the streets. But boy, what a mess in Los Angeles.
Yeah, we'll maybe have more by the end of the show, or at least on Queen City News at noon for the latest. An unwanted visitor at the door. That is how Captain C.B. Sullenberger describes a disease that spares no age group and impacts millions of people, now with a new name added to the list.
This week, the celebrated hero pilot, known best for the Miracle on the Hudson, announced that he has been battling Alzheimer's. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler joining us with the reaction from the Sullenberger Aviation Museum community.
All right, May-Kay. Yeah, what's the response with this? Because you spent a lot of time not only sitting down, interviewing Captain Sullenberger, but you've got a lot of connection with the museum that's named after him.
Oh, yeah. You know, and it just really pulls at the heartstrings when one of the most courageous people, men in modern history, dubbed a hero, is asking us to be courageous with him. So in the 17 years since Captain Sullenberger and First Officer Jeffrey Skiles successfully glided their powerless passenger jet to a safe ditching in the Hudson River, saving all 155 on board, Sully has lifted us up with hope and inspiration, proving miracles really do exist. Well, now it's our turn to lift him up. So Captain Sullenberger, well, he's a former U.S. Air Force fighter pilot, commercial airline pilot, accident investigator, U.S. ambassador to the International Civil Aviation Organization, and now a warrior battling Alzheimer's. He says, quote, "This new phase in my life has challenged what it means to be of service." It is his hope in sharing news of his diagnosis, families living in the shadows with this disease will feel they too can step forward. So Stephen Saucier, the founding president and CEO of the Sullenberger Aviation Museum, he worked hand in glove with the captain on the development and opening of the 105,000 square foot museum that bears his name. Now, he gave a statement saying in part, quote, "Working alongside Captain Sullenberger to open the Sullenberger Aviation Museum reminded me that his greatest legacy extends beyond aviation and the historic landing. It lives in every young person, inspired to pursue innovation, STEM, and a future filled with purpose. His courage continues to inspire us all," end quote. Now, Saucier has since retired and passed the torch to current museum president Stephanie Hathaway. She gave a statement saying in part, quote, "Captain Sullenberger has inspired millions through his dedication to serving others. We admire his openness in sharing this deeply personal journey and hope his courage brings greater awareness to his disease that touches so many families." And here is a statement from Captain Sullenberger. He said, quote, "Over the years, when people would ask about the successful outcome of Flight 1549, I would say, courage can be contagious. Now we need that courage to battle the disease. I am now part of a larger community with many of you, and we will be courageous together."
Wow.
Wow.
Impactful statement.
Yeah.
So you have had the honor of interviewing Captain Sullenberger, and he's just as larger than life than we see, right? But very humble.
Very humble, a humble human being. So, you know, I've interviewed a lot of folks, a lot of aviation royalty, including Chuck Yeager, who broke the sound barrier many, many years ago. He was a big ego. Captain Sullenberger is just a down-to-earth, wonderful, genuine, humble human being, exceptionally professional, quite a role model, of course, so inspirational. And he insists, you know, that day of the ditching, he was just doing his job. And he was working closely, of course, with his first officer and the flight crew, working to focus on handling the emergency. That's it, he was doing his job. Well, this fall, Captain Sullenberger will be inducted into the National Aviation Hall of Fame.
And every little bit of light shined on Alzheimer's is helpful.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much,
And he is
May Kay.
such a gentleman, let me say that. A
that's good.
class act. We wish him well.
All right, May Kay, thank you.
9:20, let's get across the studio to Ted to see how high we're going to climb today, Ted.
Yeah, we're going for what will be those upper 90s later on today. Currently heading out the door, we have those low 80s, north winds 3 miles per hour, dew points at about 70 degrees. Low 80s, Charlotte into Monroe, upper 70s to near 80 degrees along that I-40 corridor. Low 70s for our mountain counties, Boone and Jefferson, with your humidity being a factor to consider as temperatures ramp up in the mid to upper 90s, feeling like triple digits heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Today's highs land in the mid to upper 90s, Charlotte into Monroe, mid 90s, I-40 corridor, mid 80s for Boone and Jefferson. Air quality is going to be on the moderate side, kind of the fine particles in the atmosphere also playing into that code orange we have for Mecklenburg County. So limit any strenuous activity during the peak heating hours of the day, especially if you have COPD, asthma, or your respiratory issues are slightly unhealthy in this heat. Right now, looking at triple digits through the Dakotas. We're looking at upper 90s, Washington, D.C., low 90s for New York. That's some relief from what they had yesterday. Still 80s on tap for Texas. We have slightly below normal temperatures in the deep south. That heat through the Dakotas into the northeast towards the mid-Atlantic. That pulls the above normal temperatures all the way down into the Carolinas, playing into those upper 90s that move in for your Friday. So I'm looking at rain chances staying limited to our west as we head into the end of the work week. Clouds and radar shows mostly clear conditions as of right now. I'm expecting us to still hold on to those partly cloudy skies, highs in the 90s with Friday ushering in more of that heat. Cold front won't do much to cool us down, but we'll have that active weather pick up over eastern Tennessee into our mountain counties. Lows tonight in the 70s, mountain counties in the 60s, rebounding into what will be those upper 90s Friday. And then again, those 90s linger through the weekend. Storm chances roll in Sunday into Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is announcing new annual testosterone screening for all military members. The screening, which will be added as part of soldiers' periodic health assessment, will be done for troops 30 and older. Hegseth says the test will help ensure that those in the military are at their physical best.
This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting your longevity, and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight. We owe our warriors the absolute best medical care in the world, and this program delivers on that obligation.
The Pentagon is also calling for all active duty Air Force members to hand over their waist-to-height ratio. The department already changed the military's fitness standards. It began moving from height to weight tables to waist-to-height ratio, saying that it was to evaluate body composition. The National Institutes of Health says that it's basically an obesity screening tool. Fitness and appearance has become a major topic of discussion during Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's tenure at an all-hands meeting with the military last year. He said everyone from the highest-ranking generals and admirals to the people who just enlisted, they are all required to take part in PT every day.
At every level, either you can meet the standard, either you can do the job, either you are disciplined, fit, and trained, or you are out, frankly. It's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops.
The requirement is a waist-to-height ratio of less than 0.55, and in a January memo, the government said anyone at 0.55 or above would be reevaluated for a body fat calculation. All right, it is almost 9:30 this morning, giving you a live look at a very hazy, kind of smoke-filled sky over New York City. A lot of that is the the wildfires up in Canada making its way down. We're checking futures. We're going to check in with Jane King with the opening bell in 3 minutes. We'll be back.
welcome back. It is our 9:30 half hour here on Queen City News Now. Thanks for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Thursday, everyone. Julian Sador is in Atlanta this morning. He's been down covering World Cup, and we just checked with him. We're going to be talking to him in about 10 minutes. He is alive and well. He is hot.
Yep.
And sweaty down there, but he's alive and well, Ted.
A little bit, just a little bit. It's a little on the hot
But
side.
we were hotter.
Yeah, we're going to be hotter today.
Really?
Okay.
Upper 90s today. They're going to be in the upper 80s. So
That would
maybe
feel
Jordan might
nice.
want to stay in hot Atlanta.
He may, you're right.
Yeah, he's going to be
Set up
surprised.
shop.
He's going to get the emphasis on the hot when he gets here back in the upstate. So Charlotte is going to be lit with the heat ramping up as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Carolina blue skies right now, clear conditions. We're in the low 80s as those warm temperatures take hold. And again, those winds are relatively light here this morning. So heading out the door, I'm looking at a temperature of 82 degrees. Winds are out of the north at 3 miles per hour. Dew point's at 70 degrees, so we feel some of that mugginess and the humidity in the atmosphere. Anywhere from 2 to 4, even 6 and 7 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. So low to mid 80s on tap. Charlotte into Monroe. I'm looking at low 70s, Boone and Jefferson. Your day planner ramps up into what will be those partly cloudy skies, mid to upper 90s lunchtime with highs in the upper 90s, peak heating hours of the day. Northwest winds 1 to 5 miles per hour. So mostly sunny skies dominate. I am expecting us to get near record territory. Upper 90s landing just 3 degrees shy of the record of 100 degrees set back in 1899. Overnight lows settle into the upper 70s with mostly clear conditions. And again, a nice quiet and warm start to your Friday before we bring those temperatures back into the upper 90s. Mid 90s take hold through the weekend, low to mid 90s early next week. More on your overall setup here with a check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. The U.S. reignites trade issues with some South American countries.
And a psychedelic drug maker is soaring this morning.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, how are stocks faring 2 minutes after opening bell?
Well, kind of like a tale of two different markets here this morning. So the Dow is positive. It's up 108 points or so, but the NASDAQ is lower. Semiconductor stocks are weighing on the tech sector this morning. Retail sales for June coming in exactly as expected. We did see a little bit more buying as gas prices went down last month.
And Jane, Eli Lilly, which has a massive manufacturing facility here in North Carolina, is making a big purchase.
Yeah. It is buying a psychedelic drug maker called AtaiBeckley for about $2.8 billion. Now, AtaiBeckley is developing several psychedelic treatments for mental health conditions. The deal gives Lilly access to experimental drugs based on DMT and MDMA.
All right, we'll see where that goes. Jane, President Trump, though, is putting more tariffs on another country.
Yeah.
Which one are we talking about?
So this is Brazil. The administration will impose a 25% tariff on Brazilian goods, except for beef, coffee, oranges, and oil and gas. So the president alleges unfair trade practices, and that is why they are implementing this new tariff on Brazil.
All right. Jane, thank you so much. We will see you dark and early tomorrow morning.
9:33 now. The controversial I-77 South toll lane project, once considered dead, could be back on the table.
That's right. Members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization will vote again in September on whether to reinstate their support for the project. There's more pressure on local leaders now as North Carolina state budget law and a provision within that requires Charlotte and surrounding communities to pay back $60 million. And that's to cover project design costs if they don't move forward with the plans. Charlotte Board Representative Councilman Ed Driggs has supported the I-77 South toll lane project from the beginning. He says he hasn't given up hope yet for Charlotte leaders to do a U-turn.
Stakes are very high here. I personally have made the point that I think it's critical that we do something on I-77, so we don't want to abandon the project lightly. And I would say that there are conversations going on to see whether the opponents of the project can agree to a process that would allow the project to move forward and not lock in something that they really won't accept.
Now, if that doesn't happen, it's unclear where the money would come from to pay back that $60 million to the state. The CRTPO plans to meet again in August ahead of that vote on September 23rd. A slight increase in homicides, but overall crime is down in the Queen City this year. That's according to Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police, who just released their new crime stats for 2026. In their mid-year public safety report, department leaders said overall crime is down 6%, and violent crime is also down by 8% compared to the first 6 months of last year. Officials also reported fewer robberies, vehicle thefts, and aggravated assaults. While most crime is down, statistics do show a 3% increase in homicides.
In the second quarter, there was a slight increase of 40 incidents compared to 39 this time last year. But I want the public to know that we are putting every resource we can to identify the suspects in those cases.
The police department's homicide unit has a 75% clearance rate for solving murder cases.
New this morning, an Albemarle teen is facing serious charges accused of shooting and killing a man in the University City area. This happened last Tuesday at the S&D Banquet Hall on University City Boulevard. Officers say that they were already on scene for reports of a fight when they heard the gunshots. That's when they found 20-year-old Jalen McCormick shot in the parking lot. Charlotte police arrested 18-year-old Ketavius Lewis Wednesday in Concord. He's now charged with first-degree murder. Lewis is being held in Mecklenburg County Jail on no bond. Court documents show the victim was outside to put a camera in the backseat of a car, but details into the shooting are still limited.
4 more suspects are facing charges nearly 2.5 years after the shooting death of a 13-year-old. It happened in Pageland back in January 2024. Jacob Duncan was standing outside his Bennett Road home when he was shot in the head during a drive-by shooting. Investigators don't believe he was the intended target. Jacob Garcia, Tasma Garcia, and Jacob Rangel are now all charged with accessory after the fact of murder and misprison. Misprison is the act of concealing a serious crime. Andrew Rogers was also arrested and charged with misprison. All 4 were booked into Chesterfield County in the detention center there. So far, 6 suspects have been charged in the shooting.
The Chesterfield County Sheriff's Office says that it has arrested a man who was in the country illegally for failing to register as a sex offender. Detectives say this man, they uncovered 58-year-old Fernando Hernandez Roca. He was living in Chesterfield County under an alias. They also learned that he was convicted back in 1998 in Georgia on 2 counts of child molestation and then deported in 1999. Investigators don't know when Roca returned back to the U.S. and began living in Chesterfield County. He is now being held under an ICE detainer and could face additional charges.
A brand new poll released this morning touches on the special GOP primary race to replace late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. The Emerson College polling / Nexstar media poll took place on July 14th and 15th, featuring 500 likely South Carolina Republican primary voters. That poll found no clear leader, but Representative Ralph Norman led with 16.4% of the vote. Mark Lynch coming in second with 12.5%. Representative Nancy Mace garnered 10.1%, followed by Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette, Representative Russell Fry, then Governor Henry McMaster, and former Representative and Governor Mark Sanford. 18% of respondents say they were undecided. The special GOP primary will be held August 11th. Of course, it's unclear if many of these politicians are even interested in the seat. Candidates have until July 28th to register for the primary. Well, President Trump says he will reveal something, quote, really big tonight during a primetime address to the nation. Sources say election security could be a focus, and they've hinted that the president could revisit debunked conspiracy theories about his 2020 defeat to former President Joe Biden. He's called for congressional Republicans to pass tighter federal voting rules before November's midterms. Tonight's speech gets underway at 9 o'clock. It's the end of an era for a historic piece of Charlotte. The Excelsior Club on the west side of the city has been demolished, and now crews are making way for a new club. The developer leading the project says work should be finished by 2028. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell was there as crews pulled down pieces of a building that were standing for decades.
Former Excelsior Club owner Ken Kuntz finds it quite funny that a wooden fire escape that he was forced to add to the club as one of the last pieces left standing.
Code enforcement say
y'all got to build a fire escape because that'd be safe in case a fire break out. So we built one, a wooden fire escape.
Funny enough,
That's it. That been cold? Yeah.
a code enforcement worker showed up to the demolition site not to hand out any fines, but to witness a piece of his hometown's history come down. After being deemed unsafe for a while, the historic Excelsior Club on Beatties Ford Road in West Charlotte is preparing for a new chapter. Kuntz, here to document what's left before it's gone, calls it bittersweet.
You can't write a check big enough to affect the emotions and hearts that a lot of people feel about the historic Excelsior Club.
Developer Sean Kennedy is leading the tall task to revitalize the property, receiving $3 million from the city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County to first tear down the aging club before any sort of rebuild happens.
The building couldn't be saved. The second floor had pretty much fallen into the second floor, and the structure from the bottom was totally rotted. Asbestos, black mold, and everything else you could think of was in that building.
Kennedy says his team hopes to have the new Excelsior Club open in 2028 with a restaurant, meeting rooms, and a museum that honors the club's time as an important gathering place for Charlotte's black community.
We're taking down a structure that has meant so much for the community, but it's also a rebirth.
Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham says that's exactly why leaders believe it was worth investing in this property.
It's part of a new beginning for an old historic institution that can establish how we reimagine this space we call Beatties Ford Road.
In West Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
For one final time, the World Cup fans flock to the home of the Dirty Birds in Hotlanta to see some of the best action. Go at it. We got a live report from our one and only Julian Sador coming up from the ATL right after this. You're watching Queen City News. We'll be back. And then there were only two games remain left in the World Cup. You got the third place match and then the big finale.
And now we know that Argentina will be facing off against Spain in the World Cup final. And one of our very own, very good friends was in Hotlanta when the blue and white sealed their victory.
Julian Sador is still in Atlanta. You've been there 3 weeks in a row, my friend. How is it going from the Peach State?
Oh my goodness, it's hot already like it is in Charlotte, and I do want to mention, it's a little bit loud here because they're already packing up and getting rid of this whole entire FIFA Fan Fest behind me. They wasted no time. As soon as the gates shut yesterday, they were ready to get things out. It's going to take them about a week to clear Centennial Park and get things all out. They have vendors that have to come here. They got to break down all the stage equipment, everything that they set up there all has to go out. So we've been having semis come right by us going through this gate. It's actually kind of impressive. Now, you guys don't really care about that. What you want to know is what happened yesterday. The excitement, an all-time high. It seems like every single time Argentina plays, they want to play with the heartstrings of their fans, and that's exactly what they did yesterday. England went up 1-0, and then Argentina and Lionel Messi, they stormed back to win 2-1. Fan Fest went crazy. A lot of the Argentina fans stayed late to party, understandably so. We actually got a chance to speak to some of the fans right as the match ended. Here's what they had to say.
Fine, exciting! I can't believe this.
I feel great. Look, Argentina.
Bro, we needed this. Bro, when's the last time we beat England, bro? When's the last time we beat them?
And England falls short.
84, we needed this. Vamos! Very good. The more exciting moment in my life.
Amazing. Very, very hard, but it's very cool.
Best end of the match. Another Messi ending. It's awesome. The assist. Woohoo! Argentina!
England's got some really good quality players. I don't think we've seen the end of them. It is coming home, just not this year.
Yeah, not coming home this year. As for Argentina, look, I don't know, Jason, and if you guys believe in the FIFA script writers, but could you write a possible better ending to Lionel Messi's World Cup career than a chance to go back-to-back World Cup wins on your way out and a chance to leave with the Golden Boot? I certainly couldn't write anything better.
I don't know about the script writers, right? But I do need to point out, because Julian, whenever we had like Mike Lissette come on talking about the Panthers, we asked him about his prediction, and then we pointed out when he got it right or wrong. And who did you pick to win yesterday's match again?
I had England, and you know what? I was right. They are playing this weekend. They're just playing in the third place match. So I had my prediction right. So I had France facing off with England this weekend, right? No, I completely got it wrong, and a lot of experts did. And at this point, I feel like, again, I'm thinking that, you know, Spain, the way they played against France, everybody should pick Spain, right? They looked amazing against the best team. But now I'm thinking, how can you bet against Lionel Messi time and time again? Like Argentina, the luck's going to run out. You can't, right?
Best defense, which is Spain, arguably, and then you got the best offense with Messi. You put those two together, this is going to be, whoo! I mean, I think there's a part of people that don't want Argentina to win because they won last time, but I think we want to see maybe 2 Messi World Cups in a row.
I do. Give me back-to-back.
Yeah, you know what? I think people are torn. You can't go wrong with it. Obviously, there were a lot of people rooting for France, but back-to-back World Cup wins for Lionel Messi, that would be a great way to end the career. And Jason, you mentioned it. You have Spain, who is averaging at best 1 goal per match, and then you have Argentina, who's averaging 2 goals per match. I don't know who you pick, but I just feel like the magic has kept up now. You know, I'm not going to go for prediction. I've been wrong every single time I've given you guys predictions. You know what? Throw away the key.
Throw it away.
He's done.
Listen, don't throw away the car keys. We need you to come on back. You and our producer, Sam, you guys need to get some rest. You've been killing it down there for 3 weeks. I know you're tired. Get on back from Atlanta. Be safe, brother. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to coming back to the Queen City.
I bet you are. Yeah, you're going to be welcomed back with some heat. That's what you're going to get. All right, man. We'll talk to you later. Bye, Julian. We're going to go out right now. We want to show you a NASCAR cam. All the drivers, they're headed to the heart of Moonshine Country as they are taking a trip to North Wilkesboro Speedway over the weekend. We're looking at live practice on the track right now. You can catch a ZMAX Cars Tour doubleheader tomorrow at the Speedway at 6. No O'Reilly's Series racing. You can, though, see the Craftsman Truck Series run, the Faith Fest 250 at 12:30 Saturday afternoon. And then on Sunday, the drivers will take to the track that Junior built in the Window World 450. That race kicks off at 7. And if you want to go a little deeper into the world of NASCAR, our Carolina Sports Live team, we got you covered around the track this week, coming at you with 2 amazing guests. Our team's going one-on-one with the driver of the 17 for RFK Racing, Chris Buescher. Plus, America's crew chief is back to talk all things North Wilkesboro. We got the legendary Larry Mack on this Saturday around the track at 11 a.m. on Queen City News, followed by CSL Extra Time at 11:30.
Cannot wait for that. Let's get a check of our pinpoint weather here with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, you said we're going to get in record-breaking territory. We're not going to quite hit it, but once you get past 90, we've decided it's all the same.
Yeah. Same bucket.
It is.
Disrespectful.
The no one.
Yeah, the no bucket, the disrespectful bucket, the how could you bucket. That's what Mother Nature is going to be going to as we start off in the low 80s, north winds 3 miles per hour. You feel the warmth. The 70-degree dew points adds that humidity and the mugginess that you'll combat heading out the door. Low to mid 80s, I-40 corridor, mid to upper 80s, Charlotte into Monroe, and those 70s are locked in, Boone and Jefferson. Your humidity factor shows those temperatures ramping up into the mid to upper 90s, feeling like triple digits today. So we still will touch the triple digits for your feels like temperatures as that heat index ramps up above our temperatures of 97 degrees uptown, upper 90s Monroe, into Wadesboro, 80s on tap, Boone and Jefferson. Air quality showing the moderate impacts, the fine particles in the atmosphere stretching from Gaston County into Mecklenburg County and areas north. We have that code orange for Mecklenburg County, which is where if you have asthma, COPD, any sensitivity for your respiratory system, you want to just limit any strenuous activity outdoors. Don't do it. Triple digits in our Dakotas. We're looking at upper 90s, Washington, D.C. into the Carolinas. Still looking at low 90s, mid to upper 80s for parts of Texas. Below normal over here towards the deep south and the Rockies, while we have some of the heat locked in through the Dakotas into Michigan. And of course, the Carolinas pulling in the well above normal temperatures, talking upper 90s for Friday to end the week. We'll keep our moisture limited to the Tennessee Valley region up through Kentucky and Ohio into parts of Illinois, west of Charlotte, impacting some of our mountain counties in eastern Tennessee as our skies stay mostly clear today. I'm looking at partly cloudy skies on Clouds and radar, ushering in another hot afternoon on Friday. Despite that cold front dipping south, it's not going to cool us down too much. As a matter of fact, we're going to be hotter on Friday than what we have today with the introduction of some low-end rain and storm chances impacting eastern Tennessee towards our mountain counties. Overnight lows bottoming out in the low to mid 70s overnight, 60s for the higher elevations heading into your early morning hours. I'm looking at upper 90s for Thursday and Friday, mid-90s this weekend as storm chances roll in Sunday into Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Ooh, the connection is strong. Friendship at its finest, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast as those 90s that return yet again, getting into the upper 90s this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine to go around for your Thursday. We'll be even hotter on Friday, today, tomorrow, feeling like triple digits when you factor in the humidity. So stay cool any way you can. I'm going to keep it at the house where the AC is nice and strong. Overnight lows in the 70s, highs in the mid 90s this weekend. Scattered showers move in Sunday to finish off the weekend, lingering into early next week. We'll settle in the low to mid 90s for the first half of next week. Closer to normal, but still hot by any stretch. Ugh.
Don't forget to water your plants, your pets, and your people.
Yeah,
water all through. We all need hydration. All right, here we go. Saving everyone, big or small. That was the job of one group of firefighters out in California. Firefighters in Oakland not only stopped a vehicle fire this week, but they also helped a pigeon impacted by the smoke. That's what you're looking at. I can't make this up. Firefighters noticed that it was having a hard time breathing. They gave a pigeon oxygen, you guys. Helping it. That's what we're watching right there.
I love it.
It flew off on its own not too long after. I mean,
all living creatures matter.
Is there like a pigeon adapter? Or like,
I don't know.
I think the nose and face covering is as big as the pigeon.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking.
But maybe it stuck its little beak inside the hose area.
You know, they say you don't have to do like mouth to mouth anymore with CPR. It's just chest compressions. So I don't do you do that still with a pigeon?
I don't know if you can get it to turn.
You know, where you do the staying alive beat.
I don't know what might come out
CPR with a pigeon. I don't know. That's amazing.
Thank you, firefighters. Thank you, firefighters.
For not discriminating. Save everyone, whoever's there. All right, Liza and Alicia, what's coming up?
Well, the Girl Scouts have their annual State of the Girl report, so they're going to come in here and talk about what that means for all of our children here in Charlotte.
I love it. Stay tuned. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
We've got the Girl Scouts in the house to give us a look at the way kids are navigating the world. It's the 2026 State of the Girl Report. You don't want to miss this.
And buy me Seymour, it's supper time for our verdant friends from the Carnivorous Plant pop-up shop. So we talk all things carnivorous and green ahead of the sale this weekend.
And when life gives you lemons, make sure to stay tuned, guys. Sweet Temptations drops a delicious summer recipe that you and your family are gonna love. Happy Thursday. Thank you for starting your day with us. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Coral.
And I'm Liza Mahacek. It's so great to have you joining us today. We're in our, it looks like we're doing a baby reveal. We do this all the time and people think we plan it and we really never do.
We don't. Apparently we're having a girl and a boy. We're having twins.
I know, seriously. You know, actually, we're representing Hudlow.
Hudlow, the babies.
Hudson and Harlow.
Yes, Aunt Liza's representing. All right, guys, it's going to be nearly 100 degrees today, so we're all looking for ways to cool off. And there's no better way than with some sweet treats from our friends from Whataburger.
That's right. So our friend Melody, we've got over here, is dropping out some. We're so excited. Thank you so much, Melody.
You gotta show off your cute little vest there.
I know she's got her Whataburger on. So you know, this is their peach shakes and peach water fresher. So you can try them as well because they just released in stores.
I will say that this is very refreshing. This is the water fresher. What'd you get?
Oh, this is the peach milkshake.
You know, Liza's such a sweet tooth.
I know, seriously. I was the right one to get this.
Yeah, this is great. Thanks, Melody. Thanks, Whataburger.
Thank you, Melody.
Okay, we're going to switch gears here because a new national report from the Girl Scouts of the USA is shedding light on what it's really like to be a girl growing up today. It's called the State of the Girl Report, and here to tell us more about it, as well as what it means for local families in our Charlotte area, is Tawani Dewberry, the CEO of Girl Scouts Hornets Nest Council, which serves more than 6,000 girls, busy woman, across North and South Carolina. Welcome back to the show. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
So tell us more about this report, because annually it gets a lot of attention.
Yes, the State of the Girl Report is a report that is done by our national organization that looks at the well-being, opportunities, challenges, and the overall experience of girls across the country.
Okay, so let's deep dive into some of the findings. We're seeing an increase in loneliness and anxiety in our younger girls, and that's a lot because they're not having that face-to-face time. They're turning to their screens more, right?
Absolutely. They're looking at their screens, and there's no substitute for genuine human connection. Right. They're spending so much time being connected in ways that we never were, but more isolated and alone than we've ever seen.
What do we do to combat that? Because I think a lot of us growing up, I was out riding my bike. I wasn't on my screens. You know, you can relate to that. Now it's just different.
Yeah. I say that all the time. I was riding my bike. We want to make sure that we are creating environments and spaces where girls have the opportunity to connect with mentors, caring adults, and peers who help them build resilience and really just know what it means to belong.
To expand upon that, the report finds that trusted adults and peer relationships play a critical role in building that resilience that we need as girls and women. Absolutely.
And we're seeing that girls are losing confidence as they get into adolescence, and we're seeing that happen younger and younger. So it's imperative that we take note of this and make sure that we are providing that space for girls.
Well, specifically, how can parents help girls navigate the social media, the confidence, the belonging? I have a niece that's 13, and every day it's like whiplash because they're just going through a lot at that age.
We have to make sure we're monitoring that screen time, making sure that they are spending time outdoors, that they're spending time doing things that really help them to build the social skills, that increase their resilience as it pertains to their social and emotional well-being. It's up to us to really intervene and provide that type of support for girls.
Well, Girl Scouts Hornets Nest, you know, you're spreading love for thousands of girls. We've got some of your girls up there in the Carolinas. Talk to us about what being a Girl Scout means specifically to our Charlottine girls.
For girls here in our community, it's an opportunity for them to find a place to belong. But more importantly, too, we're creating spaces where girls can engage in things that are going to increase their ability to engage in workforce readiness, leadership development, and to provide those opportunities for girls to really grow as it pertains to their well-being, resilience, and having the internal resources to deal with the things that are coming at them.
That's right. Was there anything else in the report that was surprising that you feel like in Charlotte as a community we need to know about?
I think the thing that really jumps out to me is the opportunities that we have. The report says that girls who have a friend next to them really increases their ability to try new things and be brave. So as much as we can create that opportunity for girls to connect genuinely, we're going to create girls who are ready to go and ready to impact and lead in their communities.
I love it. For Girl Scouts, is there an enrollment period? I wasn't a Girl Scout, sadly. So I don't know how it works. Is there an enrollment period, or how do people get their kids involved?
Absolutely. We are enrolling right now.
Oh, very good.
Back to troop, usually we're kicking in high gear as we go back to school. So now is the time to get your girl enrolled in Girl Scouts and into something that's going to be life-changing and transformative.
Well, thank you so much. We always love having you on the show.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all, let's talk about yesterday's semifinal match between England and Argentina. A lot of buzz was in the air about England taking it to the finals, but once again, there was that 5'7" dynamo obstacle standing in their way, Messi. Somebody tell me how this man brought the Argentinian squad back with a pair of goals, all within a 7-minute span at the end of the match. I was on my feet screaming at the TV. This was just unbelievable.
I mean, this is the second time that he's done that, too.
He's
He
incredible.
just like, I mean, I feel like some switch flips in his brain.
I don't know.
Where he is, particularly in the World Cup,
yeah,
where he is just like, you know what, I'm sorry, I got to lock in. And he does it because he is, without him, you know what?
Yeah,
you run into any team, I feel like he's carrying this.
He set up the assists. I think he has the most assists in this World Cup. Here's the thing about this man, though. I was not rooting for Argentina. I was rooting for England. But I got to say, the way Argentina played, you couldn't help but to root for them because they locked in. Everybody was crying. It was.
I know.
The England fans were crying for sadness. The Argentinian fans were crying out of joy.
And especially when you get this far in the World Cup, too, it's inevitably going to be so emotional because this sport means so much to so many people.
It does. It does. But you know what? We're going to have a really good final on Sunday. Who are you rooting for, Liza?
Oh, whoever. I just want everybody to have fun.
Who's playing, Liza?
Girl, it's Spain. It's Spain and Argentina.
You got it. You got it.
That's right. I know sports.
Okay, she got it. She knows sports. Sporty girl. Sporty girl.
All right. Well, it's about 1,000 degrees outside. But look around. In case you didn't know, it's summerween.
Wow.
So you might be lounging in your above-ground pool, but you might also be on your phone ordering that 17-foot glowing skeleton for your front yard. The name comes from the popular animated TV show Gravity Falls, where the characters celebrate Halloween in the summer.
That's right, and retailers have embraced, of course they have, the whole thing. That's why you'll be shopping for sunscreen and pass a whole aisle of pumpkins and adorable throw pillows featuring spooky ghosts. Retailers say they're not jumping the gun, they're just responding to customer demand. With each passing year, Halloween becomes bigger and bigger. So if you don't want that giant, scary, viral thing for October, just get it now, because it'll be gone by August. You know, Halloween's one of my favorite holidays.
Yes.
Because as an adult, you can dress ridiculously. Nobody's going to say anything to you.
So true.
Mm-hmm.
You can act a fool, and no one's going to say
That's
Halloween.
basically, you can act a
Halloween.
fool.
Also, here's the other thing. We've also got Christmas in July.
I know.
So we're just doing all the holidays.
Consumerism. It's American.
It's true.
American style.
It's
Yep. All right, guys. When we return, we get an up-close look at hunters of the plant world. You are not going to want to miss this. How cool is that?
And a surprising prescription for a better life starts in the soul. We take a look at the benefits of culture.
And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte on this steamy day. We'll be right back.
Well, move aside, Seymour, because someone new is turning the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market into its own little shop of horrors. We are talking about the Carnivorous Plant pop-up sale happening this weekend.
That's right, and Kenny is the owner of Carnivorous Plants by Kenny Coogan, Winston-Salem's largest carnivorous plant nursery. What didn't you bring with you? I was going to say, what did you bring, but what didn't you bring? I know that is
okay,
Venus flytrap.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Right in the center, we have the Venus flytrap. There's only one species of Venus flytrap in the entire world. It's native to the Carolinas.
Oh.
However, people breed them to have special traits. So we have lots of different cultivars, which means cultivated varieties.
Right.
So we have a purple one, we have an extra tall one, we have a squiggly one, we have an all green one, and then we have a pink one. So that's the most famous one, right?
Okay. Wow.
And then all the way over here, we have the North American pitcher plant. Those can be found from Canada all the way down the East Coast, down to Florida, and over to Alabama and Texas.
Okay.
Those mostly eat ants and wasps.
Oh.
So people like to have those in their backyard. They need full sun, and they actually do enjoy the very hot and humid weather that we're
perfect for right now.
Yep. And actually, they grow similarly to the flytrap. So both of these want to be outside in full sun. Yes, I do mean full sun, but they need to be sitting in a 1/4 inch of water all the time.
Okay.
And then on the other side, we have, I think, everyone's favorite. These are the butterworts.
That's very
or
pretty.
the pinguicula. And people grow them because they're pretty.
Yeah, they're pretty.
They have pink leaves, they have purple leaves, they have blue and pink and red and white flowers. But their leaves are covered with a sticky mucilage, which means they eat fruit flies and fungus gnats.
That's
so
so
if you
nice.
have problems with banana, you have bugs coming out of your bananas, or if you have other non-carnivorous house plants and you notice some bugs, you're going to notice that these leaves will be covered with those pesky bugs.
Wow. Can we get one of these? This might be an ignorant question. Can we get one of these plants to bite or close up? Do they do that?
Good question. They can only open and close their trap about 3 times, and they'll digest their food 3 times, and then that leaf will turn brown and die. So we don't want to get them too excited.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, I was going to say,
There's a bug,
I see that there's a fly in
Exactly.
one of these.
So they'll close up, they stay closed for 4 to 10 days, they'll suck out all the juices, and then they'll open up, and then what's left is the exoskeleton of the bug, and then wind or rain or maybe another animal will come take that exoskeleton away, and then they can eat about 2 more times.
They're like patient killers.
But each pot is 1 plant, maybe 2 plants, and each plant has, let's say, 10 traps. So that means they can eat 30 times, but when they're eating, compared to just playing with our fingers, they're getting energy and nutrients, and then they'll keep producing more leaves.
So you should not be putting your finger over
Right.
We recommend don't do that unless you buy it, and then you can do whatever you want.
with the plant.
Where did this passion come from for carnivorous plants?
I like how these plants have kind of turned the tables. You know, people think plants are passive, but some of these plants are active trappers. They're digesting animals, which is kind of like counterintuitive, but just look at them. They're tall, they're short, they're colorful, they're green. This one's fuzzy. They're just beautiful plants.
The other thing is that I feel like a lot of people have a certain idea of what a Venus flytrap is like or what a carnivorous plant is going to be like. So, you know, what is one thing that you wish more people knew about carnivorous plants?
Yeah, so you mentioned the Venus flytrap. That is one species out of 850 to 1,000 plants out of 250,000 plants that are carnivorous. So there's about 1,000 plants in the world that are what we deem carnivorous, and that means they are luring and trapping their prey, and then they're digesting their prey, and they're benefiting from that prey. And they can eat things from fruit flies to fungus gnats, all the way up to small mice.
Wait, really?
But it depends on what plant species we're talking about.
Okay.
And we'll have some juvenile plants, which are called Nepenthes, or tropical pitcher plants. We're going to have 3-inch, 6-inch, and 8-inch hanging baskets of those plants. Right now, they can eat a cockroach.
Oh my gosh.
And,
you know what? Let's get those in anywhere. Let's put them in every single room.
Well, I have a question.
In every building.
Since these plants are worker bees, do they cost more? Like, are these expensive plants?
I would say no.
Okay.
If you want to range, most of them are between $15 and $25.
Okay.
We will have a couple of collector plants as well.
Are there any bugs that, are there any plants that eat mosquitoes?
Great question. Out of 1,000 species, pretty much nobody eats mosquitoes because mosquitoes want blood or they're attracted to carbon dioxide.
Sure.
And these are using nectar and color to attract their prey, so they're not really into it. However, there is a carnivorous plant. We're going to be selling a couple of them. It's in this pot. See how it kind of looks like moss?
Yeah.
There's actually a carnivorous plant in this moss. It's called a bladderwort, and they eat mosquito larvae, but they don't eat the adult mosquitoes.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what?
I'd love to get inside your head. I'm like, okay, that's pretty
Keep all
cool.
this knowledge in here.
Yeah.
That's crazy, Kenny. Well, thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Kitty.
We're going to talk with him a little bit later on about some more of the ways that you can grow these plants as well.
right.
Thank you so
Thank
much. We'll see you in
you.
just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Well, if you're looking to stay cool this summer and maybe do something good for your health, going to the movies and visiting museums or attending concerts may actually do more than entertain. So researchers have found that older adults who regularly participate in cultural activities tend to have bodies that function like those of people about 3 years younger.
That's right, and they believe stronger social ties, better mental health, and healthier habits could help explain the link. And more research is needed to determine whether cultural activities directly slow aging. But hey, we're not going to say no to a day at the movies, especially when science says it's not a bad idea. This makes sense, though. The art, there's just so many good things from the arts, period.
Yeah.
So this, of course, if you're stimulating your brain and seeing colors and activities, this makes total sense to me.
Well, we talked about this a couple weeks ago with the Beckler Museum and how, you know, some psychiatrists are actually prescribing a trip to a museum to go see artwork, to go to the movies, because it's all about connection.
Good for you.
It's very true. All right. Well, another thing that's good for us is seeing something fun.
Yeah.
And the San Antonio Zoo is getting in on the new Netflix documentary trend on social media. Take a look at this. Is one of their gorillas preparing for the documentary about the time her snacks were about 5 minutes late.
She's acting like me. I understand that, girl. The zoo captioned the video. She's ready to tell her story. People on Instagram, she looks like she's ready to spill some tea. Others said they would watch this documentary. No, that is Phil. You better get that gorilla her snacks.
And look at, she's posting up there. She's ready to talk.
I know.
She said, you know what?
She put that play on her head. Like, I'm done with this.
Seriously. All right, well, speaking of food, KFC is bringing its fan favorite popcorn chicken back. The menu item was introduced in the early 90s, but was dropped from the menu back in 2023.
Well, the item is available while supplies last. You can get it in popcorn chicken bucket that we're showing, a popcorn chicken big box, or the popcorn chicken combo. I have not eaten KFC in like
it's been a minute,
years,
but when I was a kid, we were getting popcorn chicken.
Yeah,
if we went to
popcorn
KFC,
chicken's
you had to get the popcorn
See,
chicken.
but no, we live with the Chick-fil-A. I cannot betray my Chick-fil-A and go to KFC. Sorry,
That's
KFC.
fair. Well, you know what? Honestly, I would, because here's the thing: is that popcorn chicken and Chick-fil-A nuggets are two vastly different things.
Are they?
Yes, you can appreciate them in their own world.
Okay,
You know?
okay. If you say so, hot
I mean,
check.
well, we're going to have more excitement coming up and more positivity in just a few minutes. You're taking a live look at Uptown. Look, that's a gorgeous view of our city.
It is.
We'll be right back.
Well, yesterday we spoke about Norway soccer star Erling Haaland bringing home a taxidermy raccoon after the World Cup. It turns out that's not the only thing he brought back. Take a look.
That's one geezer, another geezer, another geezer.
As you can see, look at those eyes. He also brought a taxidermy squirrel wearing a hat and a squirrel drinking a beer.
The squirrels go for about $450 each. He got them from Wild Bill's Western store in Dallas. The taxidermy items are not typically big sellers there, but the owners say that they are in high demand now. So maybe Erling's purchase will drive some more demand.
I just wonder, is this what they think of America, ranch dressing and taxidermy? Like, of all the things you could bring back, this is what you think of our
Raccoons and squirrels
country?
wearing
Like,
cowboy hats.
Yeah, like, huh?
You know, but hey, I think the people got a good taste of our culture.
Is that our culture, Liza?
No, but what I'm saying is when they were here, they got a good taste of our culture, and then they decided to bring back the kitschy items back home.
Okay, I like your positivity, because I think they're laughing at us, not with us. I think they're like, look at these people.
That is valid.
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
valid. All right, well, the reviews are in for Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. In this fantasy adventure, Odysseus, played by Matt Damon, faces a dangerous voyage, meeting many creatures along the way. Scott Mantz gives his review of the star-studded film in today's Entertainment Report.
Okay, so 1 full year after IMAX tickets for this movie went on sale and sold out within hours, The Odyssey is as epic and as sweeping and as soaring as you hoped it would be. And it's based on the epic poem written by Homer a couple thousand years ago, and it is so absorbing and so immersive that you can't help but get caught up in the sheer grandness of it all. This is a whole lot of movie in so many ways, and it should be because it cost around $250 million to make, because The Odyssey is the very first movie ever to be shot using only IMAX cameras from start to finish. So whether you see it in IMAX or 70mm or both, you gotta see it on the biggest screen possible. I mean, it's incredible how much of a staggering and monumental cinematic achievement The Odyssey really is, because when you look at the production design, the costume design, the cinematography, the score, and the sound, it's all as good as it gets. Let's face it, nobody makes movies like Christopher Nolan. His commitment and his ambition, it's all up there on the big screen, which makes him a director like no other. Now, it's the performances that I feel like it's a little bit more of a mixed bag. Now, Matt Damon is absolutely magnificent as Odysseus. The movie follows his journey home after the big war, you know, with the Trojan horse. It's a physically and emotionally grueling performance that's as good as Damon has ever been. But as his son, Tom Holland, I feel like he's a little miscast. He doesn't have the gravitas to really match everything else around him. But the supporting performances, especially from John Leguizamo, Samantha Morton, and Himesh Patel, are also fantastic. The Odyssey is Nolan's best movie, and that is saying a lot coming from the director of The Dark Knight, Memento, Insomnia, Interstellar, and of course, Oppenheimer. With The Odyssey, Christopher Nolan stepped up to the plate and he took a big swing, and it's a homer. See The Odyssey in theaters and on the biggest screen possible. From Hollywood, that's the Entertainment Report. I'm Scott Movie Mantz.
Well, when we get back, the trend that we are seeing more and more celebrities rekindling, even if it's not a good one.
My kids would say yucky. All right, you're looking live over Independence Boulevard. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. We are back with more carnivorous plants with Kenny Coogan. So he's going to be at the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market with his pop-up sale on Saturday from 8:30 to 1. What are some growing tips that you have for people who are wanting to get these but maybe haven't really delved into the carnivorous plant world?
So over here we have butterworts or pings. They're trendy because they eat fruit flies and fungus gnats. We're going to have literally 500 of them. We're going to have about 20 different varieties. And for whatever you purchase, we have a care sheet to make sure you guys are set up for success.
I love that.
For the butterworts, they do well under a very, very sunny window or even a grow light. So if you have other house plants that have some supplemental lighting, you can put those next to it, and they'll eat those little bugs that are coming out of your non-carnivorous plant soil. For the Venus flytraps and the North American pitcher plants, they want full sun, about 6 to 8 hours of full direct sun like a tomato or a pepper plant would like. And they like to sit in a little bit of water all the time. And then we also have these beautiful hanging baskets of tropical pitcher plants, and they like shade. They can be grown inside or outside. There's 1,000 carnivorous plant species around the world, so it's hard to generalize all of them. But the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway is that they all need rainwater or distilled water. So city water and well water will kill them. So you can collect just rainwater off of your roof, or you could buy a gallon of distilled water, and then after that, they're easy.
After that, they're okay. Well, I was also going to say, do you think that there's a significant more amount of effort that goes into cultivating these plants versus, say, a regular plant or a regular house plant?
No.
No, they're the same.
So once you get the water conditions right, you're good to go.
Then you're good to go. I like that. What are some misconceptions that people have about carnivorous plants? Because I think that a lot of people find them a little bit scary.
Yeah. So of course we're in the Carolinas. We're in one of the Carolinas, and in the entire world, the Venus flytrap is only found here. But people think that that's the only carnivorous plant. So that's one misconception. Another misconception is like, oh, look how beautiful these flowers are. Out of all 1,000 species of carnivorous plants, all of them are angiosperms, which means all of them do flower. So they're all part of the flowering plant family. But 0 of them use their flowers to trap and kill their prey. All of them use modified leaves. So these flowers on the butterworts, they're just pretty, and that's why people like to grow them alongside their houseplants.
Yeah. So then these are technically leaves, right?
Exactly. Yep. So yeah, in the springtime, the flytraps will have pretty tall white flowers. And what's cool about most carnivorous plants is that they separate their flowers from their traps, so they're not eating their own pollinators. So the pitcher plants in front of us, they'll send up their flowers, and actually right here you see this kind of bulbous pitcher that hasn't popped open yet. So in the springtime, all of their pitchers will be closed. They'll open up their flowers, they'll get pollinated, and then after they're pollinated, they'll open up their traps. And sometimes they do eat the very pollinators that had helped them out a few weeks earlier. But
like, sorry, I gotta stab you in the back. I need to eat you.
But the flytraps and the butterworts and the sundews, they don't eat their pollinators by distance. So their flowers are really high, they're getting pollinated by flying insects, and then their traps are low to the ground. They're eating crawling things like spiders and beetles and fruit flies and fungus gnats.
Yeah, okay, so tell us, if people want to come and learn more from you this weekend, where are you gonna be? Where can we find you? I know that you'll have a tent there this weekend, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have a multicolored tent. We're gonna have a 10-foot by 20-foot section at the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market. We're based out of Winston-Salem, so that's why we're here promoting our one-time only pop-up for Charlotte, our yearly pop-up for Charlotte. We're going to be at the market from 8:30 to 1. It's going to be very easy to spot us. We're going to have over 1,000 carnivorous plants.
Wow.
Huge tent, lots of tables, a huge variety. There's only one species of Venus flytrap, but we've brought different cultivated varieties. So we have all purple ones, short tooth ones, long tooth ones, all green ones, low to the ground growing ones. And we have plants for indoors, outdoors, high light, low light.
All the things.
Exactly.
All of the things. You will be able to find it. If you are looking for a carnivorous plant, you're going to be able to find it with Kenny. Thank you so much. We are so excited to see you this weekend. Make sure you go see him this Saturday at the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market. Thank you so much, Kenny. We appreciate you making the trip.
Well, the Odyssey hits theaters this week, and early reviews, like the one we showed you a few minutes ago on the show, they are highly positive. Melvin Roberts sat down with Zendaya to discuss her work in the film in today's Entertainment Report.
Christopher Nolan's epic The Odyssey is expected to make a big splash in theaters this weekend, and I had a chance to talk to Zendaya, who's even lovelier in person than she is on the red carpet. And we talked about working with Christopher Nolan and so much more.
3, 2, 1, action.
Chris Nolan, I mean, working with him, what's one thing that surprised you about collaborating with him?
I don't really know what I was expecting per se, but there's such an ease in which he works. Is like so confident in his decisions, so confident in his actors, and at first I had to kind of get used to it and try to understand it, because I was like, I can't tell if I'm doing the right thing. Am I doing good? But he's basically just saying to you, like, yeah, we're good. Yeah. You know, like
I heard you got a perfect.
Yeah.
I heard you got a perfect.
Nobody else did. Nobody else got a perfect. She got a pick.
I didn't know how special that was. But it was like, it's one of those things where it's like you said, like he chose you, and he puts the confidence into his actors to do your thing, you know. And
you're looking around, you're going, everybody's excelling at their role. Maybe I'm excelling.
Yeah, maybe I'm doing all right too.
It was so beautiful to see you as Athena, just the grace and that, you know, that confidence and that poise that you bring to all the things that you do. I feel like that's a really iconic trait about you, watching you as an actress.
Thank you so much.
That's beautiful.
You always get this sense from you, no matter what you're doing, that you're like, I got you. I got you, you know. And who is that person for you in your life?
Oh man, I feel like I'm lucky to have a tribe of people like that. Tom is one of those people. I was so grateful he came to set, even though he wasn't working for my first day on this, because I was nervous as hell.
Were you? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes, because I mean, you know what I mean? You want to be able to deliver, and you just feel so lucky to be a part of something like this, and so just having that, you know, that support there was very special.
I love too that he gets the call that he's gonna do it. He's like shares with you. You're just so happy and excited.
Yeah.
And he's like, he wants to talk to you. You're like, he does? I get to play too.
No, for real. And I remember that moment when he came home and he was like, you read it again, but now read it thinking of this. And I was like, he was like, I remember your face when it happened. And it was like your whole face just like lit up. Because I was like, I wasn't even thinking, you know, that way. I just was excited that he was gonna do it.
What a great part. I mean, a goddess. You play a goddess.
Crazy.
Incredible.
Who would have thought?
We can see her perfect performance when The Odyssey hits theaters this Friday. It's a good one, everybody. It really is. In Hollywood, with your Entertainment Report, I'm Melvin Roberts.
Well, we know radio might not be the first thing that comes to mind when you want to get in the car and listen to something, but there's big news surrounding the original shock jock. According to Page Six, Howard Stern has laid off a dozen employees, as sources say he's scaling down to one show a week moving forward. This comes after a contract renewal last year that Stern had said afforded him more flexibility.
And sources also said there were people who were let go. They received the news via a Zoom call earlier this week, which is never how you want to hear news like that. This isn't the first time his employees have felt the pinch like this, as he reined in production last year, citing frustration with contract negotiations. So radio may be going the way of the dinosaur, at least in the world of Howard Stern. I mean, he's had a good run.
Yeah.
The man's been on the radio forever.
It's true. And then also I think that with the way that streaming music is now like just the main way that people are listening to music.
Well, he's not really music. His is all, content.
But I also just mean when people are getting in the car, they're putting their phone on and like they're listening either to a podcast or to music and like streaming it. So
all right, well, a growing number of celebrities and social media influencers have been photographed. You see them there holding cigarettes. And many young adults say they'll smoke occasionally at social activities such as parties rather than making it a daily habit. Now, cigarettes are being reportedly seen as rebellious, retro, nostalgic, evoking old school Hollywood and 1990s vibes.
The renewed pop culture attention also comes as vaping is viewed more negatively. So despite the new trend, actual cigarette smoking has continued to decline overall, according to CDC data. Through officials' warnings, they are still the leading cause of preventable disease and death in the U.S. So we got to be careful with this because it might look cool, but also
it smells gross. Your teeth get gross. You can get cancer. Like let's
there are so many downsides to it. So I feel it.
All right, guys. Well, after the break, we take a look at an interesting trend that the World Cup brought stateside. It takes one-night stands to a whole new level.
And you're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We will be right back. Stay right there. Have you ever walked into your first day of work, took one look around and said, nah, I'm good? Well, Will Ferrell was on the Good Hang with Amy Poehler podcast, where he explained why he quit working at Disneyland after just one day. Take a listen.
I thought that I was going to be assigned, to be one of the really fun jobs, like the Jungle Cruise operator or, And I find out, oh no, those guys work there for 8 years before they get. So they assign me one of the front kiosks for selling tickets.
Yeah.
At the same time, I had a rival offer to work at a friend's surf shop.
Oh.
A friend who was managing a surf shop
More
right
fun.
down at Newport Beach. Exactly. Same pay.
Yeah.
$5.50 an hour.
Yeah.
But I was too embarrassed to call up Disneyland. So my friend John called on my behalf and said, I will be quitting after one day. And that, and they asked, okay, a reason for leaving? And he said, I have a tryout with the Dallas Cowboys. And they went, thank you very much. So somewhere there's a file at Disney corporate. It says Will Ferrell worked for one day. Reason for leaving? Tryout with the Dallas Cowboys football team.
Okay, that's hilarious. Leslie, have you ever had a job where you're like, yeah, no, I'm good?
Honestly, no. But one of my friends did have this where she went and she worked at a restaurant, worked there for 3 days and left. But it's like you're like getting trained.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, what is this girl even? Oh, no, you know where it was? Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse.
What about you? Did you have one?
No, but Amber's gonna kill me. She and her best friend wanted to
Poor
do like
Amber's
some
always getting
season.
dragged
They
on this
kill
show.
me. My sister. They want to do some seasonal work. I think it was for like Framebridge or something like that. Went in for like 6 hours and she was like, yeah, no.
She said, I gotta go. I'm not coming back.
What are you doing, girl? Yeah. That's hilarious. Yeah. Okay, guys, have you ever heard of Drumeo before? They're at a YouTube channel that brings in professional drummers who listen to songs they've never heard before without the drum track. The drummer has to try and play what they think should be on that song.
It's really cool because here's John Stamos playing Papa Roach's song, Last Resort.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give a fuck how you're bleeding. This is my last resort. Cut my life into pieces. I reach my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give a fuck how you're bleeding. Care if I die bleeding. Would it be wrong? Would it be right? Never took my life tonight. Chances are that I might. Mutilation out of sight. And I'm contemplating suicide. 'Cause I'm losing my sight, losing my mind. Wish somebody would.
And you know what? And he's killing it.
I didn't even know the man could play drums.
I didn't
like,
either.
He doesn't age.
Well, you can watch the whole video on Drumeo's YouTube page, but I had no idea he could play. Also, he looks
He looked good.
fantastic.
He looks good.
He still looks
Just
good.
Amos, you got a brother?
For real. My goodness. All right, well, switching gears to other entertainment news, Spotify's got a sleek new update. Premium subscribers will be able to type or speak to Spotify, asking it to play something, and then keep adjusting the selection through follow-up requests. For example, you could start by asking to play artists that you've never heard before, and then tell it to add some Taylor Swift.
From there, you can narrow the selection to her newer music or ask for something in another direction. The assistant can also handle smaller tasks like saving songs, adding tracks to the queue, and following artists. The beta is gradually rolling out and will appear across the home and now playing screens. It's like having your own personal real-life DJ.
Yeah, exactly. You've got your own little like music assistant. But I think this is also nice because a lot of people, when they're listening to music, are driving in the car.
Yeah.
So then if you can give a command and not be looking at your phone, safer for everybody.
That's right. Well, comedian Beth Hoyt posted a video of her Instagram on how Claire Danes' character would react during this parasite outbreak. Take a look.
Well, I don't always want a salad, but now that I can't have a salad, I kind of want a salad. You know, how much is, and how much diarrhea? Because no, you tell me what's a lot. Oh, I've stopped buying raspberries, but we went swimming at the city pool. I cooked down the whole tub of spinach. My husband ate it in 3 bites. Well, I'm down to apples and bananas, and I sliced the skin off the apple, and then I put the skin in my mouth without even thinking.
I admittedly did not get this. We just had to ask our producer, Joey, but he said that Claire Danes, every role, she seems exasperated. I don't get it. I don't think I'm the demo for this one, but yes.
But if you know her, you know her.
There you
So
go.
this is, but also I feel like so many people are feeling this about the parasite.
Oh, I'm not eating. Here's the thing, though. I don't like vegetables, which is terrible. So this gives me my excuse not to
I know
eat my
that's
vegetables.
true. I know. I wish I didn't buy greens earlier this week.
Right. I'm not eating them right now. I feel good about that.
Yeah, because it also makes you nervous when you're eating it. You're like, wait,
you can't fully enjoy it, right?
Yeah, exactly. It makes me nervous.
It's like, no, thank you. Well, looking up at the night sky just got a whole lot sweeter. Spanish researchers have detected a type of sugar also found in raspberries in self-tanning lotions. The sugar was found in a massive cloud of gas and dust near the center of our galaxy.
Crazy. Scientists say that the discovery shows complex sugars can form before stars and planets are created. This is great for people with a sweet tooth like me.
Yes.
That means that some of the basic ingredients needed for life could be spread throughout the Milky Way and possibly help life develop elsewhere. So this takes having a sweet tooth to the stars.
I'm still just stuck on why we have sugar in our tanning lotion. Like,
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
That is actually, and you know when people are like, there's sugar in everything, like there's sugar in ketchup and there's sugar in this, that, and the other. Well, there really is. If
like
it's
literally?
If it's in tanning lotion,
Scary.
it most certainly is.
Okay, this was an interesting development in fast casual dining news. Chipotle is opening its first restaurant in Mexico. The store opens today in San Pedro Garza Garcia. The company says this will be the first of a larger rollout, including expansion into Mexico City next year.
Chipotle currently has 4,100 stores worldwide, including the Middle East and Europe. And the company says that they plan to open up 370 more locations globally. So do you think that the Mexican people are going to be up for our Americanized version of their food?
I think so. If you think, I think like American food, I think of like burgers. We'll still go to our Burger King. So
That's
like,
true.
I think
That's
so.
true. Well, I feel like, and I don't know, because I mean, I feel like for us, since we live in the U.S. and all of our food is kind of like Americanized, we're used to that. So I think for other people, when they're like, oh, well, I'm used to like the authentic thing, it might be fun for like, you know, the kitschy part where it's like, oh yeah, this is like
For the big portions, because we're known for our huge portions.
It's very
so
true.
we can go in there.
Very true. All right. Well, some people use the dating app Hinge to find love. Some people are looking for friends, and apparently some people are just looking for free lodging. The New York Post reports that soccer lovers are using the app as an Airbnb. Forget meeting for coffee. Many women say that possible matches quickly want to know up front if they can stay overnight on days when the FIFA matches are scheduled. Also, I know for a fact that this has only got to be men who are not scheduling an Airbnb or a hotel. I'm sorry.
Oh, Liza, that's cold. Okay, they also say some are direct about it, admitting they're not interested in romance, but would love a convenient place to stay for free, of course. The Post report is mainly anecdotal, based on social media posts, not an actual study, but it has sparked a double standard debate, as women and men have long used dating apps for free meals, drinks, and social event. Is this just plain rude or just plain genius?
I think it's poor planning. That's what I think. I think it's why have you not gotten a hotel? Why have you not gotten an Airbnb? Who did you come with? Why are you not staying with them? Like, I'm a little confused about how we did not plan any of this out.
Yeah, I just think nothing's for free in life.
That's so true.
Remember
That is so very
true. You know
true.
what I'm saying? Okay, remember how we were talking about museums potentially being healthy for you earlier in the show? Well, here's an interesting one we found. There's a museum in Germany devoted entirely to the icon. Who's the icon, you ask? David Hasselhoff. Apparently, he's a huge star there. It's filled with all sorts of memorabilia, from Baywatch to Knight Rider. It's located at the Circus Hostel in Berlin. The whole thing started off as tongue-in-cheek shrine to all things Hasselhoff, but people, they really loved it there.
So now it is a legitimate destination for tourists and locals, and Germans just love the Hoff. So mostly due to the popularity of his singing career and his iconic concerts around the fall of the Berlin Wall. Plus, they love the reruns of his TV shows. Are you a big David Hasselhoff fan?
You know what? I do love the Hoff because he's like a roach. Meaning, like, you can step on him, he's going to get back up. Okay?
He's always get back up.
He's a beach star. He's a singer. He's a father. He was Knight Rider. I like the Hoff because he's got like 25 lives.
No, exactly. And I think that when somebody can do a little bit of something in every industry, good for them.
Yeah,
Good for them.
it's inspiration. All right, guys, we're going to take a live look over Dallas coming up. You're watching. Oh, that's not Dallas, but we've got our closing thoughts coming up. We'll be right back.
There's Dallas.
There we go.
That's what we're looking at now. We'll be right back. Stick with us. Well, we may have had milkshakes today, but this might be the sweetest thing we have seen. Firefighters in St. Paul, Minnesota hosted a 3-day splashdown event to help kids cool down in the summer heat. While battling Minnesota's heat wave and closure of local beaches, firefighters and local parks collaborated to create a 3-day-long event starting on July 14th and ending today to help those kiddos cool down.
The fire department posted this video, and you can only imagine how much fun these kids are having running around and playing underneath the makeshift splash pad created by the fire truck water hose. The department also posted a set of photos from the event on their Facebook, so if you want that dopamine boost, definitely go check it out. It'll make you feel good.
This is a core memory for them for sure.
Yeah, this is fabulous. All right, guys, as always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts with you. And here's mine. Mahachik, I have a would you rather today. Okay. Would you rather spend a year at war or a year in prison?
Oh.
This is from enlightto.com.
So here's the question.
Yeah.
Am I a soldier?
Yeah, you're a soldier. You're not just out there for kicks.
Prison. I would rather go to prison. I'd rather go to prison.
Pick your go.
Personally.
Don't pass go. Go to jail.
Yes, exactly. That's what about you?
Oh, I go to prison. You can sleep. You get meals. AC?
Get meals. Yeah. That's much better. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not about.
I'm not built for war.
I'm not built. No, neither of us are cut out for that. All right, true or false? Camels have 2 eyelids to protect their eyes from sand.
That would be true.
It's actually false.
Okay, that would be false.
They have 3.
They got 3?
Eyelids. 3 eyelids.
Okay, I like that. Good
kind of
stuff.
crazy stuff. You learn something new every day.
That's right. We learned about carnivorous plants.
We learned about camels.
Liza would rather go to prison than go to war.
Yeah, that's right.
Same here, and we will
That's
see
right.
you back here 10 a.m. on Positively Charlotte. Y'all, it's hot outside, so stay in and watch Queen City News.
That's right. We'll see you back here, same time, same place, 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Welcome to Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, the do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and in the last episode of Turnkey, we talked about short-term rentals and how to make them successful, like what amenities to add. This week, we're going to talk about how to find those properties and how to target the right ones for you. So joining me now is the short-term rental specialist, I guess, Levi Bennett. Is that kind of what you go by, Levi?
That's how I'm known.
You are a real estate agent, so you do have the license to back it up.
Of course, yes.
How did you get into real estate? Did you start with short-term rentals, or is this something that you just kind of like morphed into?
I kind of fell into it. I moved to Florida not knowing anything about real estate, and then quickly got into short-term rental because the place where I lived in Orlando is kind of like the largest and oldest short-term rental market in the world, and all my clients were from out of state, and that was back when Airbnb was first kind of starting. So we kind of figured it out as we went, but all my clients were buying short-term rentals, and then I moved into finding distressed properties for investors. And then when I moved back to North Carolina, in the Charlotte area a few years ago, 2018 now, we kind of combined the two. So I got my license here, and then, we look at short-term rentals from an investment perspective. So
do you think short-term rentals were easier back when they first started out, or easier now that kind of the template seems to be set up a little bit?
That's a good question. They were definitely easier to make money back before COVID and during COVID. Nowadays, it's a lot easier to manage. The template of how to get to success is a little bit easier, but it definitely takes more underwriting and qualification, I think, to identify the right property. And it really depends on your goals. I mean, this is the first conversation I have with clients is what are your long-term goals? Because that will influence how we, pick a property.
Okay. And there are really three main goals that people could have when they invest, right? And we have them up here on the screen, cash flow appreciation and bonus depreciation. I think people, for the most part, would understand cash flow, but let's go through each of these and explain what they are, and then we can break them each down.
Yeah, absolutely. So cash flow is just your monthly, revenue. And really we look at it in an annual perspective because short-term rentals can be very seasonal. So that's kind of the one everybody wants, right? Great cash flow works really well. But they're very tricky to find because properties that cash flow, the owners don't really sell because
you should always be a little suspicious when you see something on that's listed that this is a great rental property and 100%. Great Airbnb. And if it's like, well, if it was so good, then why are you giving it up?
100%. Yes, that's exactly right. So cash flow is actually a little more nuanced than people realize. Appreciation is one that I like clients that focus on this because not only when you look at a national trend of appreciation in real estate, you're going to see pretty much an upward trajectory, and that has more to do with inflation and the way we print money in this country. But it has, and you'll see a small dip. Well, it's a significant dip in 2008, obviously.
Right.
And people still have that fresh on their minds. But in general, properties are always going to be going up. What makes it really interesting is here in the Carolinas, we are propped up way above the national average because of our migration trends. So when you think about it from a hospitality or a vacation rental or short-term rental perspective, a lot of people, for instance, may move from up north. Well, they grew up skiing. Well, there's only like 3 ski resorts in North Carolina, so they want to bring their skis up to the mountains. And you've got record-breaking years at Beach and Sugar and places like that where people are realizing that there's a big opportunity to go up there and capitalize on the fall market, the Christmas market that's up there that's crazy. Right. There's a lot of opportunity here that is, I think, higher than the national average because of migration.
And then that last kind of way to make money, bonus depreciation. Is there an easy way to explain this before we get in the weeds?
Or
should we just dive right in?
This is the one that is the secret weapon, and I think this is the one that there are definitely people watching this that have no idea the opportunity that's available to them right now.
Well, this is right now. This is in this moment because this is fairly new stuff in terms of the changes that have been made with the One Big Beautiful Bill and
Right.
the short-term rental loophole.
Yes, so it was refreshed in 2025. So it went to 100% bonus depreciation. I think the year before it was like 40%.
Right.
So I think right now it's really interesting because the amount of tax write-offs that are available through what's called a cost segregation report that is done after your property is renovated gives you, instead of just kind of one lever to pull on your investment property for tax purposes, it gives you like 20 levers to pull. And what investors are doing, even a little bit savvy, they will buy a property and then try to get, you can basically organize it to get to a net zero. Now, you need the right CPA for this, but there's a lot of CPAs that specialize in this. This isn't like a loophole. This isn't something that the IRS doesn't know about. It's backed by a Supreme
The
Court.
IRS has their own criteria.
100%, yes.
Right.
So this isn't like, it's not a gray area. This is something that's available to everybody. And by the way, all the most wealthy people in the world do this in our country. But the same rules apply. And frankly, there's a lot of value, particularly in middle and upper middle class people that may not realize they can buy an appreciating asset leveraged that gives them a boost on their income, basically by their take-home pay once it's signed off by their CPA. It's really wild once you stack it.
So let's get into this. The IRS criteria. These are only for investment properties.
Correct. You can't live there.
Right.
Yeah.
So average guest stay has to be 7 days or less. And then material participation. So I'm assuming that means kind of self-managed, that you have to put in a certain number of hours.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of hours. Usually you can hit that on your renovation if you're doing a significant renovation.
So what can you deduct? What can you say my investment is now worth less? Is that what we're doing?
So the cost segregation report is kind of where the rubber meets the road with this. So after you're done with the renovation, you will essentially all the real property, this is property that would be considered real estate, it's attached to the ground in some way, becomes almost taxed as personal property. So you get a report, it's a very extensive report. So everything from the roof, the doors, the carpet, the countertops, the cabinets, the cabinet handles, everything gets itemized because the normal linear depreciation schedule is about 27 and a half years, I think, for residential, or 39. But what this allows you to do is carpet depreciates faster than 27 and a half years. So
hopefully.
Yeah. So you can take the full amount of the carpet and maybe the roof or whatever you need to reduce your taxable income. What's also interesting is it doesn't, and this is where a CPA is going to be better explaining this, but there's different like tiers where when you're filing your returns, it gets captured in certain, like a Schedule K or something, and then it stops. What's wild about this is that this goes all the way to your married filed jointly income. So if, especially with two working spouses, W-2 high earning income, I mean, this makes massive impacts on their taxable income and ultimately their take home pay. Most people hit their cash flow goals just on the tax savings.
So at some point, though, this is going to be, it's going to be recaptured, right? Because you are saying that, this property that I bought for $500,000 is now, you've brought it down to maybe $300,000. Well, when you go to sell it, then all of a sudden your capital gains is going to be more. You've earned more.
Correct.
300 to, let's say, 700 versus 500 to 700. Is that amount, that difference there that you depreciated, going to be taxed at a different rate? And I understand I'm not talking to a CPA.
Yeah, I'm not a CPA. However, there is also a very commonly used kind of financial or IRS instrument for this. It's called a 1031 exchange.
Right.
And it allows, as long as you buy another, it's called a like-kind property, but it's pretty loose and what you can do with that. But essentially, if you buy something else, if you roll all of that captured appreciation into another, even if it's just a down payment and you leverage the rest of it, as long as there's a couple of rules, well, there's more than a couple, but it's very fair. So essentially, you can buy something as long as it is equal to or more in value. Some people, you can even split it to two properties that equal the same amount.
Right.
But then a lot of people use that captured equity in the previous property as down payments for the next one or two properties.
So you're kicking that can down the road of
Yep.
paying the IRS. Uncle Sam's going to want it eventually. Is there a till death do us part situation where you can, basically, does it erase the built-in recapture and capital gain if you pass away and then those assets go on to your family?
That's a good question, and I'm not totally sure.
That would be
on
the
answer.
CPA
That would be a more CPA, and I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. However, with some trust magic and some other things, there's always a way to work it out. Most people are living off the income of the properties because eventually the appreciation has gone up so much that their actual debt on the property is, if you're fast forwarding 10, 20 years down the road, your debt's so low and your cash flow is so high at that point that the goal really is just the cash flow and from that perspective.
Passive income
Yeah,
and
the
all of
passive
that,
income,
which is, so it sounds like you're saying that sometimes kind of going back to those 3 ways to make money, maybe initially your goal is the appreciation game. But if you hold on to it long enough, or let's say you sell that property and roll over the proceeds into other properties, maybe long term, then that becomes a cash flow situation as you're later on in life, maybe retired, and you could use that extra income coming in.
Correct. Cash flow is significantly more achievable if that's the end game plan. Appreciation sort of mid game, and then early game is the tax benefits on the front.
So, going back to a little bit closer to your area of expertise, because I know I was asking more tax questions there. You like weird
I
properties.
love weird properties.
What was your first weird property that you're like, okay, this is
Oh
fun?
man, the castle property was a fun one. We call it a castle.
I'm
It's a
gonna pull it up.
1972 build, but yeah, it has a turret on the front, and in the background there, that is actually the slope of Grandfather Mountain. So it's got just unbelievable views of Grandfather.
So this is the old listing that I'm pulling
Yeah.
up, and anyone can look up the property. You see it at the top left-hand side of your screen, the address. So this was, were you representing buyer clients
The
in this?
buyer, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So this was before your buyers got in there. This is what the property kind of looked like, and you can see it's kind of dated. But were they thinking about this for a short-term rental investment property?
100%. Yep.
Okay. So you can see it needs some work, but it's cool. It's interesting, right? It's a castle. Why wouldn't someone want to go there?
Right.
Now I want to pull up what they did to it, and they did an incredible renovation. So talk me through the game plan and how you kind of advise your clients and you help them to see the potential.
Yeah. So seeing the vision for the property. Now, this is in Banner Elk, North Carolina, which is it's kind of between Banner Elk and Boone. So it's right outside of Grandfather, if you're familiar with that. And essentially, there was kind of a lack in the market for large gathering spaces in this particular area. And so we knew it had potential. We wanted to bring a high-end kind of luxury feel to that area because a lot of the properties up there were a little bit dated. And the idea, they knew it was going to be a significant investment, but we got such a good purchase price on it. And not to brag, but I was
Brag away.
I was able to negotiate some incredible seller financing on this property that we were able to beat the market on a couple of the terms, which was really cool.
I mean, anytime you can do that.
Anytime you can do that, and it's more, it's still rare to be able to achieve that, but it is possible. And
Why
we
would
don't
you
know if
say
you don't
it's
know.
rare to achieve that with the seller financing? I assume I know the answer, but I'm going to assume that our viewers don't.
Yeah, so it's rare that you find a house for sale that hits all your criteria, but is also debt free, and that the seller is not in a rush to capture all the equity right at close.
Mhm.
But if they're willing to defer, and most of our seller financing, we're going to have some balloon on it. Not everyone. I mean, I have done a couple that they mortgage.
So
for
balloon
30
is a
years.
big payment at the end.
Correct.
You've been making payments consistently, and then all of a sudden you owe this huge lump sum.
Right. So the idea with that is if you do like a 5-year balloon, you're gonna buy this property, you're gonna have a mortgage set with the sellers directly, and then that gives you a 5-year runway to do your renovation and then refinance out of it. And since they're first position, they get paid out first. So, but typically, like in this case, the refinance came in 700, almost $1 million higher than their all-in price. That includes the purchase and the
I have it right here.
yeah.
And why don't I make that full screen so everyone can see that? So we have the acquisition price in the blue top left, just under $1,950,000. They put 500 into it, and the new appraised value, 2.2 million.
Yeah.
So they could have maybe turned around and sold it if they wanted to.
100%.
That wasn't
yeah.
the game plan,
But
though.
now it's cash flowing like
Right.
crazy.
So these are the three strategies that we were talking about, right? The different ways that people can utilize a short-term rental, and it depends on what their goals are, right? If they wanted to flip a property, clearly they could have done that with this. Just walk me through these scenarios and which one you think is maybe your favorite.
Yeah. So you could certainly flip the property. In this case, it's now making it. I won't disclose how much it's making to the owner's request, but
Yeah, that's fair.
it's significant. It's very significant, and they are now enjoy the cash flow. So they got to their cash flow, I think, earlier than anticipated. So there's no rush for them to sell it. It's going to continue to appreciate, is the idea.
When did they purchase this?
Oh, this would have been 22 or 23.
Okay.
Like,
So it's fairly recently that
Yeah.
that they're already getting, strong rental
Mhm.
requests and
Yeah, and it was nice because obviously we're speculating on the rental market. We're
Mhm.
assuming that there is a market for high-end, large, short-term rental demand between Boone and Banner Elk.
Mhm.
We're assuming that, but we don't know for sure. And it's a lot of cash being outlaid at the end to bet on that assumption. But we were right, and the buyer was right. And it's a very unique, and this is another reason I like unique properties, because they go to the top of the algorithm. When there's nothing competing with you, and you're scrolling Airbnb and it's right at the top, you're going to get more views on it than just about anything else.
Well, and what I noticed from our last episode with Caleb and Brandt is we were talking about the amenities, right? And this home does have a lot of those. I noticed that it had a game room, it had a hot tub, it has the view, and then on top of that, it can accommodate a bigger group. And that's really like when someone's going through and checking all those boxes of what they're looking for maybe a week-long vacation with the family, you don't want to be in that group that is out of the mix the second that they check that box.
Right, exactly. Having multiple king beds, for instance,
Mhm.
so that's a big one. This one, they actually put a secret room in for the bunk room, so you have to open a bookshelf,
Oh, that's
and
fun.
the parents are instructed basically to create this big magical experience with their kids. So if you keep it a secret from the kids, and then there's a big reveal in that, things like that are extremely thoughtful, differentiate your property from anything else on Airbnb, which is what makes this industry fun and why I love my job so much.
mentioned the uncertainty though of rentals. Of you don't know if it's going to be a rental that's going to get a lot of traction until you're kind of in the middle of it. You do and you don't, right? You see
Yeah.
the area. Obviously we know with Helene, there's been a huge impact to Western North Carolina. Before Helene, vacancy rates for Airbnbs were under 2%. And there's really no straightforward study that reveals what it is now, but I've seen numbers up to vacancy of 10% as of October of last year. What are you seeing for your clients in some of these areas that were so popular? But are people hesitant still to go on vacation, or are there unfortunately fewer properties to compete with now, and are people getting more bookings because of that?
Bookings are down
Are
in
down,
Western
okay.
North Carolina. And there's a lot of reasons for that. A lot of them we don't fully understand. But what's interesting is the higher end properties are doing well. And this may actually have more to do with the K-shaped economy. We didn't talk about that, but
We can go off topic
the
if you'd like.
K-shaped economy is definitely showing its impact on short-term rentals. So budget properties are struggling for sure. If your property looks like everybody else's and it's just another one that it's just another cabin that you can book in the mountains, you're probably going to struggle if you're not just differentiated. The higher end luxury or unique properties are doing just fine. They're actually probably outperforming everything else right now. And that has more to do with, the upper middle and up are doing extremely well financially, and the lower incomes are struggling in across the country, but certainly in the Carolinas.
That was part one of our conversation with Levi Bennett talking about short-term rentals. Stay tuned next week for more on Levi's personal success with short-term rentals and how you can break into the game too.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, nothing will show you an El Nino much like this map here. This is a look at the warming water temperatures out in the eastern and central equatorial Pacific. El Nino is here, folks, and it continues to get stronger. Just how strong could it get, and how could it impact weather patterns across the U.S.? We're talking with experts at NOAA about it. Plus, ditch the switch, daylight saving time. A bill has been passed in the United States House to make it permanent. How that could change your sleeping patterns, and why meteorologist Andrew Brightman opposes the bill. Also, Lake Powell, the second largest reservoir in the U.S., is reaching dangerously low water levels, what that can mean for power in that region. All that is coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University that starts right now. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Always a big welcome to our YouTube viewers. We've got a jam-packed show today talking about El Nino and how it continues to strengthen and how it can impact things across the country and the globe here as we go through the next several months and possibly even into early next year. Plus, daylight saving time. It's a big discussion. U.S. House just passed a bill to make permanent daylight saving time happen. Still has to go through the Senate and eventually get to the president's desk. We'll talk about how that could impact things for you at home and why there's so many people against it. We'll also talk about some things going on in Utah as well with a particular lake called Lake Powell too. So it's a pretty jam-packed show, but first I want to start with El Nino. El Nino continues to strengthen. This is a look at the eastern and central equatorial Pacific, and let's look at sea surface temperature anomalies. Now, there's a general region that is looked at in this area. to determine if an El Nino or a La Nina is present. And right now it's an El Nino, right? We've got water temperatures that are above normal, in some cases way above normal in that general region. And the temperatures out in the central, eastern, equatorial Pacific continue to warm even more. So joining me today is an expert from NOAA. We've got a meteorologist from NOAA. His name is Nat Johnson. He is part of the ENSO team there with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Nat, thanks so much for joining us on the show today, my friend. I want to talk to you about El Nino because it has become a big-time topic across all platforms, whether it's on TV, social media. I feel like I've heard the word El Nino more than I've heard when I was in college. It has just been such a big topic here lately. So talk about why you think El Nino might be getting a lot more conversation than what it may have in the past. And also, are we going to be in for a pretty strong El Nino this time around?
Yeah, Brandon. So I'm with you. I feel like El Nino's got more attention than I can recall. And it's been several months when it's really been in the headlines. And I think the reason why it's gotten so much attention is because, some of our state-of-the-art seasonal forecast models have been indicating the possibility of a very strong event for several months now, going back into the spring. And currently we do see this event strengthening rapidly, and it does look like it's going to be a very big event.
And then with this particular El Nino, what is making this El Nino seem like it's going to be so strong later this year? I know you guys have released some of your latest projections showing that there's now a 97% chance that El Nino continues through at least spring of 2027. And right now we're in a moderate El Nino. So how is some of that stuff determined at your office?
Right. So, back, a few months ago, we saw that the oceans were really primed for a potential El Nino. But in order to really get the El Nino going, we have to get the cooperation between the atmosphere and the ocean. So there's the feedbacks between the tropical Pacific Ocean and the overlying atmosphere. And over the past several weeks, we've really seen that cooperation get going. And so we really see these feedbacks leading to the further development and warming of the eastern equatorial Pacific, which means that really the wheels are in motion for a strong event at this point. So there's not really much that can prevent that from happening. So we're very confident that this is at least going to be a strong event, and it could be among the strongest we've seen on record.
And then when you look at the chart here, the scale that you guys have when it comes down to an El Nino, you have 4 categories: weak, moderate, strong, and very strong. We're under that moderate range right now, but I've been seeing the phrase super El Nino online. Is that a particular phrase that you guys use? And are the folks online that are saying that onto something here?
Yeah, so the super El Nino, which is a phrase I've heard more the last few months than I had ever heard before, I think. So
Right.
It's taken off. It's more an informal term, so we don't use it as an official category at NOAA. So it might be roughly equivalent to the very strong category. Some consider greater than 2.0 degrees Celsius for this particular index to be in that super El Nino category. So the bottom line is whether you call it super El Nino or a very strong El Nino, this is going to be a really intense event.
And then looking at some of the charts that you guys have put out for this month, this is looking at the NOAA Climate Prediction Center ENSO strength probabilities that is put out by the office with you guys. And it was issued July 2026. And I know there's a lot on this chart, and just kind of breaking it down for folks at home. When you look at these different bars here, all these bars are, when they go up, they're going all the way up towards the top. Most of them are showing a 100% chance of an El Nino. And then essentially on the bottom, you've got these 3-month group pairings. So you've got June, July, August, September on the x-axis, and then the percent chance of an El Nino on the far y-axis. But then there's also these colors on the chart. And Nat, that's showing the strength of the El Nino. And it looks like our best chance for a very strong El Nino, or as some folks are saying super El Nino, the more informal term, would be towards October, November, December. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it's we're looking at the best chances late fall, early winter, which is typically when an El Nino peaks. So, so this is consistent with how the events have typically evolved, where we peak early winter and then tend to weaken thereafter. But we still would expect to have the effects of El Nino lasting throughout the winter and perhaps into the spring as well.
And then getting away from some of the charts and just kind of talking about how this could impact weather patterns, what particular weather patterns do you guys look at changing when it comes down to an El Nino of this strength? Is it the hurricane season that tends to get changed the most, or is it the jet stream patterns that change, or is it everything that could be altered as we go through the next several months?
Yeah, so one reason why we care about El Nino so much is that it has far-reaching effects throughout the globe. So this time of year, some of the biggest impacts tend to be in the tropics. So as you talked about, we tend to see an impact on the hurricane season. So we tend to have a suppression, the Atlantic hurricane season, enhancement over the Eastern Pacific season and Central Pacific, changing in the patterns of the typhoons in the Western Pacific. But also, and more generally, we tend to see droughts over places like Central America, Australia, a weakened Indian monsoon. But as we get into the colder seasons, the late fall and winter, that's when we tend to see some of the bigger impacts over the U.S. So typically, we'll see an enhancement of precipitation over the southern tier of the U.S., particularly over the southeast. Drier conditions over the Pacific Northwest and the Ohio Valley regions. Tends to be much warmer than average over the northern tier, northern U.S. and Canada. Cooler conditions over the southern tier. So these are the sorts of major impacts that we would expect over the U.S. This coming winter.
And then when you're looking at the winter season as a whole, do you guys believe this is going to be the more impactful forecast changes or weather pattern changes as we get towards the end of the year? I know there's been a lot of talk about the potential for more heat as heat's released from the Pacific Ocean. Some of these big heat waves that we've seen so far this summer, is there any attribution to El Nino with those?
That's the impact of El Nino on current heat waves. It's a little tricky because the science is a little bit uncertain there. So in fact, typically we would tend to get more heat waves with the opposite phase with La Nina in the summertime. So so in some areas, for example, I mentioned that we're Central America where there's drought. We expect increased heat, but in general, when we do have El Nino, the global temperature does increase. So we would expect to see a warmer temperatures around the globe. But as far as the specific heat waves this summer, there is, as far as I'm aware, no clear tight link with the current El Nino.
Now, when you're looking at those weather pattern changes, these aren't promised, correct? There's certain things like even hurricane season, like I know in 2023, an El Nino year, we did still have a pretty active hurricane season that year. So even though these are what we tend to see during hurricane season, there's still ways that we can have active hurricanes and different things like that during a strong El Nino.
Yeah, that's a really important point. So El Nino tends to tilt the odds in favor of, particular conditions. But it's not the only control on the weather. It just happens to be one of the more predictable on the seasonal time scale. But we're always going to have other factors in the weather that can change a particular outcome. And most of these factors are not as predictable. The chaotic weather variability that you might only predict a week or two in advance. But they can still be a very important influence at any given time.
And the viewers across America or even here in the Carolinas, what's your message to them as El Nino continues to strengthen and likely reaches more of that max strength towards the end of the year? Do you have any message to the viewers that might watch this at home? Is there anything you want to communicate to them as this El Nino continues to strengthen?
Yeah, I think just to be aware that there's a high likelihood that we're going to have a very strong El Nino and to be aware of the potential impacts of that El Nino. So doesn't mean that have to take major preparations, but be aware of the potential impacts, and if there are any say lower regret preparations you can make. For example, if you have a leaky roof and you figure you want to fix the leaky roof and due to the enhanced probability of wet conditions. If it doesn't pan out, well, there's no regrets that you've really done something that's helpful anyway. So, my general message is awareness of the potential impacts that could come with this El Nino.
Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson alongside my good friend meteorologist Andrew Brightman. And now we're talking about daylight saving time because the U.S. House has voted 308 to 117 to pass the bill known as the Sunshine Protection Act. This would allow states to make daylight saving time permanent. Brady meteorologist Andrew Brightman in on the discussion. Who's literally an expert on this. You've been looking at this for a while, and it's not the first time we've tried to do this. The Senate unanimously passed it in 2022.
Yep.
Never really made it to the House, and it's kind of flip-flop in 2022 on how those steps went forward.
Sure.
But now it heads to the Senate, and the Senate, if they vote on it, then it would go to President Donald Trump's desk to sign it, who actually does support daylight saving time being permanent. Now, there are a lot of people that don't support it, Andrew.
I'm one of them.
There's some folks that do not want to do this. Let's talk about it, Andrew. Let's let's look at daylight saving time in general, and just we've tried this before.
We
in
have.
1970s.
In 1974, there were some that were clamoring for this back in the 70s. President Nixon, in 1974, signed permanent daylight saving time into law. There was immediate buyer's remorse, complaints about children having to go to school in complete darkness. There was an uptick in accidents, actually. People had to start to wear, kids had to start wearing, special reflective material when they were walking to school because of how dark it was with the permanent daylight saving time during the winter months. And then President Ford, just a year later, people talk about the buyer's remorse of prohibition and that being repealed in 13 years. A year later, they got rid of it here, Brandon. And that's what I want to get into. Again, it's like still trying to touch a hot stove. Yeah, still hot.
Let's chat about what it does. Essentially, right now, without permanent daylight saving time during the winter months in particular, really from November to March. That's really where this would change things. So our latest sunrise without permanent daylight saving time right now is 7:32 in the morning. And our earliest sunset is 5:11 in the evening. So essentially, with permanent daylight saving time, our latest sunrise and our earliest sunset would just get pushed back an hour. And again, this will just impact us for about 35% of the year because the other 65% of the year, we're already in daylight saving time, like right now, during the middle of the summer. But during those colder months from November to early to mid-March, we're talking about daylight saving time not being in action. And that's why we tend to have our earlier sunrises and also your earlier sunsets. Now, the argument, Andrew, is that, and I know the children thing is a big thing, but the argument is that you're going to have more of a daylight time in the evening. So what is your thoughts on that?
Well, first off, it's the winter months. What are people trying to do during the evening hours when it's cold outside? Okay. Well, are people going to be sitting outside at restaurants when it's 25 degrees? What are we doing here, Brandon? And think about that hour is a big difference. That means many people that are getting up, let's say the average working staff here, 9 to 5 is their schedule. they're getting up probably around 7:30 or so in the morning, especially if they have a family, they have children. 7 to 7:30 is when they're getting up.
Right.
You know, back when I was a young, aspiring meteorologist, my parents would get up around 7, Brandon.
Yeah.
And
same here.
With permanent daylight saving time, it is going to be pitch black. And when I went to high school at like 6:40 in the morning here, and it was still pretty dark there, but at least around 7, you start to see some light.
A little bit of daylight.
See some light
Yeah.
here. If you have permanent daylight saving time, there's some places like around here, Philadelphia is relatively the same. Like latest sunrise is 8:30. That means it is pitch black until about at least 8 a.m. here in the morning. So you start getting that faint morning light. Basically, almost all school children, especially anyone that's middle school or above, they're going to school in the complete pitch black, Brandon, and probably the first hour or so of their day is going to be in the pitch black.
Yeah, when you look at it, I mean, this is a map that we've been showing on this, and I mean, you look at like the Dakotas, the upper Midwest. I mean,
There are some places where if you as you get up into portions here of the northern part of Minnesota, not Minnesota, Michigan, also Minnesota as well, but Michigan, like around Detroit, their sunrise is not going to be until around 9:15 in the morning here. Like people are going to be driving to work when it's pitch black outside. And actually, I did an interview here with a sleep scientist about a year ago because it's something I've been a little bit passionate about here, Brandon.
Yeah, you have, man.
Dr. Beth Mallow from, I think, Vanderbilt University is a sleep scientist. Great person to talk to, extremely knowledgeable, yes. From the Department of Neurology at Vanderbilt University. Shout out Dr. Beth Mallow. She talked about that with permanent, it's going to throw off our entire rhythm here because we're going to be forcing ourselves to get up here without any light. Our bodies react to that natural light. We need that natural light, Brandon, in order to get our day started, to get us going here. And also, having the later time in the day here, it just doesn't make that much big of a difference here during the winter months because the southern states here already, just because of the curvature of the earth, there's not as big of an extreme change here from how much shorter their days get. This is going to be most pronounced across the north, where there's also, coincidentally, the least amount of things to do outside during those months from November to now. They've shortened it. It's only, I think it's like around March 10th now, Brandon. We switch back over to daylight saving time. And I was talking to Dr. Mallow. She actually said that we'd probably be better off for our overall sleep rhythm here, Brandon, if we did permanent standard time.
And that was exactly where I was going to go with this discussion. I mean, I think permanent standard time makes more sense.
I'm a standard time stand
because you're going to have your daylight time in the morning, and you're still going to have some daylight time in the evening, especially during the summer. I mean, right now, I went to bed last night. I like to go to bed early. My fiance and I are in the bed by 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Wow.
Probably sleep during the week. It is early. It is really early,
impressed,
man. But we wake up really early, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning to work out.
Look at you, early riser. Okay.
But I will say this. At night, at 9 o'clock, it's still daylight here in Charlotte. Yeah. I mean, the sun's not setting until about 8:30 or so. So it is.
We need to start to shut our bodies
daylight out
down
there.
here. That's why permanent standard time here would be a little bit better. I'm about to sneeze here just thinking of the idea of permanent daylight saving time. Excuse me.
So if we do permanent standard time, essentially we would have our sunset time right now here in the middle of the summer, right around 7:30 or so, which is still plenty of time to get stuff done.
You can still sit outside and have dinner. Doesn't make that big of it doesn't make that much of a difference here. The only thing I would say is that we would have some early sunrises here. It gets our bodies going. We react to that natural light and it wakes us up. It's our natural sleep rhythm.
And most doctors, from what I've seen, would agree that permanent standard time would be the right way to go. And there has been some.
We got to start a movement here, Brandon. We got to get a movement going.
I was going to say there has been some senators that have brought this up that think permanent standard time would make a little bit more sense, which is why, as this gets to the Senate, there is some thoughts that it might have a hard time even getting really to the table just to get a vote on it. So
there's
kind of what happens.
There's already a couple of states that have permanent standard time.
Yes, that's exactly right. You go to Hawaii, and then the one in the U.S. is Arizona.
It's funny because when they were voting on this in 2022, Senator Kristen Sinema from Arizona was really excited about the Sunshine Protection Act, and because there's not a lot of knowledge about the subject. I don't even think the senator realized that her state doesn't even do daylight saving time right now. they were already on permanent standard time, but she was like celebrating permanent daylight saving time. Like some people don't understand the difference. I think a lot of people thought that during the winter months, actually, Brandon, they thought that was daylight saving time.
Yeah.
And like there's a lot of
people that don't even know how to spell it.
Yeah, there's some people that
people
say,
add the S,
they
the
add this,
savings.
savings. I'm like, no. There's no S. You don't got to add anything on there. Daylight saving time.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too. There's so many misconceptions with it. If we did go to permanent daylight saving time, we would not gain any extra daylight during the day. We're just going to be changing the time of the sunset.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Right. And our weather's not going to change either. Now, if we did, I will say this, if we did go to permanent daylight saving time, one weather factor that would change maybe during the winter months is ice and snow would kind of linger a little bit more in the morning because our sunrise would be later.
So, actually, there'd be a lot more 2-hour delays also.
There's a lot of things that have to be thought about with this. And again, daylight saving time, it's not permanent yet. The bill still has to go to Senate. And then if it makes it through the Senate, it'll make it to President Donald Trump's desk, who does support daylight saving
But
time.
isn't it, it's an opt-in kind of thing. We could have a weird patchwork of stuff where that would almost potentially break the time zones of the United States.
Because there's states that may or may not go with it. Because all that bill does is it just allows the states to make the decision on that.
Because then you have like a whole like little checkerboard thing of like different states. Like let's say like Iowa does permanent daylight saving time, but like Missouri doesn't. And then you have like all of the time zones of the United States would change.
Let's say I'm flying from North Carolina to Texas, and Texas decides, oh, I'm gonna keep it, and we're not. We're not. Maybe we don't.
There could be multiple.
Times.
There could be 2 hours of time difference, maybe zero.
Think about flight times.
Like, I think like people have not full. Again, I keep just preaching from the pulpit here, but people have not fully thought about like the consequences. A permanent daylight saving time, and then B, giving states the option where you have this patchwork of stuff. It would like another thing. It could like if you have states that don't get full buy-in, you're gonna have states where it's like the flight times are gonna be all weird and confusing potentially. I didn't even think about that until just now, Brandon.
Yeah, you have to assume. I would have to assume that states would generally just go to what the Senate and the president sign the law, but you never know.
Arizona doesn't do that.
Arizona's already different. So again, just to recap our conversation here in Charlotte. Just looking at those times and how they would change. Again, without permanent daylight saving time, our latest sunrise is 7:32 in the morning, our earliest sunset 5:11, and then with permanent daylight saving time, you push those back an hour. So latest sunrise would be 8:32, which was the concern. It'd be a little bit darker in the morning, especially for kids, a lot darker in some aspects, and then earliest sunset will be 6:11. So obviously there's going to be a lot of discussion with this, and we discussed it in 2022. We had the discussion in the 1970s, and here we are again, Andrew. We'll see what happens with it this time. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We got to head to Lake Powell now. This is the second largest reservoir in the United States in Lake Powell. It is by water capacity, again, the second largest reservoir in the U.S. It's located on the Colorado River. It straddles the border between Utah and Arizona and holds up to approximately 24 to 27 million acre feet of water when it is full. However, it's not full. We're having some serious issues over there. Lake Powell is nearing dead power pool. And that could mean there could be concerns with not only recreation there with Lake Powell, but also the concern for hydropower, because Lake Powell is also a pretty significant source for hydropower in that region. And it is reaching possibly historically low levels there. You're seeing some of the clips on your screen. Now, obviously, this doesn't necessarily do us justice too much, but this video here does. You can see some of the lower levels there. So it's approaching what experts are calling critical threshold for the Colorado River system. With the surface measured at about 3,524.3 feet, so 3,524.3 feet above sea level, about 34 feet above 3,490 foot minimum power pool. So again, as it reaches minimum power pool, this could bring the concern at which Glen Canyon Dam can no longer generate hydropower, and this is according to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. So definitely something we're going to keep an eye on for you here on Pinpoint Weather University, because this could impact millions. It's not only the hydropower concern, but it's also the concern of the water source. You know, the Colorado River is already low in general due to a lot of drought in that area. And unfortunately, let's get limit water supplies to that area, hydropower, and then also the recreation aspect of it. A lot of folks get out to Lake Powell and spend time out there doing recreation. So it's something that's going to have to be watched. Now, this has happened in the past. The concern with this lake and what the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation did, I believe in 2022, is they drained some of the water from other reservoirs into upstream from Lake Powell to help bring Lake Powell up by about 3 or 4 feet. So this is something we'll keep an eye on for you. Again, Lake Powell, the second largest reservoir in the United States, reaching dangerously low levels, so low that hydropower might not be able to be generated due to the lower levels. And also recreation and water supplies will be dropping in that area due to the Lake Powell water level concerns. Again, the drought-stricken Colorado River provides municipal water, for about 40 million people and supports about 8 billion kilowatt hours of hydropower a year. That's enough to power about 700,000 homes, sustains about 5.5 million acres of farmland. I'm meteorologist Brad Lawson here on Queen City News Plus and also YouTube. Thanks again for joining us. We'll see you next time. Take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together.
Paramedic. Not sure. I just saw a car crash into a building.
Today on Queen City News at noon, the release of the 911 calls from the night a vehicle crashed into Pineville's Town Hall, killing the driver. The new details revealed in the aftermath of the crash. Jim.
Typical July weather to tell you about. It's going to be in the 90s, way up there high in the 90s too, maybe tickle at 100, who knows. It's going to heat up and going to stay that way through the weekend. We'll talk about the changes coming up, though, after that and our rain chances in just a bit. Stick with us.
All right, and the controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project could be back on the table. The frustrations from Charlotte leaders about a debate they thought was already over. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
All right, first at noon, let's talk about this dangerous heat in the Queen City. Looking live here over at partly sunny skies all across the area. Sunshine, though, and the humidity taking over with feels like temperatures right now hitting the triple digits this afternoon. Let's get right over to meteorologist Jim Lytle in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Right now, I mean, Jim, when you look at it, it's already 89 degrees here in the Queen City, and it's just noon.
It's actually 91 at the airport, so 89 here. But yeah, it's already up there to close to 90, already hot. Classic July weather for us. We'll be getting close to some records. I don't think we'll break them, but temperature's definitely way above normal. And the humidity's going up too. You probably noticed that a bit. Had a couple of nice days earlier in the week, did with that rain, so it's payback, I guess. And as we go deeper into July and the first week in August, climatologically, those are our warmest temperatures. So once we get past that first week in July, we start going down climatologically. Of course, we get hit 90 lots of times in August and September, can't we? 91 right now here, 92 Lancaster for the warm spot with Wadesboro. Even the mountains are up into the 80s, except for Jefferson and West Jefferson at 78. That's the place to be in the hot summer, isn't it, up in the mountains? Our dew points are high. Some of them are above 70 even, which is pretty impressive. And there could be a pop-up shower as a result of that. I don't think there'll be a lot of rain around, but with this high humidity, you can't rule it out.
All right, thank you, Jim, for that. Newly released 911 calls now providing more details about a deadly crash that forced a months-long closure for Pineville's Town Hall.
Somebody just jumped the track and hit the library.
Yeah, we heard a boom in here, but we could not see what it was. Did you see what kind of car it was?
No, it was a whole car because some of their car is still out here.
Did you see
Like
what
some
kind
of the
of car it
pieces
was?
of it. I didn't see what kind of car it was because they were doing 100 going down Main Street. Maybe they're still in the library, but they actually busted the window out of the library, out of that town hall building.
Wow, well, the crash happened in April. Video shows the moments leading up to the car slamming into the building that houses the Pineville Town Hall and the library. The driver, Suleiman Bayoko, died at the scene, and the town hall, they actually reopened this week, but then the library part remains closed. The heavily debated I-77 South toll lane project back up for discussion despite Charlotte area leaders now voting it down. So they're now under new pressure from state lawmakers threatening to be able to claw back more than $60 million if they don't change their positions. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is in Uptown with a look at the next steps for local officials.
Delegates to the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization are now heading back to their towns, cities, or county boards to figure out how they would like them to vote the next time around here on the I-77 South Toll Lane Expansion project. They'll come back together September 23rd to cast those ballots. Now, the first time that this board voted, this was back in May, they decided to rescind support for adding toll lanes from Uptown to the state line. Community members had raised many concerns about potential neighborhood displacement and pollution risks. Now, in response to them voting it down, State Representative Vicki Sawyer, representing Iredell County and parts of Mecklenburg County, introduced a provision to the state budget requiring any local government who voted against the plan to reimburse NCDOT for the time it spent on designs and studies. Now, it's still unclear where city leaders would pull money from in order to pay their share of that $60 million. Some delegates say their towns couldn't afford to pay a share and potentially lose out on funds for future road projects.
Cornelius Town Board meeting, our board voted in support of the I-77 P3 moving forward in the south. So we thank you for putting a vote back on the agenda in September to afford us the opportunity to state this position.
I'm here and was directed to make sure that Mecklenburg County's statement is clear, that our original vote was no, and it remains the same at this point.
Now, board members plan to go over the potential consequences of voting for or against the proposal at their next meeting August 19th, again, casting their votes September 23rd. Members of the public are invited to give feedback at either one of those meetings if they sign up ahead of time, or they can give their feedback through email to their local delegate. Reporting just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Savannah, for your reporting there. An 18-year-old is now accused of shooting and killing a man in the University City area. The shooting happened last week at the S&D Banquet Hall on University City Boulevard. So officers say they were already on the scene for reports of a fight when they then heard gunshots. And that's when they found 20-year-old Jalen McCormick shot in the parking lot. Charlotte police arrested 18-year-old Catavius Lewis for a murder charge. He now appeared in court this morning and then will remain in jail without bond. Court documents also show the victim was outside to put a camera in the back seat of a car when the shooting happened. Catawba County deputies are investigating a toddler's drowning at a maiden home. Paramedics and police responded to the house on High Ridge Circle. This is happening Monday night. Officials say despite life-saving efforts, the 2-year-old was pronounced dead at the scene. Deputies are now still working to figure out what actually led up to the incident. The Chesterfield County Sheriff's Office says that a man who is in the country illegally is now in custody for failing to register as a sex offender. Detectives say that they discovered Fernando Hernandez Rocha was now living in Chesterfield County under an alias. They also learned that he was convicted in 1998 in Georgia on 2 counts of child molestation. and was then deported in 1999. Investigators say that they don't know when he returned to the United States and then began living in Chesterfield County, but he currently is now being held under an ICE detainer and could face additional charges. All right, staying in South Carolina right now, there could be more security at this year's Pageland Watermelon Festival, which kicks off today. The security changes come 1 year after the shooting death of a 17-year-old, and that is Sean Davis, which happened at an event that happened in that area in Pageland. Another teen, Jaden Jeffries, is also charged with murder in the case. Of course, we're going to have much more details on this year's event and the ramped up security starting on Queen City News today at 4. All right, let's talk politics now. A new poll released this morning touches on a special GOP primary race to replace the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. So the Emerson College Polling Nexstar Media poll took place on July 14th and 15th and featured 500 likely South Carolina Republican primary voters. So the poll found no clear leader, but Representative Ralph Norman led with 16.4% of the vote. Mark Lynch was second with 12.5% of the vote. Representatives Nancy Mays, and also looking at, she garnered 10% of the vote, followed by Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett, Representative Russell Fry, then Governor Henry McMaster, and former Representative and Governor Mark Sanford. 18% of the respondents were undecided. The special GOP primary will be held on August the 11th, but it's unclear right now if many of these politicians are even interested in becoming the next U.S. Senator in South Carolina. Candidates have until July 28th to register for the primary. Looking live here over at the White House, President Trump is now set to address the nation tonight on several topics, including elections and voting machines. So as Trevor Shirley reports this afternoon, the president is suggesting that he will likely call into question the integrity of past elections.
And even some within the president's own party are wishing he would use tonight's address to focus on issues likely more important to voters, in particular, cost of living. President Donald Trump has only offered vague details about the address scheduled for tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. When asked by a reporter on Tuesday if it would concern election machines and integrity, the president said it would, quote, concern that subject as well as other topics. He also said the country needs to, quote, shape up. It's worth noting primetime presidential addresses are typically reserved for major milestones or nationally significant events. Democrats are warning the president is trying to revive false claims of past stolen elections in order to potentially delegitimize the upcoming 2026 midterm elections. And even some Republicans would prefer the president focus on issues like ending the war in Iran and getting cost of living expenses down instead of dwelling on past elections. There remains no evidence of widespread fraud or cheating in past elections, including 2020, claims the president still regularly makes. Earlier this week, the president said tonight's speech would also involve a, quote, big announcement.
But it's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger, because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement, yeah.
The last time the president made a primetime address was back in April to talk about the Iran war. Reporting in Washington, I'm Trevor Shirley for News Nation.
Thank you, Trevor. Closer to home now, health officials are investigating the first case of cyclosorpriasis in Cabarrus County. So the case now comes as Mecklenburg County reports at least 18 cases. The biggest outbreak is in Michigan, but North and South Carolina also have a rising number of cases. So health leaders right now in the Tar Heel State are monitoring more than 300 cases reported since May. Meanwhile, 16 cases have been reported in South Carolina, up from the 11 reported last week. A boil water advisory is still in effect for Anson County as repairs on the system continue. Charlotte water officials say they have now sent crews to help Anson County restore service following a series of significant water main breaks.
You know, under North Carolina's mutual aid agreement, we're working to help them stabilize their system. We are joining Union County in the efforts, and everyone needs to also keep in mind that helping our neighbors, this is not just about charity, it's about regional stability.
So Charlotte Water is now also helping Anson County test and analyze water at its state-certified lab. A Charlotte family says the loved one's death almost went unnoticed. How they got closure after a heartbreaking tragedy. Plus,
taking down a structure that has meant so much for the community, but it's also a rebirth.
a bittersweet goodbye for Charlotte's historic Excelsior Club. Y-City leaders say the demolition of the building is now really just a new beginning. Jim.
Wow, it's going to get hot today, but it's July after all, right? We got temperatures that are going to be in the 90s. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about our rain chances, all that coming up here as we look at the weekend forecast. Stick with us.
All right, just getting started here. Your time now is 12:12, 89 degrees outside, 91 near the airport, as Jim says. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Here's a live look over uptown Charlotte, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. It's the end of an era for the historic piece of Charlotte. The Excelsior Club on the west side of the city has now been demolished as crews make way for a new club. The developer and the leading of the project person who's handling everything says the work should be finished by 2028. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell was there as crews pulled down pieces of that building that were standing for decades.
Former Excelsior Club owner Ken Kuntz finds it quite funny that a wooden fire escape that he was forced to add to the club is one of the last pieces left standing.
Code enforcement say, y'all got to build a fire escape because that'd be safe in case a fire break out. So we built one, a wooden fire escape.
Funny enough,
That's it. That been cold? Yeah.
a code enforcement worker showed up to the demolition site not to hand out any fines, but to witness a piece of his hometown's history come down. After being deemed unsafe for a while, the historic Excelsior Club on Beatties Ford Road in West Charlotte is preparing for a new chapter. Kuntz, here to document what's left before it's gone, calls it bittersweet.
You can't write a check big enough to affect the emotions and hearts that a lot of people feel about the historic Excelsior Club.
Developer Sean Kennedy is leading the tall task to revitalize the property, receiving $3 million from the city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County to first tear down the aging club before any sort of rebuild happens.
The building couldn't be saved. The second floor had pretty much fallen into the second floor, and the structure from the bottom was totally rotted. Asbestos, black mold, and everything else you could think of was in that building.
Kennedy says his team hopes to have the new Excelsior Club open in 2028 with a restaurant, meeting rooms, and a museum that honors the club's time as an important gathering place for Charlotte's black community.
We're taking down a structure that has meant so much for the community, but it's also a rebirth.
Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham says that's exactly why leaders believe it was worth investing in this property.
It's part of a new beginning for an old historic institution that can establish how we reimagine this space we call Beatties Ford Road.
In West Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A new study shows demand for multi-generational homes is now growing in the U.S. and data from the National Association of Realtors now shows 17% of all home buyers purchase a multi-generational home between July of 2023 and June of 2024. So that's an increase from 14% from the previous year. And experts say more families are now searching for homes that have separate living spaces to share with their relatives and also to be able to help reduce financial pressure. The housing crunch is changing the way people move, according to TaskRabbit. More Americans are now making short, quick moves as high housing costs force renters to jump on affordable apartments. Bookings for help with partial move were up 37% from the same period last year, while short distance relocations then jumped 29%. So same-day bookings for moving help jumped 19%, and experts say people are now packing lighter, moving just a few miles. Let's talk about this weather outside. We know it's H-O-T. Your time now is 12:18. As we take a live look here over West Charlotte. You can see our temperature there on your screen, 91 degrees, jumped up 2 degrees just in a couple minutes there. Let's bring in meteorologist Jim Lytle. Jim.
It's also H-A-Z-Y, hazy too, because there's a little bit of an air quality issue going on.
Yeah.
It's worse north of us, believe it or not. Up toward the Great Lakes, they have wildfires that are going on in Canada that sometimes have obscured our skies too, but it's much worse up there. So we have a little air quality issue because it's just kind of calm and there's not a lot to stir things up. Yesterday's high was 94, advertised 91. It's been as warm as 100. We do it occasionally around here, get to 100. Our temperature right now is 91. No wind to give you any relief at all. Dew point is up there at 70. Anytime it's 70 or better, it is muggy. And throughout the day, we should be mid to upper 90s. Wouldn't be surprised if a few bank thermometers said 100 this afternoon, or your car, of course, maybe we'll say 100. But it's going to be hot no matter what. 91 right now. It's 93, the warm spot at Monroe. Look at Lancaster, you're at 92. Jefferson, in West Jefferson, up around Boone and Blowing Rock, it's a little cooler up there. I called on the video from Boone to show it's sunny there, so it should warm up and get pretty hot there this afternoon too. But right now it's a little cooler, 81 in Boone currently, so they've gone up from that 78 we had earlier. Our dew points are high, as I mentioned, above 70 in many locations, even in the mountains in the 60s. And our forecast for today, here in the lower elevations, 97, sun cloud mix, an isolated storm. We can't rule it out when you have this much humidity, and it doesn't take much to bubble one up. Most of those, if they occur, will be out to our west in the mountain communities and the foothills. Next 3 days for us here in the Charlotte area, mid to upper 90s for the most part, some lower 90s on Sundays. More showers will be around as a result of a cold front that's going to come our way. Not this cold front, but there's one out to the northwest that'll come our way for Saturday and Sunday and kind of bring a little relief in the heat and also a chance of some showers, a better chance of showers than what we're going to have for today and tomorrow. Tonight's low 72, warm and humid, but calm, so no precipitation expected. If you have any outdoor activities this evening early on, it'll be nice. Once that sun goes down, and in particular, it'll be a lot cooler. Tomorrow's highs back up to the mid and upper 90s. Can't rule out some near 100-degree temperatures in Monroe and Sherrod, 99 at Wadeburn, Rockburn, and Rockingham. So yeah, everyone's going to be hot. It's typical July weather. Climatologically, I said this earlier, it's true that the first couple of days in August that our typical highest temperatures occur. And after that, we start going down in the high temperature department climatologically. We can have plenty of 90-degree days in August and September, even October, but typically they become less frequent. and climatologically they go down too. Here's what we're thinking about throughout the day today. 3 p.m. probably one of the hottest temperatures at 96. Be by the pool or somewhere cool. Rain chances, again, for the weekend look a little higher than they do the next 2 days. So we'll look forward to that. Keep your fingers crossed. Futurecast kind of points that out. Until then, it's nice. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it stays dry. But it's Sunday, we start getting some showers. A better chance in the mountains, even on the off days, Thursday and Friday and next Monday. We're going to have a good chance of showers here on Sunday with rain around, 40% chance, 94. And then we should cool off a little bit next week. We may adjust some of those temperatures down, but it's going to be hot no matter what. And forecast wind gusts, not much to tell you about to relieve the atmosphere or give us some cooling. Pretty much in the 5 to 10, some 15-mile-per-hour gusts. That's about it. Here you go.
All right, thank you, Tim, for that. An investigation leaves some Charlotte stores facing hefty fines while they're now being accused of overcharging customers, and a lawsuit against a popular produce brand over the use of forever chemicals. How the case could now impact grocery store shelves. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Thanks for being with us here today. 91 degrees outside in the Queen City. Your time is 12:22, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Two Charlotte area stores are now facing thousands of dollars worth of fines after inspections showed they were overcharging for items. So state officials conducted these inspections of the price scanner systems and businesses to be able to check for accuracy. And they say in Richmond County, a Family Dollar on East Broad Avenue was fined more than $5,000 for failing 3 inspections. So in Union County, Circle K on Chestnut Lane was then fined more than $2,000 for failing 2 inspections this year. So both stores will be re-inspected, and that's until they meet a 2% or less error rate, then they will be okay. A popular produce brand is now being sued over claims that it had forever chemicals on its products. And a consumer advocacy group reportedly found 12 different pesticides on Driscoll's berries, which are actually advertised as sustainably grown and only the finest. So 8 of those pesticides were classified as PFAS. We spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Clay Rhodes about the liability the company could face. Take a listen.
I think it's really going to determine what they're saying that only the finest was. If it was supposed to be chemical free, then I think then these plaintiffs will have a significant claim. And you got to remember, this isn't the first time they've been sued. They were just most recently sued by a wrongfully terminated, that's their allegation, employee who made the same allegations. This employee said, hey, I believe they're doing this with these chemicals, and then they were wrongfully terminated. That's what they're alleging in their wrongful termination complaint. So this seems like the next step in some type of process in determining if they had these chemicals or not.
All right, for that full conversation with Clay, if you can head over to our website at qcnews.com. Stay with us. A presidential pardon that wasn't delivered. The popular rapper taking a group of D.C. lobbyists to court after they didn't keep their promise. Talking about Boosie next. You're watching Queen City News at noon. The most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Now 12:30, looking live here over at Gaston County. And the heat and the humidity now ramping up as we now inch closer to the weekend. You can kind of see the haze in the air there. Let's bring in meteorologist Jim Lytle at the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Jim, an air quality alert remains in effect for the Charlotte area.
Just for us, it's not widespread, but enough to make note of. I noticed on the last hourly observation, there was like no wind blowing. So there's nothing to stir up the atmosphere and get rid of some of that haze. But weekend heat, possible storms this weekend. Not widespread, but enough we have to keep them in the forecast. 94 was the high yesterday. Normal high is right around 91. These are the warmest climatological weeks of the summer for us, from the end of July to the first week in August or so. So it's acting just like it normally does around here in July. 91 at the airport right now, no wind of consequence, so that's not helping with the air quality. Humidity is at 50%, dew point is 70, it's high. As you plan out the day today, it'll be in the mid-90s for all afternoon long. Good day to be by the pool perhaps, or out in the shade if you have to be outside, but certainly a warm one. near record-breaking in some locations, but we're not going to go crazy with records. But there will be some pretty warm temperatures, hot temperatures for the weekend coming up here. We'll detail it for you in just a bit.
All right, thank you, Jim, for that. 4 more suspects now facing charges nearly 2.5 years after the shooting death of a 13-year-old. This all happened in Pageland back in January of 2024. Jacob Duncan was standing outside his Bennett Road home when he was then shot in the head during a drive-by shooting, and investigators don't believe that he was the intended target. So Jacob Garcia, Tasma Garcia, and Jacob Rangel all now charged with accessory after the fact of murder and also misprison. So misprison is the act of concealing a serious crime, and Andrew Rogers was also arrested in the charge with misprison. All 4 were booked into the Chesterfield County Detention Center. So far, though, 6 suspects have been charged in the shooting. So last month, we showed you what happens to the cremated remains of dozens of people who go unclaimed by families or friends. So North Carolina officials now released their ashes into the Atlantic, and we went on one of the state's largest trips to be able to give the forgotten a final resting place. Queen City News reporter David Schumann shares the painful experience of a Davidson woman whose loved one nearly slipped through the cracks.
You've reached out, she seems okay, you've got your own life.
Sheila Williams wishes she had pushed harder to connect with and help her cousin Clarissa Nielsen. She says Clarissa was unmarried, mentally ill, and a recluse in her Raleigh home.
Her neighbors tried to help her and she would scream at them.
Last December, Williams saw a Facebook post that suggested her cousin had died. Several frantic calls confirmed. Not only was it true, Clarissa had been dead for 6 months. The family has 22 cousins. No one knew.
It's a profound sadness. Then we were like, well, where's her body?
Nielsen was moved to North Carolina's Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Officials performed an autopsy, it was natural causes, then cremated her. Williams can't understand why no one reached out to Clarissa's family.
It just makes me question, how deep did they really go?
State Health and Human Services officials said in a statement, reasonable effort is made to locate relatives, including working with law enforcement and making online searches. If family can't be found or can't claim for financial reasons, which is common, the state holds the ashes for 3 years, then scatters them miles off the coast in the Atlantic Ocean. If someone goes unclaimed without needing an autopsy, counties take responsibility. Mecklenburg County sends its unclaimed to Eddie Pig and his wife Teresa. They own Pig Family Services in Bessemer City.
Sometimes there's people that have nobody. We've done several homeless cases for Mecklenburg County. It makes you wonder, are they looking for them? Have they thought about them?
The Pigs have the bodies cremated at a West Charlotte crematory.
1 week we had, I think, maybe 7 people that in just a week's time.
The ashes are stored for at least 6 months. Then the Pigs will dispose of the remains. Pig hasn't scattered any ashes yet. His agreement with the county is too new, but he tells me that he'll be doing it about an hour outside of Charlotte, likely somewhere near where I'm standing. This is Pig's family farm near Albemarle. He says this fall he plans to come here to scatter dozens of sets of ashes.
If somebody is looking for them, we can post that information and they can find them. They know they're at peace. They know where they're at.
Sheila Williams is glad she and her family claimed Clarissa before strangers disposed of her ashes.
If somebody's alone, don't assume they have it together and they don't need help. If you're dependent on the state to contact you, you may not get that call.
David Schumann, Queen City News.
Death investigation into a black teen who died during a July 4th boat trip off the Mississippi coast now will eventually go before a grand jury. So this, as new evidence, raises new questions about what happened to Nolan Wells. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump says a grand jury will be selected after the investigation is complete and all evidence is then reviewed. So Wells' family now says they have reason to believe messages may have been deleted off of his phone before it was returned to them.
We also talked about trying to make sure we dot every I and cross every T. I know that we're getting about 50 calls a day to 100 calls a day from people who were there on Horn Island, people who are familiar with individuals that were there on Horn Island. And so we continue to be steadfast in trying to get to the truth of why Nolan Wells is dead.
Well, Crump says both sides have now agreed to a joint review of Wells' cell phone as the family continues its own investigation. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office says the investigation remains active right now. Investigators are still asking anyone, though, with photos, videos, or information to please come forward. All right, looking live here at the nation's capital, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche now defending the Justice Department's handling of the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. During his confirmation hearing Wednesday, Blanche said that though mistakes are made, the disclosure of the documents was an exercise in unprecedented transparency. Officials repeatedly pressed Blanche about whether he would then commit to meeting with Jeffrey Epstein's victims. 10 of those victims were in the room for Blanche's confirmation hearing.
You meet with these 10 survivors, I'm asking you on the record.
If they have lawyers, as you know, I'm prohibited from meeting directly with them. I have met with counsel for survivors, as has many people in the Department of Justice, over 30. But if they are represented by counsel, we will work with their counsel. If they don't have a lawyer, I will certainly make arrangements to make sure the right people at the Department of Justice meet with them. Absolutely.
So Blanche was previously President Trump's personal attorney. He also led the Justice Department on an interim basis since April and also functioned as the public face of the fund meant to compensate the Republican president's allies and also alarm press freedom advocates with an aggressive pursuit of news media leaks. All right, a popular rapper now taking legal action after claiming he paid big money for a presidential pardon that he never received. According to TMZ, Boosie, whose legal name is Torrance Hatch, says that he struck a deal with a pair of D.C. lobbyists to secure a pardon from President Trump. But the White House denies ever speaking with the duo. Boosie now is suing to recover half of the $600,000 that he claims that he paid for a promise that was not delivered. Joining us now, Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes. All right, let's start off with the obvious here. Okay, so where is the legal line between paying a lobbyist to pursue a presidential pardon and then illegally paying for a pardon?
Let's start with a couple things. First of all, that's a lot of money, so I guess those wipe me down royalties are definitely still coming through.
Wipe me down.
I'll start with this. First of all, there is no line. It's clearly that if you're paying for a pardon, then that would cross the line. You can get someone out there to lobby, but if you're saying I want to get a guaranteed pardon, it's not going to happen. You can get someone to help with preparing your application. You can get some folks to prepare legal fees, investigation costs, lobbying fees. But to say, hey, I'm going to pay the president, this money will actually hit his hands, no, that would be bribery. That's against a number of regulations. Federal robbery, honesty, service fraud, conspiracy. If they use email or text message or any type of electronic device, you're looking at wire and mail fraud. Yeah, so there is the line is extremely bright that if these allegations are true, what he's alleging, it would seem like they were attempting to pay to play, and their response is that no, we were lobbying. So I'm not sure what's going on right now, but I think this case will work its way through the court system at some point.
All right, let me ask you though, if Boosie really genuinely believed that he was paying for a guaranteed pardon, so not just advocacy, but could that belief then hurt his own legal position, or is it simply a contract dispute that is services that weren't rendered? Yeah, I mean, it could actually open him up to criminality himself. If he believed that I was paying for a legitimate pardon, that this money equaled guaranteed pardon, yeah, that could include him in some type of conspiracy. I mean, this reminds me of the 2020 investigation by the Department of Justice when they brought this in, and they said a couple of things, that there was an allegation of a pay to play for presidential pardons, and when you look at how they got it, it wasn't based on someone saying, look, we were contacted about this. Right.
They got into these phones, they saw that there were a number of emails and communications between individuals making the allegations that they could purchase and pay for presidential pardons. This was, again, during 2020 timeframe, and so this isn't the first time this allegation of paying to get a pardon has been out there. This is just the first time we're hearing about it regarding this rapper.
All right, so if Boosie was your client and he now says, hey, I want $300,000 back of the $600,000, you know, how are you telling him to be very careful with this? Because just as you said, the wording as to what's getting out, as to what you believed and what might have actually happened.
I would 100% say, let me handle it. That's the first thing I'd say, like you hire an attorney so that I can do the talking and you don't put yourself in a position now where you're getting some type of criminal charge coming after you, after your statements, because anything you say may be an admission to some type of guilt. So I would say, if it's a true contract dispute, that you hired these folks and you believe that they were lobbying on your behalf, and there's language in your contract that says you get a percentage of it back if they're unsuccessful in their lobbying efforts, let me handle that in the breach of contract case in the court. If you're attempting to handle this in the court of public opinion, I probably don't want you as a client anyway, because now you're damaging my ability to do my job.
Any last words?
Right here, I mean, you can believe that there are folks that are out there thinking that they can pay for a pardon, but this process, again, the president has wide ability to grant pardons, but there is no ability to take payment for pardons.
Colleague Rhodes, very well said. Thank you so much. A major Carowinds attraction shut down, leaving thousands of visitors with questions why park leaders say the closure is necessary to keep thrill seekers safe. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Welcome back. Fury 325 has now been a staple of Carowinds for more than a decade. But right now, the ride is still now just sitting very still because the world record breaker coaster has now been closed since a routine inspection last week found a foundation issue. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardona explains this is the third problem that brought the roller coaster to a halt in the last 3 years.
Fury 325 is billed as the world's tallest and fastest traditional chain lift giga coaster, where the Carolinas come together.
It's just a very adrenaline-filled ride, and it's smooth as glass. It's great.
Brandon Stoff, or Theme Park Brandon, visits Carowinds 40 to 50 times a year and other theme parks across the country.
This ride, it's the marquee ride for Carowinds. So they obviously, with this new issue, they're doing whatever they can to get this ride back up and running as fast as possible and working with the state and making sure it's safe.
We found a small part of the coaster sectioned off with temporary walls. Carowinds says the ride has been shut down since July 7th after inspectors found a foundation problem during routine maintenance. But this isn't the first time the park has closed Fury 325. 3 years ago, a park goer noticed a crack on the ride's steel support pillar, and after it was replaced, another crack was found later that month.
It's actually my favorite part of the ride because you really feel the sense of speed of Fury 325. You fly right over the entrance, and so it really creates the excitement that people coming into the park saying, oh my gosh, it's Fury.
Stoff says theme parks have closures all the time for maintenance and repair to prevent someone from getting hurt.
A lot of the stuff that gets done, the main public doesn't know about because, the maintenance team catches it or they're doing their inspections like they're supposed to.
Despite the issues, many enthusiasts plan to ride again once the coaster is safely back open.
Hopefully this will never happen again, but you just never know. That's why they have the maintenance teams inspect the rides every morning.
There's no timeline yet for Fury to reopen. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
So another popular theme park in Virginia is accused of owing nearly $22 million in back taxes, but it's not because of years of delinquency, but rather a years-long dispute between Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, and the local government. So in 2021, the theme park's owner appealed to a long-time taxing practice, saying that the revenue commissioner was classifying certain property as business tangible instead of real estate. So the county later refunded taxes back to the theme park, but now they say that the new terms increases what the park owes.
Same time, we billed the taxpayer for what we believe they owed, and that was just an amount just in excess of $20 million. And so that's where we are today. The taxpayer and we are having ongoing conversations between the county and the taxpayer. I think we'll come to a resolution, but that is really the difference of what they believe they owe, what we believe they owe, and we're working through that.
So the group that owns Busch Gardens, United Parks and Resorts, hasn't commented so far on the situation. Well, a trip to the happiest place on earth is getting harder on the wallet. So a new ranking by Home to Go ranks Disneyland and Disney California Adventures as the least affordable theme park experiences in the country. The study is now based on ticket prices, parking, and other trip expenses. While Disney remains one of the most popular destinations, the price tag is putting it out of reach for some families looking for a budget-friendly vacation. All right, let's take a live look here over uptown, courtesy of our exclusive Arlington camera, as I bring in meteorologist Jim Lytle. I know, Jim, you're one of the big fans of the happiest places on earth, right?
When we first moved here, we went 5 years in a row. That tells you how much we loved it. But
yes.
When you get older, you don't go as much. But I'd love to go there. Yeah, it's great. It has gotten expensive.
It has gotten expensive.
And we got Carowinds in our own backyard,
There you
so
go.
that's great. Yeah, it's kind of a hazy, summery day here, very much like Orlando, really. Highs in the 90s, high humidity, some possible storms this weekend with the weekend heat, the bubbling up variety like they get in Florida. 94 degrees was our high yesterday. Normal high is 91, and right now we are at 91. No wind of consequence, and that's not helping with this air quality issue going on. Nothing to stir up the wind and mix it up a little bit, so that's why especially Mecklenburg County has issues. Visibility, you'll see the haze in the sky, and just maybe you have a little trouble breathing because of the humidity and the air quality, which is down because there's not much wind to stir things up. And we got lots of things going on here with our traffic and all the stuff that happens with industry here, so that's why we get more problems than other areas. Mid-90s for this afternoon to upper 90s. There could be a few places that may tickle 100 this afternoon. Your car thermometer may say that. It's going to be a hot day. Temperatures right now range from 93 at Monroe, 94 at Wadesboro, 95 at Cheraw for the warmer temperatures. Jefferson, still, maybe that's broken, that temperature thermometer up there, 78 degrees. Picked up their video, was looking at them, and there's plenty of sunshine up there, so there shouldn't be any reason why it's that much cooler, but certainly it is going to get hot all across the state, and even up in Boone right now it's at 82. Our wind is calm there too. More chances of showers as you go to the mountains. If you're going to your mountain house this weekend or a lake to the west of us, it definitely will be more thundery for the weekend as you go west and higher up. Dew points are high, 70 or better. Look at that. That's pretty muggy when the dew point gets above 70. Today's high temperature, 97. Sun, cloud mix, isolated storms, about a 20% chance. Can't rule them out, but won't be very widespread. Next 3 days to the weekend, temperatures start to cool a little bit, and then we see a better chance of showers and storms come Saturday and Sunday. Clouds and radar not showing much precipitation right now. Tonight's forecast calls for a low of 72. We're in that time of year where sometimes it doesn't get below 70 for the low. It was 73 last night. Look at these highs for tomorrow. Upper 90s to near 100. Heat indices will be higher than that. Tomorrow we start out in the 70s and then we rise up to the mid-90s, maybe as high as 98 for the high on our Friday. Rain chances look best on Sunday. Scattered showers, maybe some good thunder. It'd be nice to get some good downpours. Futurecast kind of captures that. Let me see if I can get this to work. There it goes. We got partly cloudy skies through Thursday and Friday. No precipitation really of consequence. It's not till Friday late and Saturday, especially on Saturday and Sunday. Look what happens during the afternoon on Saturday. These pop-up storms come about. And that's because of a weak cool front and better dynamics and less stable. So better chance of that. Better chance of the mountains, as I mentioned. Look at the highs there in the 80s and low upper 70s. Not so for us. We'll be in the 90s and staying pretty hot next week, it looks like. Maybe a little relief early next week. We may drop those temperatures a bit, but certainly a better chance of showers and storms come Saturday and Sunday. I know I'll root for one.
All right, thank you, Jim. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Here's a live look. Look at that over beautiful Lake Norman. Hot out there, but it's gorgeous. You're watching the most honored, the most local news in Charlotte. Pro football kicks off in less than a week, and Carolina Panthers rookies report to training camp next Tuesday, with veterans arriving a day later. And they also kick off the preseason against the Arizona Cardinals August 6th for the annual Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio. All right, taking a live look here over at Bank of America Stadium in Uptown from our Arlington camera. So the MLS All-Star match just 2 weeks away at the bank, and the top soccer players in the U.S. face off against the All-Stars of Mexico's top league. And that match will begin at 8 p.m. on the 29th. And also the stage is also set for the World Cup final. Argentina completed another comeback to advance, and now they'll have a chance to be able to go for back-to-back World Cup titles. Standing in the way of Messi and company is Spain, which is now back in the World Cup final for the first time since 2010, when they then won it all for the very first time. So the final match will then be this Sunday at 3 p.m. And a third-place match between France and England will be held Saturday at 5. As you watch the end of the World Cup games, you might wonder why soccer players, they exchange jerseys. According to FIFA, the first recorded jersey swap took place back in 1931. France stunned England with a 5-2 win, and then after the match, the players swapped shirts as a souvenir of the historic win. Well, Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. So here's what we're working on starting on Queen City News today at 4. The North Carolina Attorney General says that his office is now coming after businesses accused of predatory towing, how he plans to be able to use the recent court order against those taking advantage of drivers. And changes are made to voter ID and also recounts in elections in North Carolina, why some members of the state elections board are now concerned they could lower trust at the polls. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Let's talk weather. We got temperatures in the 90s for the next several. It's July after all, right? These are the hottest climatologically, temperature-wise, days coming up here through the 1st of August. So it should get better after that. But we'll have plenty of hot weather right through September, right? And a good chance of rain here on Sunday, 40%. I hope we get some showers. We could use them. Yeah. I know our lawns could.
We do need the rain. All right, thanks, Jim. Great working with you today.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us at Queen City News at noon. We'll see you next on Queen City News at 4.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome into this edition of Morning Edition. We have got the gang is all here. Well, Julian's not here technically.
No.
We got Annie Sitowski. We got Teddy Payton, myself, Jason Harper, and the one and only Kevin Pinto.
Hi, Kevin.
Running point for us today. Julian has been doing a lot of World Cup stuff in Atlanta. He'll be
on
back
us.
with us next week. He did dip. He dipped, he dined, he dashed. Little bob and weave. We'll have him next week. Maybe he can rest and recover. All right.
There we go.
We're starting out of the gate with a topic that has been really
Contentious.
very contentious topic, Ted. We wanted to bring in Professor Phaeton on daylight saving time that you can help us understand what it is and what could possibly change.
Oh man. So I think the year was way back 1966 or before that.
Okay.
I could be wrong. The date could be off. But originally, daylight saving time was to conserve energy around the wartime effort. I don't think that's needed anymore. And obviously, every year we go through the spring forward in the spring, fall backwards in the fall. Daylight saving time starts in the spring when you spring forward, and then it falls back in the fall when it comes to an end. And a lot of folks are talking about keeping it all year round.
Where we're at right now.
Where we
so
are
like
at
what
right
we
now.
get, we're in saving time right now,
Correct.
not in standard time.
We're in saving time right now. So again, late in the evening, sun goes down at 8 o'clock at night. If you're far northeast, even earlier. But if you're in the Florida region, even later. So it all depends on where you are for the sunset. But it's later in the evening, and a lot of folks like that. It helps conserve energy, obviously, in the summer. But again, we don't have the same issues, and we have modern day technology, which allows us to turn on lights and enjoy things. So a lot of folks get, I guess, inconvenienced by the changing of the times, whether you're springing forward or springing backwards, if you have routines. Parents with kids probably
Worse.
understand the struggle the most. So yeah, a lot of discussion is around how can we just like keep it to what it is. Folks want to keep daylight saving time. I'm a fan of keeping standard time. If you want to do away with the switch, I get that. I get that desire, but I don't think it would be advantageous for us to keep saving time. And there's a reason for that, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, we're all parents, right? So does it
and
really
we've-
matter?
And we've dealt, yeah, I mean, we've
We have to
dealt
get
with
it regardless,
it.
whenever.
You
Yeah.
figure it out. It's not really that, but Ted, so this is all everyone's talking about this because the House passed a bill to put us back onto saving time, right? So, and now it needs to go to the Senate. A lot of people are like, oh, it sucks to like spring forward, fall back. It messes everything up. I know that there's an increase in heart attacks around that time change.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of health issues.
No idea.
And it's annoying. Yes, like we all love to gain that extra hour of sleep. But Ted, what you're saying is, okay, it's not necessarily the bad part of not getting switching back and forth, but they picked the wrong one.
Yeah, they picked the wrong one.
Picked the wrong version.
We should keep standard time,
standard,
not
not
saving
the
time.
saving time.
Yeah, for context, like Hawaii, for example, they keep standard time all year round.
Yeah.
They don't do the switch. I believe most of Arizona also keeps standard time.
And part of Indiana.
Part of Indiana,
Or Ohio.
That is
right?
so weird.
So just think of the timing hoopla, and if you perhaps you work remote and you have coworkers in different time zones, those are things
I
that
mean,
you
they deal with that problem regardless now. Isn't
Correct.
it going to still be like a state by state thing though, right? Aren't the states still going to choose? That's
Oh, that makes it even worse. That would be bad. But and the big argument for you, Ted, and what Andrew Brightman's always brought up, like don't get him started on all that. They did their own podcast on it. But I asked you to make a fun graphic.
Yeah.
For our newscast and to like
Ooh, I
put
like
into
graphics.
perspective of like everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's gonna stay later or lighter later. But when you think about the flip side of that, what does that look like?
there's a trade-off. Yeah, go ahead. Can we put this full screen because I know the numbers are
There we
kind of
go.
small.
Here we go. Here we go.
I want your attention. This is breaking down what your sunrise time would be, right? Early in the morning. And I say early with asterisks because if you look towards Michigan, for example, Illinois, you're looking at closer to a 9 to 9:30 sunrise time.
So weird.
And that goes through into the Dakotas. You have that. So the darker orange shading is where your sunrise will be north of 9 o'clock. And imagine for anyone who's a parent with young kids going to the bus stop, your kids will be waiting at the bus stop in
the dark.
In the dark, yeah.
The dark. So that's where I think we could be using the wrong set of time to lock into. Standard time, we wouldn't have this problem. Standard time, we would still have the early sunsets in the winter that we do now, but we won't have the late sunrises, which could have very dark conditions early in the morning. I know when you wake up, you want that coffee to jump. jumpstart your day. But imagine waking up at 7:30 to get ready for the day, and it's pitch black.
Like how we get ready
that's
for
even
work.
harder.
Well,
Exactly.
yeah, it would be like us, but I mean, like, I've had doctors tell me over the years, the best way to remain healthy. We were, 100 years or longer. We're meant to rise with the sun and go to bed. Like our circadian rhythm is all set on the sun rising and all that.
Yeah.
If it's not rising till 8:30 or 9, yeah, that's very difficult.
gonna
For
get-
people getting up at 6, between 6 and 7, and those kind of things. What I don't understand, Ted, is if most people can agree that, yeah, it's kind of frustrating. It's not that big of a deal to switch our clocks twice a year. It's not that hard of a deal, right? But why can't we choose the standard one? Why
Yeah.
is Congress, why are they choosing the saving time one?
We ask ourselves a lot of
I think
questions
we
about
ask a lot of
government, don't we,
questions about
in
that.
general?
Yeah, why are they choosing that one?
Why?
I mean, obviously, I have my stance on standard time. When I speak to folks who want saving time, it's because they like the late sunsets. They like having
All
their
right.
summer nights with the sun going down after 8:30 p.m. They like it being bright, which it still will be, right? Like if you keep standard time, you're looking at sunsets probably 7:30, 8 o'clock, as opposed to 8:30, 9 o'clock.
That's fine.
That's okay.
I think we work too long right now as Americans anyway. Other countries settle down earlier than we do. We like to burn that midnight oil. I don't think that's the healthiest for us.
No.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, great. 8:30, 9 o'clock, you can still do stuff outside. But should you be? If the darkness starts sooner,
I mean, if you're having
yeah,
fun.
it brings you inside for the most part. You should. You should be in with your
I would say
family. and
for you
starting
guys, it doesn't matter.
No, it really doesn't.
This is waking up in the dark regard.
If we're waking up in the dark, going to bed, and maybe light, I don't know.
Yeah.
You referenced circadian rhythm before, Jason. I do want to touch on that because I do think there's the health benefits to waking up with the sun and going to bed with with sunsets, right? Like our bodies are programmed where, when the sun comes up, that's when we come alive. The critters come alive, the day gets started. When you have sunrise at 9:30, you're pushing everything back, or you're going to be fighting that natural circadian rhythm, right?
Yeah.
And that's where I think we could be experiencing health issues. Now, I'm not going to say that with a fact. I'm not going to make that connection, but I imagine there would be a correlation between folks waking up before the sun comes up consistently and their overall health. So just something to consider.
I think you're right on that.
I agree.
I don't think it's going to pass. But if they did want to make a change, I would amend it to going to standard time.
I do want to say, I was trying to look it up here. I believe they tried this before,
They
to
did.
be honest.
Yeah.
And it didn't even last a year.
It failed.
So,
The whole point is for it to at least last a year.
Do we remember what we did in the past?
They were saying kids were going like at the bus stop with flashlights because it was
Correct.
that dark. So I don't
crazy.
think that's really good for
Reflective
anyone.
vests.
Even if you're not a parent, just like if you're used to driving into work or doing whatever with the sunrise, and now it's going to be pitch dark. So welcome to our world.
there we go.
That's it.
That's all we got to say about that.
Yeah.
I'm
All
done.
right.
Time to
Well,
move on.
we're gonna go to break. I'll say it's the break, guys.
We got a lot more to
Thanks,
talk
Kevin.
about.
All right.
Sure.
All right. Bye.
Welcome back into Morning Edition. Kevin left us with just a bye.
Hello.
So,
Goodbye.
so hello again. We're going to be talking about the World Cup matchup. Obviously, we now know the final is set. We have Spain versus Argentina, a big come from behind win for Argentina yesterday, which was Wednesday. This is Thursday. And also, which I forgot about, is we have another match that's going to happen on Saturday, and that's the third place match.
The losers bracket?
The losers one. England
Oh,
and
good.
France are facing off on Saturday, and Jason and I were talking about this earlier. We're like, what a bummer, man. Like you're just playing for third place. But I wonder if in different countries, we talked about how a lot of teams got some of their nice things taken away when they didn't win in the World Cup.
Oh,
the
yeah.
charter flight was taken away. There was something else.
There was an investigation, I think.
An
China.
investigation into the coach for why they didn't
Mhm.
win. I can't remember which countries off the top of my head, but maybe
Yeah.
there's an incentive for, hey, you didn't win, but you got bronze in the World Cup, so to speak. So
Bronze is
maybe
better
there's
than
some
no-
financial
yeah.
incentive there. But
I think they still get medals. That's
do
about it.
they give
I
out
think
medals in the
so.
World
Do
Cup?
they? I think
I
so.
imagine so.
Someone
Alright.
told me that yesterday, and
Good
maybe he's a
stuff.
liar. I'll do research later.
Could be. Trust and verify.
There
Kevin.
we go.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited for this matchup. I wanted Argentina to make it in, so I'd love to see a back-to-back Messi World Cup win.
Mhm.
A messy outcome is what it was yesterday. And this was huge, right? Argentina's done this a couple times where they've gone into the second half or they've been down, like one goal, and then they have this miraculous comeback, and the crowds go wild down in Atlanta.
They've been like the comeback kids, like
Man,
the
they
entire
have.
time. Every
They
game
have.
they're out, and you apparently can't count. So
I have a feeling most people are probably split because they're like, well, we want someone else to win other than Argentina.
Yeah.
But then you got the other crowd that's like, yeah, but if this is Messi's last World Cup, it'd be
Mm-hmm.
kind of cool for him to go out with another, back-to-back win.
I agree.
I think regardless of the score, you can just watch the last 20 minutes. Maybe that's when they start to actually.
It's like the end of
maybe.
the Lions game.
I will say, and then we spoke a lot about how the World Cup's popularity was really ramped up. Do you guys remember the last World Cup final? Like,
No.
I
It was
think
also
it's-
happening in Qatar too, so it was
Yeah.
really hard to
Oh,
keep
yeah,
track.
that's right. That's true.
And I know it was on a lot during the morning show.
Yeah.
But it was harder to keep track of. So I think the fact that it's been in North America this whole time has made it really easy for USA fans
To, like, be in it.
be engaged in it. And there's so many things that we're going to remember
Yeah.
from this World Cup, mostly the stars.
The stars.
I think.
I remember the last. I want to say it was the last final. I believe it was Argentina and France, and Mbappe and Messi. They were going back and forth.
Oh,
like
man, it
the
was so
end. I think there were like 3 goals in the last 3 minutes. It was
Crazy.
Rapid
crazy,
fire.
crazy. But like you have a final like that, and then obviously the popularity that this year's World Cup has pulled in. So you're just really hoping for a good match. So all 90 minutes, I wanted to go back.
Apparently, this has been happening, I guess, as a result of it now.
Yeah, in Peru. Babies, families are naming their newborns after Erling
Haaland?
After Holland. There was
America's
some.
favorite Viking.
Yes, absolutely.
yeah.
The hair is everything. I think it was something like 400 plus babies have the name just Holland, like HAA. I don't know if they kept the double A or whatever.
I like Erling.
Erling,
Erling.
but then some 91 babies had his full name, like Erling Holland.
That's crazy.
Crazy. I do like Holland's got
Peru?
Holland's got a good ring.
Also
I don't
true.
know. Yeah, why Peru?
Why Peru?
What's
Yeah.
going on in Peru? We got a lot of babies at once, and we're all going with Holland.
They saw the raccoon. They saw the whiskey raccoon.
And
And
they're like,
they were like,
Oh,
yes, this
yeah.
is what I want my child
man
to
gets it.
embody.
Well,
There
I
he
mean,
is.
there he is.
There's the
the
raccoon coming
raccoon.
home.
I was like, I think we had that.
Did we
video
get a
somewhere.
name for the raccoon? I know that we were voting
I
on
haven't
it.
checked. I can check his social media really quick, but
Yeah.
Anna Whitty, who's a soccer analyst, posted this video, and she said this is the both sides of the spectrum for souvenirs, right? So you have his Birkin bag there that costs tens of thousands of dollars, if not $100,000. And then he's got his whiskey raccoon. Two very
Crazy, right?
very interesting ends of the spectrum.
He seems to be clutching the whiskey raccoon tighter.
A little bit. I think I think that he probably likes the raccoon better than the Birkin. He would sell the Birkin in a heartbeat, but whiskey raccoon,
I mean, hey,
All right.
not so
the
much.
Birkin was probably a gift, right?
There was something also cool.
Okay.
Not just about this, but about the final that's gonna happen, right, with Spain and Messi.
Yeah,
And so I don't know if you guys saw the photo shoot.
I did.
You did? You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
I also
What?
accidentally saw what Austin had secretly planned for us.
Austin ruined.
What?
Here,
Not
no,
Austin's
look.
fault, our
All right, so
producer,
there was
but-
a show. I'm going to show you the photos here in a sec. I'm just setting it up. But apparently, like when what was his name? Yamin Yamal, the Spain, Spain's
The 18-year-old kid.
Now he's 19.
19.
The young phenom.
Yeah. So his family, I guess they they had a raffle back when he was 5 months old. A UNICEF run raffle in the neighborhood. Somewhere over there, somewhere over there.
He was in Barcelona.
The point is, their family won this raffle to take pictures with Messi. So that picture is Yamin Yamal
Stop it.
at
Are you
5
kidding
months
me?
old.
No.
With Messi.
What?
Yes. And now they're facing off against each other.
This is crazy. So when I first saw that, I'm like, this is really weird. Why are they having this soccer star take a picture with a baby?
I can't.
Serious? It was obviously for some fundraising efforts, whatever. But there were some cool things about the number 19 when they won. I can't remember what the stat is. Oh no!
Oh,
but
man.
they both have the same number. It's something really cool.
Yeah. No. I mean, the fact
now
that
they're
this
facing
even
off against-
happened.
Yeah.
What a small world. This just kind of proves that it is such a small world.
Is it bad that my mind automatically goes to the international trash talking between the two, right?
Oh,
Like,
for
is
sure.
Messi gonna be like a bit if I'm your mom, now who's the baby now?
Right, just rocking the baby at celebrations and stuff.
Professional athletes do a lot of
That
photo
is so
shoots,
great.
right? And it might be hard to remember. Do you think that he Messi remembered this until more recently? I mean, I don't know when Yamal came onto the scene.
I
or
doubt
how
he
long
remembers
he's
it,
been.
right?
Yeah.
No, not Yamal.
But seeing
Messi.
it now, well, I'm sure your mom
I don't
doesn't
think.
remember this.
Listen, do you remember what happened?
I
at
meant
5 months
Messi.
old? I mean, if he doesn't remember now, obviously he does. But I don't know. This is weird.
You know, Yamal's first words was actually during this photo shoot to Messi saying, "Watch your back."
Watch him. He was already warning. He knew.
Oh yeah.
Watch it. I'm coming for you.
I'm coming.
Well, clearly during
know,
this
but,
bath,
19
some of his
years
skills,
later.
some of his skills must have washed off on him. So
You know what?
In the bath?
That's what
In the
happened.
bath, yeah.
The photo shoot.
I think, okay,
So
here's the
bad.
deal. I think whoever wins, they need to recreate this after the win.
Yes.
And
Oh
so
my God.
whoever wins is in the bathtub. I don't know. Whoever loses is in the bathtub. So if Messi wins, it's the same pose. And if Spain wins, then Yamal gets to
wash the
Well, I don't know. That sounds a little weird. Okay. That sounds a little weird. But somehow we recreate this photo in today, the way they look today.
I don't know if I
we
want
can
it.
do that one. They don't have to wash it.
That might be now it's strange. You know, that's a terrible idea.
Hopefully they have just.
Well, yes.
everyone
Yeah,
has
they should have
on.
clothes.
They
Yeah. Oh, this took a really weird
tub.
turn.
It really
I don't
did.
want to.
That was an awful idea.
I don't want to get in
I
the
don't
tub.
want it.
I don't want to get in the
But I
tub.
don't want to get in the
I don't want to get in the tub. You're going to sit in the tub and you're going to like it. You lost. Oh my gosh.
All right. Well, let's take a break.
Goodbye.
And we're done. Once again, Kevin.
No.
Goodbye.
We're going to come back. This is a proper team, I guess. Stay tuned for more morning. conditioned.
All right, we are back with Morning Edition. None of you guys got in the tub, but it's okay because you guys folded your laundry probably as well.
My towel is ready. My towel is ready.
A Carolina-based robotics company is working to solve your laundry issues.
I'm listening.
We're off the tub and we're talking about, yes, this bad boy right here for a mere $8,000. You can get one in your home.
Ooh.
Shout out to Isaac, Isaac1, who will fold your laundry for you. Yeah. It's a laundry folding robot. Guys, I've been praying for this.
Really?
Yes.
I've been having manifestation sessions for this.
Oh.
And you're welcome. It's here.
Thank you,
We have a
Ted.
folding robot.
I appreciate
That
it. So
is- if you had a robot
He's
and
putting
you
toys
could
away.
only have it do one feature in your home, is that the one you would choose?
yes.
Folding laundry? Or let's say just doing laundry?
I'm really good at doing laundry. I'm just not good at folding.
Yes,
Folding.
1,000%. The
Yeah.
doing
Okay,
is
so the
easy. I
folding.
feel really
Yeah.
accomplished. Like,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
do multiple loads. You transfer it to the dryer, boom, bam. It goes in the basket.
And
And,
then
I'm
you
like,
want to leave it in there for days.
and I do, and it's really bad. And
Yeah.
everything's all wrinkly except for the towels.
It's like that last 10% of laundry.
It's really hard, and I don't know what it
Yeah,
is
you're
about
right.
it. Both
Yeah.
my husband and I struggle with that. So you can imagine, like in a marriage, it's helpful if like one person is strong in something and the other one is
Mhm.
not, and you balance each other out. No, we're both terrible at it. So I would 1,000% pay $8,000 for this robot. It like also picked up toys, which like you
Oh,
should
I
teach
see.
your
Yeah,
kids
yeah.
to do that
That's what I was
themselves
like, whoa,
anyway.
it does.
I know, I like that.
Okay.
Some of the
I wonder what all it
complaints
can do.
from people who had it testing or who tested it said that it was too slow.
It looks
Which-
so
It
slow.
looks
I got
so
some
slow,
data on that.
But like, I don't care because like, do it while
If
I
it's-
sleep.
Do it at night. Who
That's like a
cares how slow it's going?
robot lawnmower. I have a robot lawnmower.
Nice.
Yeah.
He moves so slow.
What's his
What-
name?
Really?
I
But
don't
you're
care.
not doing anything.
Grass Killer 3000.
Oh, what's up, Grass Killer?
That's dumb.
I'm gonna call him GK.
Oh my
Well, we have a robot in the house as well that cleans the floor and stuff. And
Yeah, it's a robot.
that one's called Jenna's Hero.
Jenna's
Ooh.
hero.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's
Ours is
lightweight,
named
but Jenna
Eva.
doesn't have to do it. Eva?
Ours is
Like
Roxy.
Eva
Evil.
from
That's what I'm thinking.
Wally.
Oh.
And then the lawn robot is Wally.
Oh.
Now I'm just thinking of SpongeBob and Evil.
Anyway,
Anyway, Evil.
but they said it
love
moved too
this.
slow.
That's
So just like have
Oh.
it do it at night.
So the numbers say, I'm looking at this, it says 30 to 90 minutes for a load to fold it all. That's not that bad.
No, it's really not because
A
you're
little
not doing
varies.
it. You're not
Exactly.
doing it. You
I
can
was
go
gonna say
do
it's better
other
than-
stuff.
True.
Like just put what's his name, Isaac. Go put Isaac in a corner, put him in
Yeah.
your closet, and go live your life.
It.
Nobody puts
And it
Isaac
does
in
add
No.
tidying up
I'll
rooms.
put Isaac in the closet,
Picks
in
up
my
clothes,
corner,
makes
fold
the
my
bed.
laundry.
Makes the bed too.
Makes the
Nice.
bed.
Oh, he makes the bed?
Yeah,
See,
makes
he
the
was
bed.
doing
Look at him. Look at him.
Look
Go
at the
against
way
the
he
wall.
tucks in
Look
there.
at that. Look
And
at
look
that.
at how he folds the blanket so nicely.
Look
And
at that.
So we
That's
all talked.
awesome.
We all talked about the $8,000 price tag
Yeah.
is like not that big of a deal
He requires a lot of space.
because,
Mm.
yeah, I guess your floors have to be kind of clear so he doesn't trip and fall
Space for
over.
him, yeah.
But
But he
Worth
can
it.
pick it up to get
There we
himself.
go.
Sure, he'll make his own space in
Yeah.
theory, right?
It is a lot of money. You're right, Andy. I
But-
mean, eight grand's a lot. But again, you put a price tag on that
Your
time
time.
that you get back with your family, with your kids. We're going to run out and grab dinner and come
Mhm.
back,
And all your
you're gone
laundry's
2 hours and
done.
everything's done.
I've been known to be a frugal guy, right? You guys
Yes.
know
Yeah,
me to
yeah,
be frugal.
we're well
I
aware.
remember when we first got our first Roomba and Jess proposed this to me. It was all about 3 seconds. I was like, yes. She goes, oh my gosh. That's the fastest I've ever seen you make a decision on a purchase north of $100.
Mhm.
And I said, well, baby, you can't put a price on time.
exactly.
Now you still have to
8,000 's
vacuum
a price.
and whatnot. But like
Yeah.
8,000, I mean,
It's a lot, but in comparison to was it I don't know what company's doing it, but the humanoid robot that we talked about,
oh
that
yeah,
was like
Tesla. Or no, there's another one.
there's another one.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
all coming out with their things, but it was kind of like the scary faceless one. But he
Mhm,
did
yeah.
more things, but that one was like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this is a
This is
bargain.
actually,
Yeah.
it is somewhat reasonable.
So
I'll do
I
it.
do think Tesla is in the works for a humanoid robot that they're
Mm.
aiming to price at about 20,000 or so. I think the term they said was wanted to be the price of like a Toyota. Like
I don't think Toyotas are that cheap anymore.
they're not that
No,
cheap
they're
anymore.
cheaper regardless
it up.
anymore.
Yeah.
But I mean that
Okay.
because you said what robot would I have to do anything? I think cleaning is the one.
For sure.
Well,
Yeah.
You know,
you don't have a lawn.
I do.
Do you have a lawn?
Yeah,
Oh,
Ted's
yeah,
got a lawn.
you got
I have a lawn.
right.
But it's like a small one. I can cut it in like maybe an hour.
I have not had a
hour
small
and 20
lawn,
minutes.
and so a robot mower is the way to go. It was $800. So you have one too.
Yeah.
I saw a video of it the other
Yeah,
day, actually.
yeah, Wally. Wally is clutch.
Nice. Oh, it's the best.
Lawn mowing was not my task
Yeah.
in the house. Growing
Mhm.
up, it was my chore. Like I had to weed whack and lawn mow, so I didn't mind doing it as a kid. But yeah, just to like we set Wally out and we went to the range as a family, and like we spent that time as a family. And my husband wasn't out like sweating and cutting the grass.
I tried to get Khalif to buy one, and he didn't realize that it needed satellites.
Yeah.
So he has a bunch of trees, and it didn't work. He was we're dying for like a week, and he got mad at me. I was like, "You didn't tell me you had all these trees. I have no trees." So my guy just
But,
went
like,
to work.
also,
read the manual.
Khalif, read, do your
I
research.
know. I was like, "Come on, Khalif."
Counselor?
Yeah.
Read the manual.
What kind of lawyer are you?
Anyway,
I
robots
also
can make our lives
He's not
better.
here to defend himself.
exactly. I also don't do the laundry. Unfortunately, so that's not my as you said task.
That is not your
I do the
domestic
kitchen stuff.
task.
The kitchen stuff.
I do the kitchen stuff.
So you want a kitchen robot?
That's what I would like. I
Honestly,
like
I
a
don't mind- I
kitchen,
don't mind it.
wash
a
your
cooking,
dishes?
a cooking and
Cooking.
Yeah, just
A decision
cooking.
maker.
No.
Decision maker.
Tell
It
me
does
what
all
we're
the prep.
eating.
It
Yeah,
does
tell
all
me
the
what we're
prep.
eating.
Listen,
That's it. Yeah.
for the price of a
the worst
Toyota
decision.
in the next year or so, it could do it all. I'm just saying.
I'll get on
holding
that
out.
list.
Holding out.
Help me out. I
All
don't
right.
want to do anything.
For real.
Just saying.
All right, listen, we are out of time. We appreciate it as always. You check it in on Morning Edition twice a week. You can watch anytime you want on Queen City News Plus. Guys, have a great week. We'll see you next time.
Adios.
Bye-bye.
Every single place around the world is in Central Avenue.
Welcome into Local Roots on Queen City News Plus, where we're going to dive into the history of Charlotte. I'm Alicia Barnes, and today we're taking you back to 1975 when Eastland Mall opened. And it was a time when it was the largest mall in North Carolina. It closed in 2010. But in the 80s and the 90s, it wasn't just a place to shop. It was a cultural crossroad that helped define life in East Charlotte. But as the city boomed, neighborhoods changed. Eastland's rise and fall reflected something deeper, the shifting story of Charlotte itself. I want to welcome you in again to Local Roots. I'm Alicia Barnes. I want to have my two special guests to be able to introduce them. Dr. Tom Hanchett, who is a regular here on Local Roots. So I always love your storytelling and your expertise, so thank you so much. And we also have Manolo Bentancur, who is from Manolo's Latin Bakery. A lot of people know you here in the Charlotte area. You're also a local activist. It's just a pleasure to have you on to be able to tell us about what you have seen over the years in the east side of Charlotte and Eastland area. So thank you so much for being on. Let's get started and talk about first, Dr. Hanchett, if you can kind of give us what we saw back in the 70s, of what people saw. I know people talk about the Eastland Mall and they say, oh, the ice skating rink. That's the first thing that comes up.
Well, I'm going to go back before that because that's on Central Avenue, which, Charlotte street names don't seem like they make sense. Central Avenue was the center of a little neighborhood that people have largely forgotten called Piedmont Park. Mm-hmm. But it was a major way in and out on the east side of the city. It's hard to imagine how little the city was as recently as 1975. There was a big old stone farmhouse at the corner of Central Avenue and Albemarle Road, and there were farms in that area. And today, that's a very bustling space, but it's hard to imagine that when Eastland Mall was imagined, in the early 70s, that was the heyday of the big regional mall, where you had a new downtown that was the magnet for the whole region. Well, we had two of them. Why do you need two? And that's one of the reasons why Eastland didn't last as much as it might have. But 1975, South Park Mall had just opened. Eastland Mall opened, and the two were locked in competition. Eastland Mall was the skating rink.
Yeah.
The stores had balconies, and you looked over the skating rink. You came up an escalator with skaters going along below you. But the real big thing is it was the first food. Wow. Nobody had seen a food court. And so it was, you could get pizza or Greek food or a hamburger all in the same place.
Yeah.
It was, and, today, again, we take that for granted, but Eastland was a big attractor.
Manolo, what memories do you have of what it was back then?
I didn't know about the food court. Now it's all Central Avenue, the Charlotte's food court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But,
Central Avenue is Charlotte's food court today. I love that.
That's a good way to call it. Thank you, Dr. Hanch. To me, I remember coming to Charlotte in 2005 from Tennessee, and it was the first time ever in my life. I was 30 years old. I went to an ice skating place. I had never had that. That was wow. I was
to ice skate.
Yeah, that was so cool, man. I enjoyed that. That was amazing. I was born in a very small town in South America, and then I went to the military forces of Colombia, and then I went to Miami and Tennessee. But that was the first time ever in my life that I was in an ice skating place. And also, it was the first time ever that I see the amount of diversity in one place. Because remember, I was just coming from Tennessee, and Tennessee, everybody was, same color. Miami, same color. That place, Eastland Mall, Central Avenue, is the diversity of our city.
Dr. Hanchett, what do people need to know? Because for me, coming and moving here in the last 4 or 5 years, and all of a sudden hear about this new Eastland Yards of what's coming, and you see the whole, like the videos that we're showing of this area from back then in the 70s and 80s. I mean, this was kind of like the place to go, right?
It was, and it was of its time. The regional mall has fallen out of desirability in the United States. There are still a few of them. but a lot of empty spaces, even in the most successful ones. The idea that people would come together under one roof was, it took some audacity to imagine that. And it also, as a friend of mine said, when you buy an elephant, you got to keep feeding it peanuts. And the shopping malls have not done real well at continuing to create that foot traffic. What has happened is an appreciation along Central Avenue of all of the different ethnic groups that are there now. If you go back as recently as 1975, the Central Avenue corridor was almost entirely white. And as urban change begins, there's an African-American addition in, and then in the 90s, that becomes the area where rents are low because all of the little businesses have been beaten to death by the shopping mall. And so there are a lot of empty spaces. And that is when immigrants begin to come to this part of the South. Charlotte's one of the fastest growing immigrant cities in the United States in the early 2000s. And a lot of people start businesses in those old spaces. And one of them was Manolo's Bakery.
Yeah, by that time was Las Delicias. Las Delicias Bakery was founded by my kids' grandpas in 97 by their mother's side.
Really?
Yeah. So they emigrate from Mexico, and Mr. Martinez, he used to drive from here to Atlanta to buy pan dulce, Mexican bread. And it was such a good business for him. And so he told his wife, we need to go to Mexico and learn how to bake. And they were late in their 50s, I think, Dr. Hans.
Yeah, they'd come here to work construction.
Yeah.
And then he got injured on the job.
Yes.
And so he reinvented himself as a baker of traditional bread in Mexico.
Exactly. And that was April 97. And they had a very wonderful business. It was my first time ever because being in Colombia, we don't eat that much bread as Mexicans. And I remember coming in 2005 when I went to the bakery and I saw these big lines of people buying these trays full of bread. Wow, this is amazing. And I had never seen all that many variety of bread in one place. And that's when I fell in love with the bakery.
Wow.
Talk a little bit about the pan dulce, the sweet bread. And when you come into Manolo's Bakery, there's this big plexiglass thing, and you reach in with tongs, and you have a little tray, and there are pastries that are shaped like seashells.
Yes. Yeah,
Like
there are
piggies,
conchas,
little pigs.
the little pigs. Yeah.
I love those.
Yeah, the Mexican bread tradition comes from France. France has a big influence in Mexico and their pastries and their bread. The thing that Mexico did was they changed the butter because it's more expensive for more sugar. Yeah, and because we have in Latin America sugar cane. And that's but we have all this like a bread. It's a Mexican bread. It's called cuerno.
That's what's a little sweeter?
More sweeter. And it has like a croissant shape.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not a puff pastry. It's a sweet dough.
Yeah.
That sweet dough. So that's the difference. But so yeah, we still having the traditions from my kids' grandmother. We still making her recipes.
Wow.
Yeah. Now this is our 29 years, so it's almost 30 years making the same recipes. So we break 10,000 eggs by hand every week at the bakery.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kind of reaching out a little bit, when we talk about so many different cultures coming into the area, that's one of the things we're going to address. We're going to take a quick break right now. But when we come back, so much more here on Local Roots. Stay close. You're watching Queen City News Plus and Local Roots. I'm Alicia Barnes. Thanks so much for watching. And if you've enjoyed our programming, you can watch all of our original programming by watching Roku, Apple TV, or you can stream it on Samsung TV, even Amazon Fire device. Now, let's get back to the episode. Welcome back to Local Roots. We're talking about the era of the Eastland Mall and how that really changed the community. And when we left off our conversation, we're really talking about how we're seeing this progression of different cultures that are coming in. Dr. Hinchett, just lay out for us a little bit as to the context when you talk about going from all white to then mixing it with African Americans and dealing with different culture populations of the Latin community coming in heavily. How did that happen?
Little by little. This is a part of the South. Now, if you're from Pittsburgh or Cleveland or something like that, you expect there to be lots of immigrants. But in this part of the South, because of the Civil War and other things, this was a region that was pretty poor. And so it really wasn't until after the Vietnam War that refugees began settling here from Southeast Asia. Mm-hmm. And then another big moment is in the 1990s as Bank of America, what's now Bank of America, is building the skyscrapers downtown. And the story goes that on the main building, the company that set the steel were folks from Texas. And a lot of Hispanic people who were in that world said, now, wait a minute, there's doing a lot of construction here. Yeah. This is a place that's welcoming. It's clean. It's sunny. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. All the things that bring people to Charlotte all the time.
Right.
And so in the 80s and 90s, this begins to become a new immigrant gateway, as the Brookings Institution says. And Latino people in particular doing construction work, landscaping work, but also every level of society. And initially, I think they were very much welcomed here. Would you say that?
Well, to me, East Charlotte is still the welcoming side of town. No, and it's still.
Okay.
It's still. Well, we live in different reality now in America, but it's still, East Charlotte and the most majority of Charlotte is still the welcoming. Mm-hmm. Very, very welcome to us. But I think every single American that lives in East Charlotte love us. It's to me, they are the coolest and most welcoming Americans in the city. And don't take me wrong, Charlotte just showed me how much they love me and how much they love us, the immigrant community. But when I arrived in 2005, I had never, in 20 years, this is the first time ever that I feel like I'm foreign in this nation. Mm. But I had never have felt in that way in East Charlotte, in Central Avenue. So it's the most welcoming side of town. And one thing that I always keep telling everybody is, if you want to try every single flavor of the world, you just go to Central Avenue. You don't need to go to Chicago. You don't need to go to New York. You don't need to go to Los Angeles. Just go to Central Avenue, and every single place around the world is in Central Avenue.
Well, everybody seems to know Manolo's Latin Bakery, and you have a big documentary that's coming out that's going to be at the Charlotte Theater, sold out too, by the way, at the Charlotte Theater. But tell us a little bit as to what people can hear about your story of what makes it so fascinating.
Well, I the big thing is I'm just sharing my blessings. Since I came to this nation, I have been receiving too much love in too many different ways. I live in Tennessee, and there's too many people that have done a lot of amazing things for me. So it's a good business deal we got. Mm-hmm.
The name is very fitting, the Change Baker.
I get back to the community, and God gives me more. But I'm an idea entrepreneur. My business don't run just around money. Mm-hmm. That doesn't make sense. If I just making money, I'm not running a business. Mm-hmm. My business runs around community, and that's the way that I always approach it. I believe it or not, when I came to Charlotte, I was going through this identity crisis, and I want for the bakery to look like Panera bread.
Really?
And I was kind of embarrassed about having conchas and buñuelos. And then my mentor, who is flying right now from Texas, but she says, well, Manolo, the day that you start talking from your heart, everybody's going to pay attention to you. That day I said, well, I'm just going to be so proud to serve Pan Dulce. And I'm just going to talk from my heart. I'm just going to be myself. And that's when my life starts changing. Yeah, but it's just about, philanthropy, activism, because I had a deportation order myself, so I know how broken the immigration system is.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with farm workers when I was in my last year of college, so I know how the system abuse our immigrants. And finally, show that it's a good business model. My business keeps growing.
It's growing now. Yeah.
Yeah, very. We went from $300,000 in sales yearly almost to $2 million just at the bakery, and now we have 4 more businesses.
When you look at the area that was Eastland Mall, that's now all going to be Eastland Yards, and now that's where the new Manolo Bakery is going to be in that area.
There's going to be, it's not going to be a Manolo's Bakery. It's going to be a gelato shop. I have a gelato business in Matthews. It's a vegan gelato business.
So Manolo's Bakery will stay where it is?
Yes,
okay,
Manolo's Bakery is not moving.
Okay.
Forever and ever, and it's Charlotte Central Avenue. That's my corner.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So at Eastland Yards, you will have artisan gelato.
Artisan gelato.
Okay.
And we are the only place in the nation that have 100 vegan flavors of gelato.
Good ice cream.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And Higher Grounds Cafe. Then I already have a partnership with Myers Park United Methodist Church. We started this business 1 year ago where we employ people with special abilities, minorities, people that deserve and is a second opportunity in society. Everything that we buy is local, and all our profits goes back to community. So that has been a very, very good business model, and we are replying that in Eastland Yards.
Dr. Hinchett, just fill in the holes and the gaps for us just a little bit, because to me, for you to be able to have such a vibrant community now, what was it like maybe even in 2000, what you saw, the changes, and then when you saw Manolo's Bakery come into that area?
It was quiet.
Was it?
There were, all these little business spaces that I live very close to the corner of Central Avenue and the Plaza. There's a little tiny shopping center there, which is now bustling. But for the longest time, the lead tenant was a life insurance person who I think had retired and had never really closed the business, and everything else was fake. When the family started Las Delicias, they talk about being there the first day, and they stood in the door of the store waiting for anybody to come in. And the idea that there would be, it's not just Latino, there are many different ethnicities on Central Avenue. I loved the block near me where you have a Bosnian grocery, and a Colombian deli, and an Ethiopian restaurant, and a Middle Eastern restaurant, and a really good Vietnamese bakery called Central Coffee. And wow. And so it I think took Charlotte by surprise. In the early 2000s, there was something called Taste of the World, where folks who were part of the churches there, both immigrants and native-born people, said, if you can get somebody in the door of these places and have them taste and get to know, you can build a steady community, a steady customer base. And so every little church bus on the east side got pressed into service one weekend a year, and there were little possibilities of exploring the east side. What it did was to get the people who were organizing it to know each other.
Yeah.
And so the knowing of, Manolo knows who I am. I know who Manolo is. I've watched his kids get born. I've watched him grow up. I've watched his business grow. And he knows that when I come in, I'm going to get the tamales if you got them.
Yeah, Mexican Coca-Cola.
The Colombian puffs, the breakfast puffs.
Yeah, pan de bono,
Good.
And a Mexican Coca-Cola this big.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so I'm getting, you're laughing here, but that is love. That is community. It's when you know about each other, not just the day-to-day things, but how's the kids?
Yeah, so good. We're going to take a short break right now, and we're going to talk about that community and love and what's happening there in that area coming up next on Local Roots. Welcome back into Local Roots. We're talking about the area in the east side at near Eastland Mall, now called Eastland Yards, that was torn down in 2010. And Dr. Hendren, if you can tell us back then, when they decided, it started in 1975. You saw this big boom. And then in 2010, a very different story from the years before that. Kind of take us through that moment of time.
Big shopping malls were shutting down nationally. Sears, which was a major tenant, was going through hard times. J.C. Penney was going through hard times. These, if you're my age, these are the stores you grew up with, and they just did not make the transition. And so here in Charlotte, a lot of times the malls are still there around American cities, empty, almost empty. But here, the city and the county got together, bought the land, cleared it, did a lot of work with community input to find out what people would like there. There's now the Charlotte East Language Academy, CMS Dual Language School is there. The Movement School, a charter school, is on the Eastland Yard space. There's affordable housing for seniors called Evoke. There's market rate housing that is about to open. These new shops, there will be 4 of them initially, but many more. Soccer fields, playgrounds. This is a part of the city that, because of the decline of the mall, a lot of people were kind of antsy about, and it's changing really quickly. It's becoming a very attractive.
When you saw them come in with the bulldozers and clear this area, and for so long it just kind of sat, kind of take me through just driving by moments either of you had?
Yeah, I drive, every single day, in the morning and late in the afternoons. So I saw everything turn it down. And then all these many times that we had some kind of hope and something cool was going to be happening there. I remember we talking about the Hollywood studios that we're going to be having there.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of dreams that didn't work out, but you didn't lose hope.
Yeah, and I'm going to be talking about hope tomorrow.
And tomorrow, of course, we're talking about, because your documentary is going to be featured at the Carolina Theater. It's called The Change Baker.
Yeah.
Sold out. But Manolo, one of the things, you're getting very emotional as we're having this conversation. What are some of the emotions that come through your mind when you think about your life?
Well, for almost 25 years, I thought that we as an immigrants, we were in the shadows.
Shadows.
Yeah, then America does very well, everybody living your parallel world, whites in this line, black in this line, immigrants in these lines. As long as you don't cross, everybody could live their lives. But we always were down in the shadows. And that was our reality, and that was my thought of reality. But you also, a couple of months ago, everything changed. You know, when I saw all this army of angels, white people coming to my corner, to my bakery, to protect us and to defend us. So when Tom says love, I just remember those thousands of people that came to Central Avenue and in Charlotte that week to bring us love. And as a human, you are prepared. I was prepared to face evil, but I wasn't ever prepared to face all that much love. You can accept the love of your husband or your kids or your mother, but when thousands of people come to give you love, that was to another level, and I wasn't prepared for that.
You're talking about when ICE agents were here
And the
in
Border
Queen City,
Patrol,
and
yeah.
you saw Border Patrol, and you saw the community really come together. Was that your first time really in history for you to really see who was supportive?
Exactly. You know, we always have, like, you know, our 90% of all of my business used to be, you know, my regular immigrant customers, and maybe 10% of Americans coming, you know, people like Tom and all my neighbors. But when we the day before the Border Patrol and ICE came to Charlotte, I post my social media a picture of, hey, this is a ghost town. And that day was my best day of the year in the last maybe 10 years.
Wow.
All these Americans came. There were like huge lines outside my bakery coming to buy bread. Yeah, so it just like, I wasn't expecting to get all this love, and we are so grateful. I say we because we as an immigrant, we are very grateful to all the love that Charlotte has gave to us.
Well, speaking of love, you have a lot of love because, again, it's sold out tomorrow to be able to see your documentary. Dr. Hanchett, you're going to be there. Why do you think this has hit home for so many people wanting to be able to come out and see Manolo's story?
Well, Terry's Leche's cake. I mean,
that's good.
Immigrants, like all of us, bring things that are of themselves, and our lives are richer. And that's true when somebody comes here from New Jersey, or somebody comes here from Colombia, or whatever you bring with you to Charlotte enriches Charlotte.
Yeah,
and that's something I think that we need to say to ourselves, is that as important as I am more important, more enriched when there's multiple people around me who are bringing their gift.
That is a perfect way to be able to end it. And that's why we talk about history, learning our history. As we say goodbye, is there anything else that you want people to, any resources? Of course, we always want to check out History South. Of course, that's the website that Dr. Hanchett has a lot more information all about Charlotte. But anything more, Manolo, from you?
Yeah, well, I think we also got to be very thankful to the city of Charlotte. City Council approved this, and to the developers that took the chance after many people have said no to East Charlotte. That's Crossland. It's the first time ever, and we are sending a big message to the nation that, private, the city, and a small business can work together. So that is something that we all need to feel proud of ourselves too.
East Charlotte is changing.
I love it.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Local Roots and for watching Queen City News Plus. I'm Alicia Barnes.
Good Thursday afternoon to you. 3 o'clock straight up here at Queen City News Plus Live, coming to you from the Blue Room at Queen City News Plus Studios today. And got a lot to get to, especially we're going to talk about a little bit about the weather today. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman is very hot outside, especially if you're driving in today without air conditioning like you did.
Yeah, we can talk more about that in a second, Brian.
Yeah, we will. But myself, anchor Brian Blakely, also Derek Dellinger, and Austin McCullum's over there running the show, and we're going to get to all of our stories here on our social media platforms as far as Queen City News Plus Live, as well as this Charlotte CW. First off, Derek, let's talk about the president's primetime address tonight. He's going to be talking a lot about elections and voting machines. He's going to revisit the election that he lost in 2020 to Joe Biden. And he says he is expected to discuss some newly declassified intelligence on U.S. elections and what the White House describes as some voting machine flaws, and it's big coming up with the midterm elections in November.
Yes, there are also reports out today that the White House is also weighing and sharing some intelligence involving U.S. elections and China. But it's important to note that the intelligence, at least according to what Reuters is reporting, it doesn't necessarily show that it led to any change in votes. Now, this is something that President Trump has been talking about for years, and this is something that has been litigated in various ways, shapes, and forms.
Over 60 cases.
Yes, over 60 cases, and I think even one or two cases even hit the Supreme Court as well. And the way it's been adjudicated pretty much each and every time is that there was no interference. So this is what the legal proceedings have basically said as a result. There was no election interference in 2020, or there was not necessarily interference on the part that would have affected the outcome over what was going to be happening. Some of this is believed to be centered around Georgia, and this is also something that Georgia Senators Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff have also been pushing back on, because if one race is affected, how come other races aren't affected, at least in this circumstance too? Because if there's needs to be a change in votes, that would affect everyone that would essentially be down the line there.
We will be carrying that live on Queen City News tonight. I remember also in Cybersecurity, Infrastructure Security Agency, Chris Krebs called the 2020 election the most free and fair election of all time. President Trump fired him for that quote, saying it was highly inaccurate remarks. What we will see that comes out tonight that has been found, we do know that Trump appointee Bill Pulte, the director of National Intelligence, the interim, he has been tasked with try to authorize to declassify some of these documents, and there's a question about what some of these documents are going to be. They're going to be coming out tonight on that primetime address from President Trump.
Yes. Other big story today also out of the Trump administration, and it involves Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. You might have heard about this. He is ordering soldiers 30 and over to be tested for testosterone deficiency. Now, this is going to be a voluntary thing. We should mention, but it's a part of a new program that the Trump administration says is basically to help advocate for men to have easier access to testosterone replacement therapy. Here's a look at what he had to say.
Which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best.
Now, there is some pushback on this, particularly from Democrats who say, and I quote, that this is gender-affirming care. And by definition, by medical definition, they would be correct. There's been a lot of talk about gender-affirming care essentially over the years involving not only women, but also trans people as well. And the pushback is not necessarily for the testing itself, even though there's some question about that as well because of the science behind it and some of the criticism behind that as well. But it's also the perceived hypocrisy of it's like you're going to be allowing it for men, but what about women? What about people who are trans?
Well, the administration says this is a new policy that comes amid a larger push by the administration to promote and expanding public access to testosterone replacement level therapies. Men's testosterone levels, as we do know, scientifically, they decline naturally starting when they're in their 30s or 40s,
and they are down over the decades. They have declined over the decades.
Declined over the decades. But what was interesting about that video that you saw there by Pete Hegseth, he put out there, and he says it's the caption of the High T Department of War. And so there's been a lot of pushback and a lot of criticism when it comes to regarding this. But it's also part of Pete Hegseth's mantra here to show strength within the military and the military might, that this is part of his ongoing push here for the United States military to, with this strength, annual screening here, for the members here to go to their testosterone screening here moving forward.
Yes, there are a couple of other things here as far as that should be noted here. There's been some criticism on the science of this. Also, there's been some criticism over the years that some Navy SEALs have misused testosterone in an effort to boost their own performance as well. And there's also the science is still a little bit iffy on here, as well as the long-term effects of testosterone replacement usage and the effect that it can have on men in general.
Well, let's talk about another thing that's happening out of Texas right now. The FBI looking into whether the van driven by Lorenzo Salgado had drugs in him. He was shot by ICE. The claim that the Harris County District Attorney is casting doubt on right now. They're saying that there is evidence that's called into question the FBI's assertion that there was a crystal-like substances that were packaged in small clear plastic bags that were in narcotics, but it's currently being examined by authorities, and they're calling that into question after Salgado was shot by ICE back on July 7th.
Yeah, Lorenzo Salgado Arroyo killed last week. You might remember this story. We told you about it. And in fact, the lawyer for the family, said just actually in the past little bit that whatever that crystal-like substance was, it was not meth. They say it was electrolyte mix, and that was what was found in the car. And the search warrant indicated that they were looking to find out exactly what that crystal-like substance was because it was seen from outside the vehicle, inside the vehicle at the time. But this goes to show that there's still a lot of back and forth going on over the circumstances surrounding Salgado Arroyo's death. In addition to that, there's also the fact that his public viewing is actually set for tonight as well.
It is for tonight, and ICE has said the agent had fired in self-defense after Salgado allegedly attempted to use his van as a weapon. It's something we've heard before.
Yes.
What happened in Maine just a few days ago as well, as long as is also the two Minnesota shootings by ICE. So there's a lot of concerns about how these operations are being conducted. They were not wearing body-worn cameras. ICE had said that they were going to be wearing body-worn cameras moving forward after Minnesota. That, for the most part, from what we've seen, has not happened so far. And these have been some of the central concerns that we've had when it comes to a lot of these shootings regarding ICE and individuals in the United States. Let's talk about the wildfires right now. This is one of these the just incredible thing that has happened right now. Almost 1 million acres have been burned in Ontario. It's affecting like the spreading smoke down to the Great Lakes in the Northeast area. Making for some air quality concerns that are happening in the regions of the United States.
Yes, and these wildfires are not only happening in Canada, they're also happening partially in Minnesota and also right at the border of Canada and Minnesota. And this is leading, and that's just the smoke from one of the fires that's in Canada. And that smoke is wafting pretty much all over parts of the Midwest. You also have parts of the Northeast as well that's seeing some effects from this. You are seeing, in fact, this is a look at New York City and how hazy it is right now. And that haze is actually from those Canada wildfires. And the smoke has been, it's been enough for authorities from the Midwest to up north and even in New York City to urge people to stay inside because the air quality is so bad. In fact, Detroit has bad air quality right now. There's no relief forecast yet there. All of Michigan, most of Minnesota right now under hazardous air quality alert.
And we've seen these wildfires from during the summertime. They bring the air down to really bad quality. For air quality, but one of the things, if you ever seen like the NASA satellite image, you can just see it just kind of coming down from Canada into the United States. There's over 100 wildfires that are burning right now in Ontario, and 63 of them are considered to be out of control right now.
Yes.
So there doesn't seem to be any relief in sight. As hopefully we'll try to get some rain here shortly.
That is a lot
to
of
help
smoke
with
out there,
all
as
that.
you can see. Ugh. Boy. We also have other weather news to tell you about as well. This is out of Texas with some of the flash flooding that's been happening there over the past day or so. In fact, more flooding is forecast in Texas and specifically near Austin in the central part of the state. One person is dead from the flooding. We can tell you that at least right now. But the governor is saying, at least at this point, that the flood is likely to break statewide records and something that that they do not want to see, especially considering some of the incidents that have happened involving flooding in Florida. There was that incident last year involving the summer camp, Camp Mystic. In fact, some summer camps are already evacuating because of that flooding risk.
Yeah, and they're really worried here because the Guadalupe River and Hunt there rose from 9 to 19 feet between 3 and 4 a.m. in just 1 hour, cutting off access to some of the roads and bridges there. And it measured at 37 feet in Hunt. And is rising right now in Kerr County, the sheriff's office. And this is obviously bringing back a lot of really tragic memories about what happened 1 year ago. And they're also worried about the Pedernales River, just north of the Guadalupe River. That's moving downstream of the large flash flood that's happened as well. So it's a very dangerous situation with a lot of people that are in harm's way right now because of this flash flooding.
Yeah, and some of the flooding, I've seen the advisories from our sister station down in Austin over the past little bit, and they said that there's already some upstream issues that are making their way downstream right now. So we could be seeing some more issues in the next little bit. Governor says more than 1,300 first responders are out, and in fact, they've made around 80 or some odd rescues. They have dozens of boats, as well as aircraft that have been deployed just to help all this. And some areas, just in the past 3 days, only within the past 3 days, those areas have received around 17 inches of rain. One of the areas there in Texas that has seen it the worst.
Incredible to see that kind of rain come down. And obviously what happens in Texas, it kind of comes this way as toward the Carolinas. Is that going to be the case? Let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman to talk a little bit more about what we could be seeing here over the next few days. One of the things we are seeing is extreme heat as it is going up today. And we also got a drought monitor report today too, didn't we, Andrew?
Yeah, that's right. Brian got the latest drought monitor in here. I'll show you that here in a moment. It's a hot day out there. 95 degrees currently across the Carolinas. Scorching out there. And we've got dew points currently in the upper 60s. Temperatures elsewhere here across the Carolinas. You're stepping on out the door, mid to upper 90s. Feels even a little bit hotter than that. Here's the latest drought monitor in here, showing not major changes, but a little bit of an expansion of the extreme drought across the Sandhills. But as you get up towards the foothills here around Lincolnton and Morganton, actually a bit of an improvement in the drought conditions. So across the southeastern part of the Central Carolinas, things have gotten actually a little bit worse. Farther off to the west here, we've seen some improvement. The worst of the drought conditions really concentrate up near the Greensboro area, where they're seeing some exceptional drought conditions right now. We do have some air quality alerts to we have another air quality watch here. Could see some low ozone. Could see the potential for a little bit of wildfire smoke, especially off to the north and east as well as we go through the overnight hours. And into your Friday, there's some of that wildfire smoke. Kind of looks like haze here on visible satellite imagery off to the north and east right now. Keeping an eye on that. Much worse, though, the farther north you head up into portions of the northeast right now. Switch on over to clouds and radar. It's very quiet here. There's no relief in terms from the heat or the drought conditions today across the Carolinas. The Muggy meter, we are going to be spiking on Saturday. It's going to be going up, but also that's when the rain chances are really going to start to go up here across the Carolinas as well. Futurecast in motion, 8 o'clock this evening. Got mostly clear skies. Heading into your Friday, got partly cloudy skies out there. Then we see maybe an isolated shower storm trying to develop here across the Carolinas, but it's really all about your Saturday and Sunday here for the chances for rain developing across the region. Saturday morning, partly cloudy skies, looks great out there. And then as we head into the afternoon hours, we do see some of those scattered showers and storms starting to develop here across the Carolinas, moving on through across the region. And as we keep moving forward here, this is 5 o'clock on your Sunday morning. We've got partly cloudy skies, no major issues there. And then as we go throughout the day, we see more scattered showers and storms developing here across the region. So a little bit of an unsettled weekend out there to be had across the region. You're going to be heading to the beach. Could also see some showers and storms here on your Sunday as well. So just keep that in mind if you're going to be heading to the coast. Moving right along here to your pinpoint 7-day forecast. What do you need to know? Well, we still got a lot more heat on the way across the region. A little bit cooler, perhaps as we go into early next week. But watching those showers and storms on the way this weekend with some of that hit and miss.
I'm looking at that 98 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Gonna be hot, guys.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't help but notice, like, go out for 2 minutes, you're going to sweat. Like, literally, that's kind of the way it's been pretty much all day.
Sweat and bake, too. Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
So coming up, World Cup's been just captivating a lot of us. So we've had it here on Queen City News, the big final coming up between Spain and Argentina on Sunday. But there's one photo between one big star and another big star, but years apart. We're going to show you that coming up on Queen City News Live.
.317, this is Queen City News Plus live on CW Charlotte, Queen City News Plus app, Facebook and YouTube Live. Thanks so much for joining us, no matter where you're watching us. Let's look at the tower cam for the Uptown skyline. As you can see right now, things are looking pretty decent, but as Andrew mentioned, yeah, awfully warm. You see the 96-degree mark right there, at least, too. And
a little hazy looking outside. You can tell how hot it is
Yeah,
outside.
well, if you want to take a look at the forecast, we do have it on the Queen City News Plus app. Just go to the weather tab. You can also go to qcnews.com/weather for the latest forecast anytime. Well, in Italy, there was, back in 2018, there was this bridge collapse that happened, absolutely tragic bridge collapse that led to the deaths of 43 people, rather. It happened during one of Italy's biggest travel days, but you can see the damage that was there and just how much of that bridge went down. Well, there was a trial that took place in Italy over this. It lasted 4 years, and it has come down with some convictions and some prison time for some of the the CEOs that were involved, for the companies that were involved in the project.
Yeah, and it's the Atlantia company CEO Giovanni Castellucci. He has been sentenced to 12 years in prison over the deadly 2018 collapse. And it's interesting here because this is in the city of Genoa, a very tragic situation. But under the legal system, the owner, the CEO of this company is charged. We were talking about this during the break that usually this would be some sort of civil case, but this is a criminal
in the U.S.
case.
Yes.
And what's interesting too here is Castellucci, the CEO, is already serving a 6-year prison sentence over the fatal incident in 2013 on a viaduct problem that in southern Italy. So he was not in court for the verdict, but he is being charged with this. And prosecutors are saying that this was years of inadequate maintenance, ignored warning signs, delayed safety work contributed to the collapse, alleging that the vital work was postponed while profits continued to be generated and distributed.
Yes, the company's former head of maintenance also sentenced to 11 years in prison. The former CEO of the engineering company behind the bridge project was also given 5.5 years. And it's worth emphasizing here, like normally, yes, in the United States, this would be like a civil case and would be a bunch of money, likely that would have been divvied out. But in Italy, it works a little bit different. Those company CEOs can be held liable.
Yeah.
They can be held liable and they can serve prison time, which can is also considered somewhat of a deterrent. And it's
good like accountability factor there. Yes,
but they were among 31 people total that were convicted for their part in the disaster. Those others, the sentences ranged from 1 year up to, again, that 12-year maximum for that former CEO of the company.
Hey, let's go to Florida right now. Pensacola Beach, there's a flyover that's creating a lot of problems or issues, but I think it was very cool. It was under investigation in Pensacola Beach.
And let's
go
show
ahead
the video
and take a look at the video.
Yes. Yeah. Oof. That one's awfully close.
Yeah, Blue Angels. This is during Wednesday morning's Breakfast with Blues that caused quite a stir there. It sent the jet wash there because it was so low, that jet. It sent sand and hats, tents, and chairs that were flying all over the place.
Yes.
People were thrilled and startled at the same time to see such a thing, but there's an investigation into the leadership and also the flight plan about how low they were going. And was this legal? Blue Angels, they fly out of that Air Force base right there. I believe it's Elgin Air Force Base. Yes. At a Pensacola area, so that's where they're based out of.
Yeah, well, Navy says that they are reviewing it mainly because, at least in one of those flyovers, it was really low. Now the flyovers themselves, they are part of an annual tradition that happens down there. But even some of the visitors were noting, especially considering how much of a disturbance that caused on the beach with everything that was kind of flying all over.
That second one came very low.
Yes, that one they've never really seen it that low. And Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, He has come to the defense of some of these similar flyovers that have happened fairly recently. In fact, there was one that happened involving, I think, some choppers off the South Carolina
Black,
coast.
Apaches. Yeah, and I saw that when I was there in North Myrtle Beach when that happened.
Yeah.
It was the coolest thing we saw, but
Yes.
they were flying very low, only about 100 feet, if that, off the ground.
Yeah, and Secretary Hegseth is basically brushing off any criticism over the flyovers, basically saying the flyovers will continue until morale improves, even though I do have legitimate questions on, okay, what can a low-flying aircraft mean for morale? I mean, it's supposed to get some of the spirits on some of the people that are at the beaches, or is it meant to be something that's a bit more of a situation that's kind of internal?
You've seen it a lot more happening within the military. Obviously, it reminds everyone of the Top Gun when Tom Cruise wants to go out requesting a flyby.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Dang that guy.
So there is this really interesting story that's developed over the past couple of days, and it's because the World Cup is wrapping up, and it involves Lionel Messi and Lamine Yamal. Lionel Messi for Argentina, Lamine Yamal for Spain, and they have met before,
Long time ago,
but not in a way that you might think. That is Lionel Messi and Lamine Yamal about 20 years ago when Yamal was just but a baby. This has been this photo has been confirmed, and that's from 19 years ago.
It's in 2007. It was a charity raffle organized by the Spanish sports newspaper Diario Sport and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF. We all know that. But they won the part of the raffle there to appear in this photo shoot. And interestingly, it was to appear with Messi, and that absolutely is. I mean,
it is 2007. From 2007.
2007, and they've drug that obviously up. They're meeting on Sunday for the.
In fact,
World
if
Cup
I'm not
final.
mistaken, Yamal's father, I think, had brought it up previously, and it's just like it's one of those things that just it was out there.
Well, this picture, a lot of people were not. They thought it was fake, or they thought it was just another child, and it's like no. UNICEF has confirmed it because you know Messi has been a UNICEF ambassador multiple times. I mean, just the fact that this happened, and then obviously now you go, okay, who's going to be trash talking who on Sunday? Because they're obviously both very serious athletes. So you know who's going to be bathing who come Sunday at New Jersey Stadium.
I think it's less trash talking, more generous chirping.
And obviously you can see how different Messi looks there than he does now.
Tattoos, shorter hair, and of course Yamal looks completely different too.
And Yamal, I mean, he's only 19 years old, so he is the next generation of the soccer players coming on. Messi, 39 years old. This is what sets up for a great match coming up on Sunday.
It's going to be incredible.
Sunday, 3 p.m. That'll be on WJZY, and you will be able to watch it there. Yeah. So coming up, if this next story that we have for you is really interesting because if you have ever been on air on television, or if you've had to be a subject of a television interview, you've probably had some weird things happen to you that you just had to, I don't know, just keep the focus on it. Otherwise, something weird is going to happen. Just do your job. This was for one reporter in LA. This was a very, very, very interesting situation for her because she caught up. What happened to her happened live on air, but also it was just like, oh my gosh. We'll show you that video. That's coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live. Live shots are an everyday occurrence here on television, but for one KTLA reporter, Rachel Menitoff, things got hairy real quick. Take a look.
And it's a lot more comfortable at this hour, but we're still in the 80s here in the valley. So overnight temperatures not necessarily dropping, and this leads to less recovery time from the daytime heat.
And no matter how many times that I have seen that, you see her brushing off because she knew exactly what was going on.
You see
there.
her eyes just kind of widen there.
But even this is like my umpteenth time seeing it. It still creeps me out seeing like and then it jumped onto the microphone
Credit
and
to
then
her
took
for
off.
professionalism, for holding in there and staying right on it.
Yeah. So some of the important things. Yeah, she has been praised for her professionalism because while she was on air, she was keeping her cool, keeping her calm. And honestly, I mean, you kind of have to do that in these situations because you have to be laser focused on that camera. Otherwise, you're going to have a YouTube moment, and that basically almost happened to her. And I think she kind of realized what was going on because you can see in her eyes a little bit.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah. Did she notice? I mean, she had to have felt it.
You could see her eyes. She knew she felt something. She just didn't really know what it was.
Yeah, and I can't tell. I've lost count of the amount of times where especially like either the live shot at night or if I'm out in like a weird area, I'm having to brush away like literally seconds before a live shot, just some of the bugs that will get into, especially like at night, a light, some of them getting near you, mosquitoes, things like that. You are brushing them away literally seconds before you go on TV.
Oh yeah,
it's not an unusual thing.
Too, where I had a belt,
but a cockroach, no,
not a cockroach. A live shot coming to me and started shooting with a paintball everywhere. Got it back together within 5 seconds.
Yes, things you got to do to make it look as professional as possible. That's the wonderful world of television news. That will do it for us for today. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCN Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're turning our attention to something that's been a source of mystery for decades: women. Local TV news. It's a man's world. Yeah, right. Across the television landscape, female photographers have some of the sharpest eyes out there. That's not news. But women behind the lens share a unique perspective, and to better understand it, we're going to go straight to the source. Yes, we are, and joining us to get to the bottom of this very important issue are three women in the business. Jen Kaiser, who produces news down in Myrtle Beach. Thanks for joining us. Jenna Pinto, our own extremely talented photojournalist here at Queen City News. Jenna, hello.
Hi.
Hi. And Shakira Speaks, one of our reporters here at QCN Plus, who's got some really interesting perspective on women shooting and men shooting. But before we get started, I, as a girl dad, feel a little weird about doing a piece in 2026 about women in any industry. Women have been in every industry since 100 years ago. And while I'm no history major, I know that it's not a new development. And in highlighting it, it almost sounds like we're pointing at it like it's an oddity. It's not. But I do think that women have a unique perspective in everything they do, especially news. I don't know the percentage of television news photographers that are men, but I'd say 90, 95. What would you say, Jenna Pinto?
I would say probably around that. I think that there's only 2 female photographers in Charlotte right now. So, yeah, I would say probably.
There are 3 female photographers. You were here. WCNC has a female photographer, and WSOC a female.
Wait, BTV does too. The chief photographer.
4.
Okay,
so
okay.
There's one at each station.
Okay.
And I don't know about Spectrum, but
I guess I just don't see them.
Well,
we're few and far between. It's hard. We notice when they're there. Let me put it that way.
Well, one of the female photogs that I have noticed for about a decade is right there. Other place. Jen Kaiser. Jen, you're now in Myrtle Beach as a producer. You are what we in the business call a house cat, in that you spend all your day inside putting newscasts together. You're no longer on the street. But I knew you as a photojournalist right out there beside me. What do you like better, inside or out?
I like both. I was 23 years out in the field, so I love being out and about. Inside, it's just nice and warm, and you're not out covering the elements. I still love photography, but I just was ready for a change and ready to be inside with more set hours. Producing, you have set hours. You go home after your shift. You're not worried about breaking news. So it's a different pace.
It is. For at least 10 years, you may have just told me, 15 or so, you were on the street here in Charlotte, covering every kind of news story there was. And Charlotte, like a lot of other places, can be a rough and tumble place to go shoot news. I can't count how many times I was in a really sketchy neighborhood and looked across the street, and there you were with your camera.
Yeah.
Asking what it's like to be a woman in TV is asking a fish what it's like to live in the water. Who knows? That's all you've ever known. But did you have any unique perspectives in such a man's world as it was and kind of still is?
Doing it for 23 years, I kind of felt like one of the guys, but there were some aspects where I think we brought a more emotion into it. I feel like people could connect with us more. You get the emotion out of people. Sometimes being a lady, you're expected to be more emotional. There were times where I know guys would go up and ask information and they'd be told no. I'd go up with a different perspective and they'd tell me yes. So it's the same, but it's a little bit different.
Well, on the opposite side of that coin, what were some of the downsides of being a woman in this field?
I'm short. Covering Panthers locker room just was horrible because I couldn't get my camera up high enough. Sometimes people don't take you as serious, but you just learn and you prove yourself and you show that you can shoot as good as the guys, sometimes better than the guys. And then you just get the respect from everyone else that the guys get.
Well, let me ask Jenna Pinto about that, because she's over there nodding her head, and we've talked off camera about this as well. Jenna, you're here in the Charlotte market, much like Jen was, covering every kind of news story there was. What's the upside and the downside to being a female in this field?
Well, I'm taller than Jen, so I do have that going for me. But I was laughing because even being taller than you are, I think that regardless, when you're in a scrum and there's so many photographers in at the same time, like I have sat my camera on top of my head. I can't even tell you how many times, because I'm like, I'm not gonna fight this. I'm not gonna try to keep it on my shoulder. I'm just gonna wear it on my head like a hat.
Right there's the picture.
I actually put my tripod underneath other people's tripods in press conferences. Carl from Channel 9 was so tall I could just slide in underneath his lens.
It's perks. It goes both ways. You fit in smaller spaces. I always make jokes about that. I fit in tiny spaces. I have been that person that like wiggles, and I'm like, it's all right, I don't take up that much space. And the bigger, like bulky guys are like, I would never fit there.
Right.
But when I was pregnant, I didn't fit anywhere. So
well, speaking of fitting and fitting in differently, Shakira, you had a very unique comment to me the other day. Mm-hmm. You work with all kinds of photographers in your role as a nightside reporter here at Queen City News. You mentioned you thought that women shoot a little differently than men. I've got to hear more about that.
Yeah, it's similar to what Jen was saying. That women photographers just approach a story differently. You approach breaking news differently. You approach even a feature story differently. Women see through the lens just a little different. You see it with more emotion, with more care. How I've worked with Jenna a couple of times, and you ask different questions. You frame the subject a little differently. I've worked with Jenna before with another woman, and she's like, maybe this isn't her best side. I've worked with men who will just plop a camera down and just shoot. And then we go back and I'm like, her face looks a little weird on this side. It's a little shadow here. Even when I'm working with Jenna, and I've worked with Chelsea before, I've worked with another female photographer down in Columbus, Georgia. I will ask them, am I missing anything? Do you have any questions? And Jenna, of course, Jenna will always have a question, but it's always just something different. Working with, not saying that the male photographers don't do that, but normally they're just not paying attention. They're worried more about our surroundings, especially working with a female reporter. They just shoot different. I'm sure Jen and Jenna can say that you can shoot the same thing
right
as a male photographer, and it will look completely different.
I will say that we are a lot more detail oriented, a little bit more focused on that, and making people feel more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with the comfort thing because I've had that experience myself. But we're going to get into all that and a lot more. But first, we're going to take a very quick break. And we're back talking about women behind the lens in television news. We've talked about some of the upsides. Let's talk about some of the downsides, because there has to be some downsides to being a woman. There's downsides to being a man out in TV photojournalism. I can't imagine being a woman. Jen Kaiser in Myrtle Beach, what would you say the biggest downside has been, or give me an example of something that's not great about being a woman? Television.
I can't pee in a bush very easily.
Yeah.
You're closer to the ground.
Well, let's explain that. When you're in news, when you're covering a story, sometimes you are literally on the side of the road for 4, 5, 6 hours, and no one parked a porta potty there for you. Men can sometimes wander off and take care of business. A little harder for women, I take it.
Yes.
Have you honestly ever been in that situation?
Many times.
Okay, I would have figured as much, but I don't think people realize what we go through for something as trivial as television news.
No, and on those hot days when it's 100 and you know you need a drink, but you don't want to drink because there's no bathroom for you to use, it can get miserable.
The constant state of wanting to be just hydrated enough to not have a headache so that you can still do your job.
And not be aggravated. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I had it hard. Moving on, though, we had, it's a fascinating subject. Don't get me wrong. I could talk about this all day. But moving on a bit, I know just from being out in the field with female photographers that they're not always taken as serious as they take themselves. And they should take themselves seriously because they're out there doing a job just like anybody else. But I know there are times that people come up to you and say things to you, Jenna, that they wouldn't say to me.
No. I mean, they'll ask us if do we need help parking our vehicle? Because we cannot parallel park as women or park in general as women. Can we carry your gear? Because like, here I have my camera here.
Yeah, show us the camera.
They are quite large.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see how big it is. It is as big as my entire torso and head together.
Sure.
And so it is, I am clearly not strong enough to carry it.
Plus a tripod.
So we are carrying quite a bit of weight.
Yeah.
Right. All the time. And so, do we need help doing that? Are we sure that we shouldn't have a cart? Maybe we should pull that in a cart. Yes, I have a cart. I chose not to use it today.
Yeah.
And then just
they don't understand. They don't understand that the camera and the tripod balances you out. You need both.
Every
They
single
might
time.
be
It is
big,
so
but-
hard to explain that, right?
Yes.
But no one's ever come up to me and said, "Hey, little fella,
Yes.
can I help you?"
My
carry the
favorite
gear?"
is, are you comfortable driving that live truck?
No one's comfortable driving a live truck. It's impossible to be comfortable
Yeah.
driving a live truck. I'm sorry.
And you do get, even from peers, occasionally you'll get some comments or frustrations with some of your peers occasionally. And I don't think that it's intentional. I think that sometimes they just kind of forget who they're talking to. And so then it's a double-edged sword because you want to be treated like one of the guys. So you want them to feel comfortable enough to make those comments, but then you're also like, I don't know that I was the right audience for that.
Well, a newsroom is a rough and tumble place. A newsroom, a news scene. We don't always use the language we should. It's sort of a unvarnished look at life. My wife works in a very professional environment, and I don't think that any of us could survive there.
Yeah.
Because we're just used to a newsroom and a news scene. So I can imagine
We're unfiltered.
We're unfiltered, and I can imagine that you do hear things you probably would rather not, or that as a man doesn't make me sorry.
No. I mean, I would say that for the most part, I want things like that. But then it's like if you get a promotion or you get a better shift or you get anything like that, then sometimes you get a little bit of pushback from some of your colleagues that maybe have worked there longer or feel justified in the position that you got. They think that they deserved it more. And so that dig that wouldn't mean anything if they were doing to their male counterpart, that they're all of a sudden saying, oh, well, what did she do to get that?
Yeah.
I wonder how she got that. Then you're like, no, it's because I'm a really good photographer. I'm a really good photojournalist. It's because I work really hard.
Sometimes better than
Oh yeah.
male counterparts.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that again? What did you say?
We have strengths. Everybody has strengths and weaknesses.
Yep.
So
I would agree. And as
Yes.
someone who looks at perspective photographer tapes, if you will, to see if we want to hire them, man or woman really doesn't enter into it. It's all what you can put on screen.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that Jenna and Jen are powerful photogs, and I really wouldn't want to go up against them in any competition because I'm pushing 60, and who wants to do that anyway? But you guys are formidable competitors.
Yeah.
And I don't have to tell you that. You know that.
One thing
do you know that.
One thing I've learned with working with the women that I've worked with behind the camera is they're a lot stronger, a lot more firm, affirmative, and even more aggressive than the male photogs that I work with. We'll be at a breaking news scene right in front of the police tape, and they'll tell us to move. And Jenna, Chelsea, any other woman I've worked with, they're super firm with, no, we don't have to leave. We're right here. Some other males that I've worked with, they're like, okay, I'm gonna pack it up. I don't really care. But the women will get you in a certain place, just like Jenna said. We'll wiggle our way in there and move into these little small places, and none of the men will say anything because we're women. Like, there are some upsides about being a duo, a women duo, a female duo, or whatever. But
Well, that's interesting because those are things that I may not
But
be able to
I think-
capitalize on. Go ahead, Jen.
I think we have to have confidence
Yes.
in this role.
Yes.
Because if we didn't, we wouldn't be taken seriously. So we have to believe in ourselves and fight for what we know is right.
Yeah.
we're playing the mental game too.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and some of it Shaq touched on earlier was that the way that we converse with people, the way that we have conversations with people. Like, I don't actually need to fix that woman's hair or redress that microphone, but I can tell that she is a little uncomfortable getting in front of the camera, or I can tell that security guard is wanting to just push the boundaries a little bit to see if he can push us back, not because we need to, but because he wants to show a little bit of authority over us. And so it's playing that constant mental game of, how far can I push back then too? Because if you're going to play this game with me, then I'm not going to sit there and be timid and just take it. Or on the opposite side with people that we're doing interviews with, I'm going to recognize that and the empath in me. And I think that we're all much more female photojournalists, I think, are more empathetic, which means that I'll also be that person bawling my eyes out behind the camera for a really emotional interview with absolutely no qualms about, like, I don't care. I'm going to sit there and give you a hug afterward too. So it plays on both sides.
Is it I guess we can talk about this after the break, but is it any different working with, as a female photographer, working with female and or male reporters? What's the difference?
Ooh, I
know the difference for me working with a male or a female. We can definitely.
I like that a lot. Let's get into that right after. For this break. And we're back talking about women in local television news. Shakira, you had an interesting point a minute ago about female reporters and male photographers versus male photographers and male reporters and female photographers and female reporters.
Yeah.
You have no guarantee as to who you will work with when you come in to the newsroom on any given day. So
yeah, essentially. Now we just have we're getting three males, but dayside, unless Jenna wants to work nightside or whatever. But yes, working with a female photographer and working with a male photographer to me is completely different. With a male photographer, certain male photographers, you feel a little bit more safe. I don't have to watch my surroundings as much because I'm expecting the man to do it. To kind of just watch around, Sure. I do ask all of my male photographers and female photographers, do you need any help picking the stuff up? You need any help you breaking down? Because I see them as one of the guys. I see them as equal. But with working with Jenna, I watch her surroundings. I watch her back just like she watches my back.
Right.
If I'm working with somebody like Marcus will tell me, go sit down, go sit in the car. I got it. He will make sure that I'm safe. But I'm sure that working with a male reporter is different than working with a woman photographer. We got to put makeup on. The man just gets out, whatever. But
I mean, they can wear some makeup sometimes. They can wear some makeup sometimes. Sometimes they take longer because they're
very true.
They don't know what they're doing.
That's very true. As do male reporters, do you feel safer with them, or what do you do with them?
I do feel a little bit safer. Sometimes I make them carry something only because of the social perception of it, that it makes them look bad if they're not carrying. So then I'm like, gosh, I really don't want to give you my tripod because it does balance it out. But I don't want every single person we pass in the next 3 blocks to be like, you're making her carry everything.
Everything.
Yeah, you can't.
The worst is in the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh man, yes.
Yeah.
Even when we're out, like on breaking news, just like you said, being out late at night, Stuart. Even when if I'm with Corey, if we take separate cars, I will still sit back and just make sure the car starts up.
Sure.
I'll make sure he backs up and everything. Some other people will just go away. If me and Jenna take different cars, I will make sure that she's there. Marcus will make sure that I'm good first, and then he's like, now I will handle everything that I need to handle. You get out of here. I'm good.
I do try to make an active effort to make sure that they know that I'm the reporter, whether they're male or female, knows that I am watching my surroundings, double checking that everything is safe. I've always had a rule which I know that it probably annoys reporters, especially in the summer, where I try to keep a window cracked or the trunk open or something when I'm shooting, like especially in an area that's not super nice. Cause I'm like, look, I get you got stuff to do, maybe in the car, you have to log something or you have to be on the computer. But if you're not going to be next to me, I want to be able to at least hear you and you can hear me in some capacity, even if it's just like a window cracked. And I also have a tendency to lock my keys in my car, so I keep the window cracked.
I'm also watching when I'm on the computer. I'm still looking up, making sure I can keep you in eyesight, male or female, but females for sure, because you guys are paying attention to the camera and everything. I still try to. I think my senses are heightened when I'm working with a woman.
I feel like some of the stories that we get put on are different too. When I worked in Tampa, Florida, the reporter that I was married to, the one that I worked with every single day, we got put on all of the dead people. That's a horrible thing. We were the Grim Reapers, and it was because they thought female photographer, female reporter, you guys are going to be the nicest, and you're going to approach the families of grieving people like the best possible way. And so we did get a lot of interviews because we were a lot more unassuming. We were a lot more empathetic in that approach. Yeah. So I think that even the stories that we go on, like they might not send us out on all of the same stories as a female combo. What do you think, Jen?
For sure. You have that morning meeting and you're looking at the rundown and who gets what stories, and some are just more female oriented stories. And you're going to get a better story with 2 women versus a man and a woman, or a man and a man.
I don't think you can deny that, and I think to try and deny that is just a fool's errand. But with all this being said, I've got to ask: is this the kind of thing you would recommend for your daughter, your niece, a young lady who might come to you and say, "Man, that's a cool job. I want to do that." What is it you would tell them?
Well, I have a daughter. What were you going to say, Jen? You go first.
Go for it.
I have a daughter. She's 9 months old, and I don't think that I would want her in TV news, but not because I don't like what I do. I love what I do. My husband also works in TV news. He loves what he does. But I don't want her to go into the same thing that we went into. So I would say do something different, something STEM. I want her, and I also think that the future of news will look so different for that generation than it will for our generation. So, what were you going to say, Jen?
I was going to say, I mean, besides, working every holiday and, being out in the elements, but it's great. It makes you a stronger person. It makes you confident. It shows you the things that you can do regardless of being male or female. I think it's great for your overall,
I love
health,
that.
I guess.
I have 2 daughters who grew up with their dad in TV news, and they did not go to TV news. They never even expressed an interest in it whatsoever. And I'm kind of glad they not go into TV news, but they had every opportunity. But they were smarter than that.
What about
Shaq?
you, Shaq?
I think they can do it.
Yeah.
I think they can do it too. I don't know if I would push my daughter into it, but if she came to me and said that she wanted to do it, we'd look at the salaries at that time. But absolutely, I definitely think it does build character. You got to have the personality for it. And if she's gonna be my daughter, she's definitely gonna be confident enough to do it.
No
Absolutely.
doubt, no doubt.
And we need more. We need women. It's like women in STEM. We do need more women photographers. I love looking down at a Hornets game or a Panthers game and seeing women carrying the cameras, taking pictures and everything. It's different than being an anchor or being a reporter, but when you see them behind the camera, absolutely.
In what has always been thought of, for right or wrong, as a not a man's world, but a
male
man's
dominated,
world, a male dominated
because of the equipment. You just don't want women are supposed to be dainty, feminine.
We want them to be
stuff, but
physically and mentally strong.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you guys have made me mentally stronger. I don't know about physically, but this has been very
Do you want my
interesting.
camera?
Thanks.
No,
You do some camera
Razor, I
girls?
don't want that camera anymore. Jen Kaiser from Myrtle Beach, making TV inside. Thank you so much for
Thank
taking
you.
some of your time. You are a badass photog. I know that because I've seen you in action, shoulder to shoulder, in places I didn't want to be.
Yes,
So thank you very much. Jenna, Shakira, thank you as well. You're equally awesome. This has been an interesting conversation about women in TV news, but not our last one because it's a big, deep subject that we can talk about for hours and hours. But for now, we're going to wrap it up. That was Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. Go call your mom and be nice to her.
A stern message for tow companies from North Carolina's top prosecutors of how a recent ruling against a Charlotte business is helping the AG's office now target predatory towing.
And we are tracking scorching temperatures across the Carolinas. To wrap up your week, I'll show you if any relief is on the way with my pinpoint forecast at 4.
And taking no chances, how a parasite causing explosive symptoms nationwide is now forcing one local school district to change its food menu. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
If you own a towing company, I'd like your attention. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be punished.
Very clear. There you go. That's the message. North Carolina's Attorney General's office now has a direct message for towing companies involved in predatory behavior. So Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has the rest of Jeff Jackson's warning to those companies. And he heard from a victim who believes it's going to take a lot more than just words.
If you own a towing company, I'd like your attention. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be punished.
In a video posted to social media this week, North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson had some very strong words for companies engaged in predatory towing across the Tar Heel state.
If you're a towing company that follows the rules, you're good to go. But if you're making a buck by breaking the law, we've got a new playbook for going after you, and we will.
Jackson says a court order won by his office earlier this year against the infamous A1 Towing in Charlotte now allows him to go after others accused of predatory towing. A1 Towing and its owner, David Satterfield, were accused of targeting African-American neighborhoods, double booting vehicles, and charging upwards of $4,000 to release towed vehicles. A1 Towing now has to pay back at least $30,000 to drivers and could face even steeper fines if they don't do so.
As the Attorney General for North Carolina, I assure you, I'm not putting up with any of that.
King Koontz claims he was a victim of predatory towing at this Bojangles in South End. We first told you about his story in February. Bojangles told Koontz that they didn't have a relationship with the company that towed his car, but that towing company later told Queen City News that they were personally hired by the store's general manager.
It's unfair and it's wrong. And now
Bojangles won't even return the call because, as they say, we just want to put this behind us.
Koontz has now filed an official complaint with Jackson's office, hoping that the Attorney General will stick to his word and stand up for victims. But Koontz believes it's going to take a law on the books to actually see some consequences.
Everybody can't go through the court process. You need some teeth in a law that restricts what these people can and can't do and how they do and don't do.
A bill in the North Carolina House that would have created a state towing commission that could investigate allegations of predatory towing died in this year's session. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Matt, for that. Taking a live look here over at a scorching uptown Charlotte from our Arlington cameras. The temperatures now reach the mid-90s today, but it also feels even hotter than that outside. You can look at that, 95 degrees here in the Queen City. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So, Andrew, there is still more heat ahead of us.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Alicia. We'll see those temperatures heading up to the upper 90s potentially tomorrow, feeling even close to 105 degrees out there across the region. As we end of the weekend, though, getting a little bit cooler on your Sunday. Also, we're going to see the shower and storm chances start to move up a little bit as well here across the region. Charlotte live cam right now, 95 degrees. A little bit on the hot side out there. Not much in the way of a breeze either from Mother Nature to cool you down. Dew points currently in the upper 60s. Hot, humid. Also seeing some air quality alerts. Air quality watch kind of one level below a code orange is what we're seeing across Lancaster County now, including Mecklenburg County for that potential low-level ozone. Pinpoint satellite imagery, a couple of things going on. There's kind of the fair weather cumulus clouds. We've been seeing a little bit of almost looks like haze here in visible satellite imagery farther off to the north and east near the Raleigh-Durham area. That is wildfire smoke, and there's a lot more of that across portions of the Northeast. Pinpoint radar right now completely quiet. At least I've got more in your forecast and what's ahead for the weekend coming up on Pinpoint 7-Day.
Thank you, Andrew, for that. Union County school leaders now pulling all green salads from the menu at Wolf Middle and High School amid the ongoing spread of the parasite that causes explosive diarrhea. So hundreds of cases of cyclosporiasis have now been reported in the Carolinas and thousands nationwide. School officials say there are no reported cases at Wolf School, and this move is just as a precaution. The parasite grows and spreads on produce. Federal health officials are now working to figure out where it actually originated from. The Pageland Watermelon Festival is back with a new level of security 1 year after a deadly shooting at the event. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone now shows us how organizers hope safety measures will help the town move forward.
At the proclaimed watermelon capital of the world, Pageland is celebrating its 75th year of the Watermelon Festival.
The festival is more than a community event. This is our town's history.
Michelle Melton has organized the major event for years.
Last year was really upsetting to everyone. We've lived with it now for a year.
17-year-old Sean Davis was killed at last year's festival after an argument. Another teen, Jaden Jeffries, is charged with his murder.
We want to make sure every person is safe, whenever they come out to this event, and that's our plan, just to make it safe for everyone.
We got a slice of security when we first got here, and the biggest change you'll notice are the gates at each one of the entrances that you'll have to go through. There's a lot more rules and regulations that you'll have to follow, but organizers tell us this is meant to make it feel secure so we can look beyond the past.
We're going to make it a safe environment.
Attendees must also have a clear bag, no hoodies, and only masks for medical reasons. Anyone under 18 must have a parent or guardian, or they will not be allowed to enter. Vendors say they want to put the past behind them.
If you live because of what happened last year is over with. So fresh start and moving forward, just try some better things.
While Davis's spirit lives on next to this year's security. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Pineville fire officials say 2 firefighters needed help escaping a house fire. Crews responded to a home on Baker's Mill Road yesterday morning. So they say 2 firefighters fell through a part of the floor while trying to be able to put out the fire. More firefighters were called in for a rescue. At the same time, the officials say 1 person was found inside unconscious and it was also pulled from the fire. That person was taken to the hospital. However, at this hour, there's no word on how those 2 firefighters are doing right now. Staying in Pineville, though, newly released 911 calls are now providing more context and also more details about the deadly crash into the building that houses the town hall and also the library. Take a listen.
Somebody just jumped the track and hit the library.
Yeah, we heard a boom in here, but we
could not see what it was. Did you see what kind of car it was?
No, it was a whole car because some of their car is still out here.
Did you
like
see
some
what
of the
kind
pieces
car it
of
was?
it. I didn't see what kind of car it was because they were doing like 100 going down Main Street. Maybe they're still in the library, but they actually busted the window out of the library, out of that town hall building.
Well, the crash happened in April. Video now shows the moments leading up to a car just slamming into the building on Main Street. The driver died at the scene. Town Hall reopened this week, but the library still remains closed, and there's no timeline for when it will reopen. We have some new exclusive polling from Queen City News, and Emerson College now shows that there is no clear favorite to fill the Senate seat left vacant after the passing of Lindsey Graham. But Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber looks at the results with the special election just weeks away.
The reason I'm interested, the Senate is standing in the way of passing President Trump's agenda. They just are.
South Carolina Congressman Ralph Norman telling Fox Business this week that he's not declaring just yet, but is interested in running for the Senate seat once held by Lindsey Graham. Norman fresh off a run for governor back in June.
And one of the common things you see there is somebody who has already raised campaign money, somebody who has statewide name recognition, somebody who has a campaign team that is still together and ready to go.
In a new poll out Thursday from Queen City News and Emerson College, Norman had the most support among respondents, 16.4%. Business owner Mark Lynch came in at 12.5%, with Congresswoman Nancy Mace and Lieutenant Governor Pamela Abbott hovering around 10%. But the most popular answer was undecided, coming in at 17.9%.
There's all these names being bandied about. However, it'll start winnowing down with official declarations. We'll know who's serious on July 21st, and we'll know the full roster of who's going to be jumping in on the 28th.
And while Lindsey Graham's sister Darlene has been appointed to serve out the remainder of Lindsey's term that ends in January, she has not said if she'll run in the primary.
As far as aspirations down the road or what she might be convinced to jump into, simply don't know yet.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
And you can be able to see the extended interview with Dr. Scott Huffman from Winthrop University on this week's edition of On the Record. So Huffman and our Brian Blakely discuss Graham's legacy and what to be able to expect over the next few weeks. On the Record is this Sunday, 8:30 a.m. right here on Queen City News. And our special coverage of the World Cup is also on pause right now, with the tournament on hiatus until the weekends. Our CSL team will get you ready for third place and also final matches on Saturday and Sunday. Tune in to CSL Extra Time Saturday at 11:30 in the morning, and then again on Sunday at 10 a.m. It's all right here where all the action goes down in Queen City News.
Coming up after the break, talking more about the heat and humidity across the Carolinas and what you can expect for your weekend forecast. 11.7 day next.
Thank you, Andrew. And North Carolina election officials are now making changes in how ballots are thrown out. It's the new policy in place and how it's dividing the panel that oversees the vote. And the defunct I-77 expansion could possibly be revived when a new vote on the plans are now scheduled after support was previously pulled. We'll talk about it all next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Local officials are now back discussing the plans to expand I-77 in Charlotte. After support was pulled in May, lawmakers now in Raleigh passed legislation and the state budget to claw back $64 million already spent on designing the plan. Monroe City leaders have already flipped their vote, saying that they do not want to be able to miss out on future state transportation projects. Regional transportation officials are also now meeting with their local officials to figure out what their next steps will be.
Cornelius Town Board meeting, our board voted in support of the I-77 P3 moving forward in the south. So we thank you for putting a vote back on the agenda in September to afford us the opportunity to state this position.
I'm here and was directed to make sure that Mecklenburg County's statement is clear, that our original vote was no, and it remains the same at this point.
Well, leaders plan to be able to go over the potential consequences of voting for or against the plan in their August 19th meeting. So the CRTPO is now set to vote again on the project on September the 23rd. North Carolina State Board of Elections now making a change that could make it easier to toss out ballots. Republicans say it brings the rules in line with state laws, but also Democrats say it will erode trust in the vote. Shabnam Dinesh looks at the change and its potential impacts.
Most of the more than 1,600 public comments urged the board to reject the change, but the measure still passed along party lines.
In a 3-2 party line vote, the State Board of Elections adopted revised permanent rules that would make it easier to reject certain ballots. It would lower the threshold for county boards to reject those ballots from a unanimous vote to a simple majority.
There's not significant voter fraud in our state. And by making this rule to make it majority instead of unanimous, it feeds into that lie that there's a ton of voter fraud.
The rule specifies any decision to reject a ballot must be based on fact and not speculation. Democratic board members warn the change could turn those decisions into partisan votes that erode public confidence.
I think that concern is well founded, that if a majority is going to vote as a block a lot, and that is going to make these photo ID debates at the county level into a very partisan vote, and I think that's highly destructive to voters' trust in elections. I think we're opening ourselves up to potential problems.
But Republican board members say the previous unanimous requirement was never written into state law.
The text of the statute relating to the photo ID exception form does not require a unanimous requirement. That is something that was invented out of whole cloth by this board.
The revised rules also provide guidance for how election workers should verify photo IDs, including how to handle differences in a voter's name or appearance.
The board also adopted revised rules for ballot recounts, along with new rules limiting loud noise near polling places. Now, none of these changes are in effect yet. They still must be approved by the North Carolina Rules Commission. In Raleigh, I'm Shabnam Dinesh.
President Trump now set to be able to address the nation tonight from the Oval Office, and he says that his focus will be on elections and voting machines. So it all comes as the president pushes harder for Republicans in Congress to pass the SAVE Act. It would require elections officials nationwide to implement voter ID for the midterm elections in November. The address is also set to begin at 9 o'clock, and of course, we're going to bring it to you live right here on Queen City News. Let's take a live look here now over South Park, Charlotte, from our Hyatt camera. Feels like the temperature is now in the triple digits. So outside, we're now staying hot through the weekend. Let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. So, Andrew, we're also seeing some strong storms that are also going to be in our forecast.
Yeah, that's right. Tracking the potential for some scattered showers and storms over the weekend here. That's going to be really the only way we cool down, Alicia. It's been so hot. You were talking about it. Going to be just as hot tomorrow, maybe even a little bit hotter across the Carolinas, believe it or not. That's the type of end of the week that's shaping up across the region, but you want the cooler temperatures. That is what's going to be coming this weekend. 95 degrees right now, just stepping on out the door here. Light and variable winds at about 69, or excuse me, that's a dew point 69. Light and variable winds here at about 3 to 5 miles an hour right now. We got the latest drought monitor in today here. You'll notice actually a little bit of the drought conditions getting worse down across the Sand Hills. We get towards Charlotte. Not much has changed still in that tier 3, that severe drought, but you do notice here a little bit of improvement as you get towards portions of Lincoln, Catawba, up towards Morganton as well. So those drought conditions getting a little bit better with some of that beneficial rainfall. Also still seeing the moderate drought conditions across the upstate of South Carolina. We've been seeing some wildfire smoke, not so much here in and around Charlotte, but you notice kind of this haze here on our visible satellite imagery. That is wildfire smoke. It's been much worse farther to the north, but still seeing that across some portions of the Carolinas here. Clouds and radar, though, elsewhere, for the most part, quiet, though. Starting to see some afternoon showers and storms developing on the backside of that area of high pressure in the Gulf here as we get towards portions of Georgia into the low southern portions of South Carolina here. And we'll see more of that as we go off and on here throughout the evening hours. Not going to see much, though, in Charlotte. As we get towards the eastern part of the state, it is scorching. A lot of upper 90s, only middle 90s here in Charlotte, but we're going to be just as hot again tomorrow, middle 80s as we head on up into the mountains. The muggy meter is still staying elevated. In fact, might even be getting even worse across the region as we make our way into the start of your weekend. It's going to stay very, very humid out there. Futurecast in motion as we get things rolling here. We've got quite relatively quiet night, mostly clear skies out there across the region as we head into your Friday. Might see a couple of isolated showers and storms developing during the afternoon. I think for the most part, we're still going to stay completely dry out there. Certainly as we get later into the evening hours, not expecting all that much here across the Carolinas. Partly cloudy skies as we go through the overnight heading into your Saturday. This is going to be the day that we could see a little bit of scattered shower and storm activity. This is 2 o'clock on your Saturday, showing those scattered showers and storms getting going here, continuing into the evening hours. So if you got plans late Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, just keep an eye on the Pinpoint Weather Alert app as you could see a couple of showers and storms moving through your neighborhood. As we head into Sunday, probably going to be a little bit more widespread across the region. It's just 3 o'clock here on your Sunday, showing you those showers and storms pushing through across the Carolinas. It'll be beneficial rainfall, though could see a little bit of a couple of isolated strong storms as a weak cold front moves through. And even could see a couple more storms here as we go throughout your Monday afternoon as well. Heading to the beach this weekend. Sunday not looking as good as Saturday here. Saturday will probably be the better day of the two. Also, if you're going to be heading to North Wilkesboro Speedway, this Sunday here at 7 o'clock for the race, could see a couple of scattered showers and storms. Just keep that in mind. As we go through the rest of today here and through the overnight hours, see those temperatures dip down into the lower 80s here, maybe even upper 70s here as we get into your early Friday morning. Down to 75 here in Charlotte, 77 in Sharon, middle 60s here up across the mountains. Speaking of the mountains here, a little bit hazy for you. Might even see a little bit of that wildfire smoke, and then a bit of an unsettled weekend heading into early next week. In your Pinpoint 7-day forecast, tracking those showers and storms here for your Saturday and Sunday. Then we slowly dry out, and it's just a little bit cooler, Alicia, as we head into early next week.
Just a bit. All right, thank you, Ant, for that. A busy Northwest Charlotte road will now close, so roundabouts can be installed. How long drivers can expect to be able to see detours in the area. We'll talk about it next. You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, Northwest Charlotte Road is set to close this weekend as crews build 2 roundabouts. So state transportation officials say Oakdale Road will be closed starting tomorrow evening between Simpson and Sunset Road. So this is right at the post office and on Sunset Road, and that's where the area is. There's a map there to show you. Crews will be also installing new roundabouts at the intersection of Oakdale and Simpson Roads, and then at the intersection of Oakdale, Sunset, and Miranda Roads. Detours will all be posted up, and the road is set to be able to reopen at 6 o'clock Monday morning. Racing back in Wilkesboro this weekend. The NASCAR drivers now taking a trip to the North Wilkesboro Speedway, which we're now taking a live look at right now. As we look around, our Around the Track team is now getting you ready for the racing, and also you can tune into the newest episode first tomorrow at 7 on the Queen City News Plus app, and then again Saturday at 11 right here, all on Queen City News. Tonight on Queen City News, this summer, first-time hockey players are having fun facing off.
Ready?
So the Charlotte Street Hockey League is hosting free summer youth pickup games throughout the end of the month. And street hockey players now run instead of skate, and then they chase a ball instead of a puck. Summer is a big chance to learn the game without buying all the equipment.
For new families, if they're not sure if their kids are even interested in doing it, we have a lot of gear that they can use, and we loan out for the day.
For some, this could be just the beginning. So we see how adults grow into the sport and even represent our country in international play. You can watch Faces of the Carolinas tonight on Queen City News at 10. Major security changes at the Pageland Watermelon Festival after last year's deadly shooting. So what attendees can now expect to see this weekend. And new exclusive polling shows a tight race to fill the seat left by the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, why Congressman Ralph Norman has the best odds right now. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:26. 95 degrees outside right now. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
If you own a towing company, I'd like your attention. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be punished.
North Carolina's Attorney General has a direct message for towing companies involved in predatory behavior. So Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has the rest of Jeff Jackson's warning to those companies. And he also heard from a victim who believes it's going to take a lot more than just words.
If you own a towing company, I'd like your attention. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be punished.
In a video posted to social media this week, North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson had some very strong words for companies engaged in predatory towing across the Tar Heel state.
If you're a towing company that follows the rules, you're good to go. But if you're making a buck by breaking the law, we've got a new playbook for going after you, and we will.
Jackson says a court order won by his office earlier this year against the infamous A1 Towing in Charlotte now allows him to go after others accused of predatory towing. A1 Towing and its owner, David Satterfield, were accused of targeting African-American neighborhoods, double booting vehicles, and charging upwards of $4,000 to release towed vehicles. A1 Towing now has to pay back at least $30,000 to drivers and could face even steeper fines if they don't do so.
As the Attorney General for North Carolina, I assure you, I'm not putting up with any of that.
King Koontz claims he was a victim of predatory towing at this Bojangles in South End. We first told you about his story in February. Bojangles told Koontz that they didn't have a relationship with the company that towed his car, but that towing company later told Queen City News that they were personally hired by the store's general manager.
It's unfair and it's wrong. And now, Bojangles won't even return the call, because as they say, we just want to put this behind us.
Koontz has now filed an official complaint with Jackson's office, hoping that the Attorney General will stick to his word and stand up for victims. But Koontz believes it's going to take a law on the books to actually see some consequences.
Everybody can't go through the court process. You need some teeth in a law that restricts what these people can and can't do and how they do and don't do.
A bill in the North Carolina House that would have created a state towing commission that could investigate allegations of predatory towing died in this year's session. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Matt. Let's take a live look here over a scorching uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. Temperatures now reach the mid-90s today. The feels like temperature, though, even hotter than that. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So, Andrew, right now there is still more heat ahead of us.
Yeah, a lot more heat ahead for us, Alicia. It's only going to be getting hotter out there as temperatures push up into the mid to upper 90s tomorrow again with the elevated humidity feeling more like 105 across the Carolinas. We'll also see a few weekend showers and storms on the way as well. It's going to be toasty out there. 95 degrees right now, light and variable winds here at about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points in the upper 60s here across the region. Still a couple of air quality alerts out there. Not quite a code orange, but one level below it here for some of that low level ozone across portions of the region. Seeing some fair weather clouds here across the Carolinas. Switch on over to Pinpoint radar. It is quiet right now. There's nothing going on here across the Carolinas right now. A little bit farther off to our south, a couple of isolated showers and storms across central and southern South Carolina. Almanac for today unofficially up to 96 degrees, only 4 degrees off the record, set all the way back in 1899. Temperatures right now in the mid to upper 90s, though just 1 degree short of 100 in Sharon. It feels like, well, 108 right now in Lancaster. That is the heat and humidity really bearing down on you. Talking more about your forecast as we head on into the weekend, Alicia, with my Pinpoint 7 Day.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that. Mecklenburg County officials are now offering resources to cool off during the stretch of extreme heat. So Roof Above is offering space for people who are homeless from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's tomorrow. The Relatives on Ramp program and then also Youth Crisis Center are also now available for young adults and kids. Several recreation and senior centers will also be open, so those locations are all listed on our website at qcnews.com. Union County school leaders are now pulling all green salads from the menu at Wolf Middle and High School amid the ongoing spread of the parasite that causes explosive diarrhea. Hundreds of cases of cyclosporiasis now have been reported in the Carolinas and also thousands nationwide. School officials say there are no reported cases at Wolf School, and also this move is just a precaution, but the parasite grows and spreads on produce. Federal health officials are now working to figure out where it actually originated from. The Pageland Watermelon Festival is back with a new level of security 1 year after a deadly shooting at the event. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone now shows us how organizers hope safety measures will help the town move forward.
At the proclaimed watermelon capital of the world, Pageland is celebrating its 75th year of the Watermelon Festival.
The festival is more than a community event. This is our town's history.
Michelle Melton has organized the major event for years.
Last year was really upsetting to everyone. We've lived with it now for a year.
17-year-old Sean Davis was killed at last year's festival after an argument. Another teen, Jaden Jeffries, is charged with his murder.
We want to make sure every person is safe, whenever they come out to this event, and that's our plan, just to make it safe for everyone.
We got a slice of security when we first got here, and the biggest change you'll notice are the gates at each one of the entrances that you'll have to go through. There's a lot more rules and regulations that you'll have to follow, but organizers tell us this is meant to make it feel secure so we can look beyond the past.
We're going to make it a safe environment.
Attendees must also have a clear bag, no hoodies, and only masks for medical reasons. Anyone under 18 must have a parent or guardian, or they will not be allowed to enter. Vendors say they want to put the past behind them.
If you live because of what happened last year is over with. So fresh start and moving forward, just try some better things.
While Davis's spirit lives on next to this year's security. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Well, Pineville fire officials now say 2 firefighters needed help escaping a house fire. Crews responded to a home on Baker's Mill Road yesterday morning, and they say that 2 firefighters fell through a part of the floor while trying to be able to put out the fire. More firefighters were called in for a rescue. At the same time, though, officials say one person was found inside unconscious and then was also pulled from the fire. That person was taken to the hospital. There's no word on how those 2 firefighters are doing at this hour. Staying in Pineville, though, newly released 911 calls are now providing more details about a deadly crash that happened into a building that houses the town hall and also the library.
Somebody just jumped a track and hit the library.
Yeah, we heard a boom in here, but we could not see what it was. Did you see what kind of car it was?
No, it was a whole car, because some of their car is still out here.
Did you see
like
what
some of
kind
the
of car it
pieces
was?
of it. I didn't see what kind of car it was, because they were doing 100 going down Main Street. Maybe they're still in the library, but they actually busted the window out of the library, out of that town hall building.
The crash happened in April. Video shows the moments leading up to the car just slamming into the building on Main Street. The driver died at the scene. The town hall, they reopened this week, but the library now remains closed, and there is no timeline for when it will reopen. New exclusive polling from Queen City News and also Emerson College shows that there is no clear favorite to fill the Senate seat left vacant after the passing of Lindsey Graham. The chief political correspondent Andy Weber looks at the results with the special election just weeks away.
The reason I'm interested, the Senate is standing in the way of passing President Trump's agenda. They just are.
South Carolina Congressman Ralph Norman telling Fox Business this week that he's not declaring just yet, but is interested in running for the Senate seat once held by Lindsey Graham. Norman fresh off a run for governor back in June.
And one of the common things you see there is somebody who has already raised campaign money, somebody who has statewide name recognition, somebody who has a campaign team that is still together and ready to go.
In a new poll out Thursday from Queen City News and Emerson College, Norman had the most support among respondents, 16.4%. Business owner Mark Lynch came in at 12.5%, with Congresswoman Nancy Mace and Lieutenant Governor Pamela Abbott hovering around 10%. But the most popular answer was undecided, coming in at 17.9%.
There's all these names being bandied about. However, it'll start winnowing down with official declarations. We'll know who's serious on July 21st, and we'll know the full roster of who's going to be jumping in on the 28th.
And while Lindsey Graham's sister Darlene has been appointed to serve out the remainder of Lindsey's term that ends in January, she has not said if she'll run in the primary.
As far as aspirations down the road or what she might be convinced to jump into, simply don't know yet.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
You can be able to see that full extended interview with Dr. Scott Huffman from Winthrop University on this week's edition of On the Record. So Huffman and also our Brian Blakely will discuss Graham's legacy and what to expect over the next few weeks. On the Record is this Sunday, 8:30 in the morning, right here on Queen City News. Cabarrus County elections officials now making changes to their schedule for early voting in the midterm elections. Beginning October 15th, voters can cast their ballots at 4 polling locations on specific days. Take a look here. So those dates and polling places are listed right here on your screen. The voter registration deadline is October the 9th. Election day is Tuesday, November the 3rd. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein now announcing the state's first health care apprenticeship program at Broughton Hospital in Morganton. And state leaders now say the program will help students and adults get a jump start on working in health care to transition into vital roles later in their careers. Governor says the state is now facing a critical shortage of health care workers, and this program will serve as a pipeline to try and fix that. So state health leaders hope to expand the program to all North Carolina state facilities.
Coming up after the break, I've got more on the heat and humidity, but also some weekend showers and storms ahead for the Carolinas. My full forecast next.
Thank you, Andrew. The defunct I-77 expansion could possibly be revived when a new vote on the rejected plan is scheduled. We'll talk about it next. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 4:39, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Local officials are back to discussing the plans to expand I-77 in Charlotte. So after support was pulled in May, lawmakers now in Raleigh passed legislation and the state budget to claw back $64 million already spent on designing the plan. Monroe City leaders have already flipped their vote, saying that they do not want to be able to miss out on future state transportation projects. Regional transportation officials are now meeting with their local officials to figure out what their next steps will be.
Cornelius Town Board meeting, our board voted in support of the I-77 P3 moving forward in the south. So we thank you for putting a vote back on the agenda in September to afford us the opportunity to state this position.
I'm here and was directed to make sure that Mecklenburg County's statement is clear, that our original vote was no, and it remains the same at this point.
So leaders plan to go over the potential consequences of voting for or against the plan in their August 19th meeting. CRTPO is now set to vote again on the project on September the 23rd. President Trump set to address the nation tonight from the Oval Office, and he says that his focus will be on elections and voting machines. So it all comes as the president pushes harder for Republicans in Congress to pass the SAVE Act. It would require election officials nationwide to implement voter ID for the midterm elections in November. The address is now set to begin at 9 o'clock, and of course, we're going to bring it to you live right here on Queen City News. Ahead of the president's address now To the Nation tonight, the White House press secretary returned to the briefing room facing a range of questions. Our Gabriella Caracciola now has a look at what she had to say.
There's been a lot of anticipation building up here on Capitol Hill and at the White House for the president's speech tonight. The press secretary says nobody but President Trump knows exactly what he'll say. Back at the podium, White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt previews the president's address to the nation.
We encourage every American to tune in.
She says he'll reveal findings related to the safety and security of the country's elections.
This should be a nonpartisan issue. If we don't have safe and secure elections in our country, we cannot have a country.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats are expressing criticism in anticipation of what he may claim.
Why does he continue to focus on a conspiracy theory related to a 2020 presidential election that every rational person in the United States of America knows he lost?
During the speech, Leavitt says someone new will run the teleprompter. An investigation is underway into the president's longtime teleprompter operator over allegations he used inside knowledge to place bets on prediction market platform Kalshi. Leavitt says the individual is on unpaid leave.
The White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines with respect to issues like this.
And she says it's possible he could address the war with Iran as the countries continue exchanging strikes.
They were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait.
And just this afternoon, CENTCOM says the U.S. carried out strikes against Iranian military assets for the 5th night in a row. I'm Gabrielle Caracciola, News Nation, Washington.
Vice President J.D. Vance says the White House screwed up in communications with the Department of Justice on the release of the Epstein files. Speaking on the Joe Rogan podcast, the vice president says that he does not think the administration was trying to hide anything, and he does not think former U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi was doing anything malicious. Bondi faced heavy criticism for the slow rollout of the investigative files a month after a congressionally mandated deadline passed. Vance also says that he has not seen any evidence that President Trump engaged in any illegal activity with minors. Parts of Texas are now experiencing dangerous flash flooding. We'll take a look here. That's turning roads into rivers and forcing people to leave their homes. Dramatic rescues have now unfolded all across the state, and officials warn the danger is far from over as rivers continue to swell. More than 6 million Texans across 57 counties are now under flood watches. Taking a live look here now over South Park, Charlotte, from our Hyatt camera. So it feels like the temperatures out there are in the triple digits. Andrew was talking about that earlier, and now we're staying hot throughout the weekend. Let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman to this conversation. So we know that it's going to get hotter. Just got to buckle up.
Got to buckle up, but the good news is get a little bit cooler the second half of the weekend, and heading into early next week, Alicia, we'll see those temperatures come down a little bit across the Carolinas. Still going to be summer out there, but at least a little bit of improvement. Right now, as you look outside, a little bit of a haze. Might be some faint wildfire smoke here, even around Charlotte. More persistent farther off to the north and east. 95 degrees, currently light and variable winds about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the upper 60s. Latest air quality, moderate right now in Charlotte. Not quite to the where we get the code orange, but just a little bit of a haze in the air out there. Certainly more persistent farther off to our north and east and around the central Carolinas. Just a lot of fair weather clouds for the most part. We zoom out here, still high pressure for the most part in control over the Gulf here. We see some of those clouds flaring up really across the state of Georgia as we make our way throughout the late afternoon. Temperatures continuing to push up, trying up now 97 now maybe here in Charlotte, 88 in Nashville, 90 in Atlanta, 91 right now in Savannah. It's toasty out there. The rain chances, they start to move up this weekend, and kind of a daily chance of an isolated afternoon shower and storm on the way for the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion as we go through the overnight hours heading into your Friday. Partly cloudy skies, and then we see a couple of those popcorn showers trying to develop here across portions of the Sandhills. Generally going to be dry even Friday night, not seeing much in the way of major issues. That isolated shower storm, that really is going to be about it. Now as we go through your Saturday morning, we start off dry, and then we see those showers and storms starting to pop up here across the region. Definitely going to be more of a going concern on your Saturday with some of those showers and storms here across the Carolinas. Heading into your Sunday morning, partly cloudy, and as we keep moving forward into the afternoon, we see more showers and storms across the region Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening here across the Carolinas. There's a bit of a weak cold front moving through, giving us some beneficial rain and those slightly cooler temperatures I was telling Alicia about. Heading to the beach this weekend. Saturday definitely looking a little bit better here than what we'll see on your Sunday. And then for the Wilkesboro Speedway on Sunday for the Window World 450, we are tracking some scattered showers and storms here with temperatures in the mid to upper 80s as you're going to be getting ready to head to that race. As we go through the overnight hours tonight, temperatures dipping down into the 70s here. It is going to be warm. It is going to be humid. It is going to feel like summer out there. Middle 70s in Charlotte, upper 70s in Chirrah, middle 60s up across the mountains here. Let's take a little tour around the Carolinas here on your Friday. It is really hot just about everywhere out there. Upstate of South Carolina, toasty temperatures in the upper 90s. We get towards Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle. It's more of the same story. It is very, very toasty out there, everyone. Shelby and Gastonia, scorching as well. Statesville and Salisbury. Some more sizzling heat for you as we head up across the foothills. Also going to be toasty as well. And we finish up in the mountains. Temperatures are going to be in the upper 70s, probably even into the low to mid 80s as we go throughout your Friday. Mountain forecasts out there, watching some of those scattered showers and storms as we go throughout the weekend into early next week. And of course, as we finish with your pinpoint 7-day forecast, tracking heat, tracking humidity, but also a little bit of relief here. We're tracking scattered showers and storms here Saturday and Sunday as we go throughout most of next week. Temperatures still probably slightly above average, but at least closer to where we should be for this time of year. Alicia?
All right, we need that rain. Thank you, Andrew. A busy Northwest Charlotte road will be closed, so roundabouts can be installed. How long drivers can expect to see detours in the area. You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A Northwest Charlotte road is now set to close this weekend as crews are now building 2 roundabouts. The state transportation officials say Oakdale Road will be closed starting tomorrow evening between Simpson and Sunset Road. So this is right at the post office and Sunset Road area, and crews will be able to install new roundabouts at the intersection of Oakdale and Simpson Roads, and then at the intersection of Oakdale, Sunset, and Miranda Roads. Detours will all be posted up in the area, and the road is set to reopen at 6 o'clock Monday morning. Racing is back in Wilkesboro this weekend, so NASCAR drivers are taking a trip to the North Wilkesboro Speedway, which we're taking a look at live right now. So our Around the Track team is getting you ready for racing. You can tune in to the newest episode first tomorrow at 7 on the Queen City News Plus app, and then again Saturday at 11 right here on Queen City News. And our special coverage of the World Cup is also on pause, of course, with the tournament on hiatus until the weekend. Our CSL team will get you ready for the third place and final matches on Saturday and Sunday. Tune in to CSL Extra Time Saturday at 11:30 a.m. and then again Sunday at 10 o'clock in the morning. It is all the action going down right here on Queen City News. Only on Queen City News Plus, the debate now ending daylight saving time is now getting closer to midnight. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson and Andrew Brightman are now sitting down for a new Pinpoint Weather University. Here they go over the pros and cons about ending the time tradition.
Basically, almost all school children, especially anyone that's middle school or above, they're going to school in the complete pitch black, Brandon, and probably the first hour or so of their day is going to be in the pitch black.
Yeah, when you look at it, I mean, this is a map that we've been showing on this, and I mean, you look at like the Dakotas, the Upper Midwest. I mean,
there are some places where if you get up into portions here of the northern part of Minnesota, not Minnesota, Michigan, also Minnesota as well, but Michigan, like around Detroit, their sunrise is not going to be until around 9:15 in the morning here.
You can be able to watch the new episode of Pinpoint Weather University right now on Queen City News on our Queen City News Plus app. You can download it on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. On Queen City News at 5, major security changes at the Pageland Watermelon Festival after last year's deadly shooting. So what attendees can expect to see this weekend. And college football right around the corner. So how members of Clemson Tigers are now gearing up for the season at the ACC kickoff in Uptown. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Before we end our 4 o'clock hour of Queen City News, let's check out the roads as the afternoon commute gets underway. There's nothing worse than sitting in traffic when it is hot outside. 95 degrees here in the Queen City. You can see looking around, a lot of accidents happening. If you're heading out right now, please drive safely. You kind of want to avoid that Pineville 45 area as you head down to the Fort Mill area. Give yourself some time. All right, Queen City News at 5 starts right now. Now, Queen City News, a stern message for tow companies from North Carolina's top prosecutor. How a recent ruling against Charlotte business is helping the AG office now target predatory towing.
And we're tracking heat and humidity across the Carolinas to wrap up the work week, but some storms on the way this weekend. I've got the latest on what you can expect from the Pinpoint forecast at 5.
And taking no chances, how a parasite causing explosive symptoms nationwide is now forcing one local school district to change its food menu. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
If you own a towing company, I'd like your attention. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be punished.
There it is. Very simple. North Carolina's Attorney General has a direct message for towing companies involved in predatory behavior. And Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has the rest of Jeff Jackson's warning to those companies. And he also heard from a victim who believes it's going to take a lot more than just words.
If you own a towing company, I'd like your attention. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be punished.
In a video posted to social media this week, North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson had some very strong words for companies engaged in predatory towing across the Tar Heel state.
If you're a towing company that follows the rules, you're good to go. But if you're making a buck by breaking the law, we've got a new playbook for going after you, and we will.
Jackson says a court order won by his office earlier this year against the infamous A1 Towing in Charlotte now allows him to go after others accused of predatory towing. A1 Towing and its owner, David Satterfield, were accused of targeting African-American neighborhoods, double booting vehicles, and charging upwards of $4,000 to release towed vehicles. A1 Towing now has to pay back at least $30,000 to drivers and could face even steeper fines if they don't do so.
As the Attorney General for North Carolina, I assure you, I'm not putting up with any of that.
King Koontz claims he was a victim of predatory towing at this Bojangles in South End. We first told you about his story in February. Bojangles tow Koontz said they didn't have a relationship with the company that towed his car, but that towing company later told Queen City News that they were personally hired by the store's general manager.
It's unfair and it's wrong. And now, Bojangles won't even return the call because, as they say, we just want to put this behind us.
Koontz has now filed an official complaint with Jackson's office, hoping that the Attorney General will stick to his word and stand up for victims. But Koontz believes it's going to take a law on the books to actually see some consequences.
Everybody can't go through the court process. You need some teeth in a law that restricts what these people can and can't do and how they do and don't do.
A bill in the North Carolina House that would have created a state towing commission that could investigate allegations of predatory towing died in this year's session. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
All right, taking a live look here now at a scorching uptown Charlotte from our Arlington cameras. The temperatures reached the mid-90s today, but that feels like temperature even hotter than that. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So, Andrew, there's still more heat ahead of us.
Yeah, that's right, Alicia. Going to be getting even toastier out there across the region here as we make our way into your Friday. It feels like temperatures up around 105 degrees. We are tracking scattered showers and storms still possible this weekend, especially once we get to your Sunday here as a weak cold front's going to be pushing through the region. Charlotte live cam right now, 95 degrees. Currently winds out of the north at about 8 to 10 miles an hour, trying to bring us a little bit lower humidity, but it's still very, very hot out there. Seeing a few more air quality watches out there. Some places seeing a little bit of low-level ozone. Not quite code oranges yet, but still just something to be aware of here for some of those more sensitive groups across the Central Carolinas. Pinpoint satellite is quiet here. As we switch on over to Pinpoint radar here, we have got not much going on. That's really going to be the case for the most part over the next day or so across the region. Seeing a couple more scattered showers and storms as we get down towards portions of Georgia. Otherwise, here the story today has been all about the heat. Got up to 96 unofficially here in Charlotte, only 4 degrees off the record. Temperatures right now in the mid to upper 90s across the region. I've got more on the heat and humidity Alicia, coming up on that Pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Andrew. Mecklenburg County officials are now offering resources to cool off during the stretch of extreme heat. So Roof Above is offering space for people who are homeless from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's happening tomorrow. The Relatives on Ramp program and also the Youth Crisis Center are also available for young adults and kids. Several recreation and senior centers will also be open. Those locations are on our website at qcnews.com. Union County school leaders are now pulling all green salads from the menu at Wolf Middle and High School amid the ongoing spread of a parasite that causes explosive diarrhea. So hundreds of cases of cyclosporiasis have now been reported in the Carolinas, thousands nationwide. School officials say there are no reported cases at Wolf School, and this move is just out of precaution. So the parasite grows and spreads on produce from what we know. Federal health officials are working now to figure out where it originated from. The Pageland Watermelon Festival is back with a new level of security 1 year after a deadly shooting at the event. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone now shows us how organizers hope safety measures will help the town move forward.
At the proclaimed watermelon capital of the world, Pageland is celebrating its 75th year of the Watermelon Festival.
The festival is more than a community event. This is our town's history.
Michelle Melton has organized the major event for years.
Last year was really upsetting to everyone. We've lived with it now for a year.
17-year-old Sean Davis was killed at last year's festival after an argument. Another teen, Jaden Jeffries, is charged with his murder.
We want to make sure every person is safe, whenever they come out to this event, and that's our plan, just to make it safe for everyone.
We got a slice of security when we first got here, and the biggest change you'll notice are the gates at each one of the entrances that you'll have to go through. There's a lot more rules and regulations that you'll have to follow, but organizers tell us this is meant to make it feel secure so we can look beyond the past.
We're going to make it a safe environment.
Attendees must also have a clear bag, no hoodies, and only masks for medical reasons. Anyone under 18 must have a parent or guardian, or they will not be allowed to enter. Vendors say they want to put the past behind them.
If you live because of what happened last year is over with. So fresh start and moving forward, just try some better things.
While Davis's spirit lives on next to this year's security. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Pineville fire officials say 2 firefighters needed help escaping a house fire as the crews responded to a home on Baker's Mill Road yesterday morning. And they say that 2 firefighters fell through a part of the floor while trying to be able to put out the fire. More firefighters were called in for rescue. At the same time, officials say 1 person was found inside unconscious and was then also pulled from the fire. That person was taken to the hospital. There's no word, though, on how those 2 firefighters are doing today. Staying in Pineville right now, newly released 911 calls providing more context and more details about a deadly crash into the building that houses the town hall and also the library.
Somebody just jumped a track and hit the library.
Yeah, we heard a boom in here, but we could not see what it was. Did you see what kind of car it was?
No, it was a whole car, because some of their car is still out here.
Did you
like
see
some
what
of the
kind of car
pieces
it was?
of it. I didn't see what kind of car it was, because they were doing 100 going down Main Street. Maybe they're still in the library, but they actually busted the window out of the library, out of that town hall building.
Well, the crash happened in April. Video shows the moments leading up to a car, look at that, just slamming into the building on Main Street. The driver died at the scene. The town hall reopened this week, but the library remains closed, and there is no timeline for when it will reopen. All right, let's talk sports right now. The first ACC football teams will begin their season a little more than a month this week. The coaches are in Uptown for the ACC kickoff, and that's where our Gia Lancey joins us live from right now. So, Gia, what did you hear from the Clemson Tigers head coach Dabo Swinney today?
Yeah, Alicia. Well, new is the theme for the Clemson Tigers for 2026. New quarterback, new offensive coordinator, new offense, which maybe is exactly what Dabo Swinney and company need after a year of just straight up disappointment. Last season, they went 7-6, which marked their worst record since 2010. And they barely even struggled to get to a bowl game. But in the offseason, they did something which Dabo Swinney is notoriously against. They used the transfer portal, which is a signal that he is taking the rebuilding of the program as serious as ever.
So we got what we earned last year, and we got to go change that. So there's a lot of guys on this team that went through a season they never been through before. I mean, everybody acts like we've just been this terrible team for a long time. We're top 10 in wins the past 6 years, and we've had some bad moments and stretches, and you can point to certain things, all that. That's true too, but it's also true that we won this league 3 times in 6 years. It's also true that we stunk last year. And so did I. That's true, too. All those things are true. But at the end of the day, we have enough guys on our team that felt the pain and sting from last year.
Now for Clemson Tigers fans, the big question is Chris Fazzina going to step up and be the guy? Well, they need to figure it out, and they need to figure it out quick because their season starts off with a bang against heading on down to Death Valley South against the LSU Tigers. Reporting in Uptown Charlotte, Gia Lancey, Queen City News.
Gia, thanks for your coverage. I love it. Dabo always gives it to us straight. And our special coverage of the World Cup is on pause with the tournament on hiatus until the weekend. Our CSL team will get you ready for the third place and also final matches on Saturday and Sunday. Tune in to CSL Extra Time. It's a great show if you haven't checked it out. I mean, just amazing. Saturday at 11:30 a.m. and then again Sunday at 10 a.m. all right here on Queen City News.
Coming up after the break, I've got delays on the heat and humidity across the Carolinas and some of the showers and storms we could see this weekend with my full forecast next.
All right, and North Carolina election officials also making changes in how ballots are thrown out. It's the new policy in place and how it's dividing the panel that oversees the vote. And the defunct I-77 expansion could possibly be revived when a new vote on the plan is scheduled. We'll talk about it all next. Your time now is 5:10. You're watching Queen City News at 5, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Local officials are now back to discussing the plans to expand I-77 in Charlotte. So after support was pulled in May, Lawmakers in Raleigh passed legislation in the state budget to claw back $64 million already spent on designing the plan. Monroe City leaders have already flipped their vote, saying that they do not want to miss out on the future state transportation projects. Regional transportation officials are now, though, meeting with their local officials to figure out what their next steps should be.
Cornelius Town Board meeting, our board voted in support of the I-77P3 moving forward in the south. So we thank you for putting a vote back on the agenda in September to afford us the opportunity to state this position.
I'm here and was directed to make sure that Mecklenburg County's statement is clear, that our original vote was no, and it remains the same at this point.
So leaders plan to be able to go over the potential consequences of voting for or against the plan in their August 19th meeting. The CRTPO is set to vote again on the project on September the 23rd. So North Carolina State Board of Elections now making a change that could make it easier to toss out ballots. Republicans say it brings the rules in line with state law, but Democrats say it will erode trust in the vote. Shabnam Dinesh looks at the change and its potential impact.
Most of the more than 1,600 public comments urged the board to reject the change, but the measure still passed along party lines.
In a 3-2 party line vote, the State Board of Elections adopted revised permanent rules that would make it easier to reject certain ballots. It would lower the threshold for county boards to reject those ballots from a unanimous vote to a simple majority.
There's not significant voter fraud in our state. And by making this rule to make it majority instead of unanimous, it feeds into that lie that there's a ton of voter fraud.
The rule specifies any decision to reject a ballot must be based on fact and not speculation. Democratic board members warn the change could turn those decisions into partisan votes that erode public confidence.
I think that concern is well founded, that if a majority is going to vote as a block a lot, and that is going to make these photo ID debates at the county level into a very partisan vote, and I think that's highly destructive to voters' trust in elections. I think we're opening ourselves up to potential problems.
But Republican board members say the previous unanimous requirement was never written into state law.
The text of the statute relating to the photo ID exception form does not require a unanimous requirement. That is something that was invented out of whole cloth by this board.
The revised rules also provide guidance for how election workers should verify photo IDs, including how to handle differences in a voter's name or appearance.
The board also adopted revised rules for ballot recounts, along with new rules limiting loud noise near polling places. Now, none of these changes are in effect yet. They still must be approved by the North Carolina Rules Commission. In Raleigh, I'm Shabnam Dinesh.
And President Trump now set to address the nation tonight from the Oval Office. He says that his focus will be on elections and voting machines. So it comes as the president now pushes harder for Republicans in Congress to pass the SAVE Act. It would require election officials nationwide to implement voter ID for the midterm elections in November. So this address is now set to begin at 9 o'clock. Of course, we're going to bring it to you live right here on Queen City News. Taking a live look now from the Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. So that feels like temperature, hot outside. Feels like it's a triple digits. Here's a live look here over Lake Norman. Gorgeous outside. A lot of people on the water today, as hot as it is out there. And let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, so look at that.
Yep.
95 degrees, but so many people were out on the lake enjoying themselves.
100%, and a great way to stay cool, Alicia, with all the heat and humidity we've been seeing across the Carolinas. And more of that on the way here as we go throughout your Friday across the region. A sunny, somewhat hazy afternoon out there across the Carolinas. We get a little bit closer to what I call your Thursday evening, but still very much sunny out there right now. And temperatures, Alicia was talking about, it is really hot across the Carolinas right now, 95 degrees. Winds out of the north at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the middle 60s. Pinpoint radar is quiet right now, not a whole lot to talk about there. We zoom out, very, very weak sort of air mass boundary draped across the Carolinas. Doesn't really have much of an impact, though, on our temperatures as it's scorching outside. And seeing a little bit of cloud cover popping up here in around Atlanta. Otherwise, though, we are completely quiet for the most part across the central Mid-Atlantic states. Temperatures across the southeast, it is really getting toasty out there. 93 in Columbia, 91 in Wilmington, 91 in Virginia Beach, 90 in Birmingham right now. That's some of the heat that we're contending with all across the southeastern quadrant of the country. Rain chances, they'll move up a little bit here this weekend. We are tracking some scattered showers and storms, so we'll get more into that in a moment here across the region. But as we go into next week, each day will kind of have a lingering chance of a hit and miss afternoon shower or storm. And that starts this weekend. 90, it's still going to be hot out there. 95 on Saturday, a little bit cooler potentially on Sunday, depending on how much rainfall and cloud cover we see across the region. Let's get right into Futurecast and talk about what you can expect here as we go throughout this weekend. As for your Friday, not going to be a whole lot different from what we saw today. 7 o'clock in the morning, you got partly cloudy skies. We go throughout the day, temperatures mid to upper 90s out there. Scattered clouds here across the region as we keep moving forward into your Saturday evening. We see a couple more scattered showers trying to flare up, though, for the most part. I think we're going to be staying completely dry across the region. As we go into your Saturday morning, we start up with the partly cloudy skies. And as we go into the afternoon, that's when the shower and storm chances really start to pick up across the region. 7 o'clock here on your Saturday evening, where you've got some of those scattered showers and storms. And then as we go into your Sunday, we are tracking more shower and storm activity. Not so much storm in the morning, but as we go into the afternoon hours, there's some of that shower and storm activity continuing here. This is 6 o'clock on your Sunday evening, even trying to continue into the evening hours before starting to wrap up with even isolated shower storms still possible on your Monday. Rainfall totals through the end of this weekend. Nothing crazy, but there will be some localized areas of drought relief, at least if you pick up maybe over an inch and a half of rain. So that's what we're going to be watching here as we go through the next 3 or 4 days. And we still need a lot of rainfall to make up for the drought conditions that we continue to battle here across the region. As for the overnight hours, another warm night out there across the region. What else is new, right? Temperatures down into the middle 70s in Charlotte, 77 in Sharon, middle 60s. As we head on up into the mountains. Let's go around the Carolinas tomorrow. It's going to be very, very hot out there. Down across the Sand Hills, temperatures in the upper 90s. Not too different here as we get towards the upstate of South Carolina and around Charlotte. Going to be staying dry, going to be staying very, very hot out there. Shelby and Gastonia, more of the same with the heat and humidity across the region. Statesville and Salisbury, a scorching wrap to your week out there. And as we get up into the foothills, Morganton, Hickory, and Lincolnton, temperatures in the mid to upper 90s with partly cloudy skies. Temperatures in the mountains cooler, but even here, still in the middle 80s. Mountain forecast got those showers and storms on the way for you. Those toasty temperatures as well. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast tracking a little bit of wet weather this weekend and at least slightly cooler temperatures, Alicia, as we go into early next week.
Slightly, yes. All right, thank you, Andrew. A busy Northwest Charlotte road will close, so roundabouts can be installed. How long drivers can expect to see detours in the area. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 5:21. You're watching the most honored and the most local news here in the Queen City. Northwest Charlotte Road is set to close this weekend as crews now build 2 roundabouts. The state transportation officials say that Oakdale Road will be closed starting tomorrow evening between Simpson and Sunset Road. So this is right at the post office and Sunset Road. Crews will be installing 2 roundabouts, one at the intersection of Oakdale and Simpson Roads, and then at the intersection of Oakdale, Sunset, and Miranda Roads. Detours will all be posted up in the area, and the road is set to reopen at 6 o'clock on Monday morning. All right, racing is back in Wilkesboro this weekend, so NASCAR drivers are also taking a trip to the North Wilkesboro Speedway, which we're now taking a live look here. So our Around the Track team is getting you ready for the racing weekend, and you can tune in to the newest episode first tomorrow at 7 on the Queen City News Plus app, and then again Saturday at 11 right here on Queen City News. Well, tonight on Queen City News, this summer, first-time hockey players are having fun racing.
Ready?
Look at that. The Charlotte Street Hockey League is now hosting free summer youth pickup games throughout the end of this month. So street hockey players run instead of skate, and they also chase a ball instead of a puck. Summer is a chance to be able to learn the game without buying all that expensive equipment.
For new families, if they're not sure if their kids are even interested in doing it, we have a lot of gear that they can use, and we loan out for the day.
So for some, this could be just the beginning. So we see how adults grow into the sport and even represent our country in international play. You can watch Faces of the Carolinas. That's tonight on Queen City News at 10. Major security changes at the Pageland Watermelon Festival after last year's deadly shooting. So what attendees now can expect to see this weekend. And new exclusive polling shows a tight race to fill the seat left vacant by the late South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, while Congressman Ralph Norman has the best odds right now. You're watching Queen City News at 5. I'm Alicia Barnes. The most honored and the most local news in Charlotte continues at 5:30 with Brian Blakely.
If you own a towing company, I'd like your attention. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be punished.
North Carolina's Attorney General has a direct message for towing companies involved in predatory behavior. Good evening at 5:30. I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has the rest of Jeff Jackson's warning to those companies, and he heard from a victim who believes it's going to take a lot more than just words.
If you own a towing company, I'd like your attention. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be punished.
In a video posted to social media this week, North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson had some very strong words for companies engaged in predatory towing across the Tar Heel state.
If you're a towing company that follows the rules, you're good to go. But if you're making a buck by breaking the law, we've got a new playbook for going after you, and we will.
Jackson says a court order won by his office earlier this year against the infamous A1 Towing in Charlotte now allows him to go after others accused of predatory towing. A1 Towing and its owner, David Satterfield, were accused of targeting African-American neighborhoods, double booting vehicles, and charging upwards of $4,000 to release towed vehicles. A1 Towing now has to pay back at least $30,000 to drivers and could face even steeper fines if they don't do so.
As the Attorney General for North Carolina, I assure you, I'm not putting up with any of that.
King Koontz claims he was a victim of predatory towing at this Bojangles in South End. We first told you about his story in February. Bojangles tow Koontz said they didn't have a relationship with the company that towed his car, but that towing company later told Queen City News that they were personally hired by the store's general manager.
It's unfair and it's wrong. And now, Bojangles won't even return the call because, as they say, we just want to put this behind us.
Koontz has now filed an official complaint with Jackson's office, hoping that the Attorney General will stick to his word and stand up for victims. But Koontz believes it's going to take a law on the books to actually see some consequences.
Everybody can't go through the court process. You need some teeth in a law that restricts what these people can and can't do and how they do and don't do.
A bill in the North Carolina House that would have created a state towing commission that could investigate allegations of predatory towing died in this year's session. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Talk about the weather right now. Scorching uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera right now. Temperatures have reached the mid-90s again today, but it feels like even hotter than that. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center tracking still more heat ahead of us tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. It's going to be a scorcher out there as we see those temperatures move up, yes, into the mid to upper 90s here on your Friday. It's going to be a toasty one out there. Could see a few weekend showers and storms, maybe bringing our temperatures down just ever so slightly here across the region. It's still very quite hot out there here in Charlotte. Right now, we're probably just getting past the hottest part of the day, 95 degrees. Even a light breeze out of the north, believe it or not, about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the middle 60s right now. Pinpoint satellite shows a few scattered clouds out there across the region. Pinpoint radar, though, completely basically quiet across the Carolinas here as we start to head into your Thursday evening. Zooming out a little bit more, seeing a few more showers and storms. We get down towards portions of Georgia, southern South Carolina. Almanac for today unofficially got to 96 degrees. Yeah, it really was a hot one out there across the Carolinas. It's still very, very hot. Trying to say it's about 97 here in Charlotte, pretty close. 99, though, in Lancaster currently here. You factor in the humidity. Brian, it feels like 105 across the upstate. I've got more in your forecast of what you can expect this weekend coming up in just a few minutes.
Andrew, thank you. Mecklenburg County officials are offering resources to cool off during this stretch of extreme heat. Roof Above is offering space for people who are homeless from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. tomorrow. The Relatives of Ramp program and the Youth Crisis Center are also available for young kids and adults. Several recreation and senior centers will also be open. Those locations are on our website at qcnews.com. Union County school leaders are pulling all green salads from the menu at Wolf Middle and High School amid the ongoing spread of a parasite that causes explosive diarrhea. Hundreds of cases of cyclosporiasis have been reported in the Carolinas and thousands nationwide. School officials say there are no reported cases at Wolf School, and the move is just as a precaution. Parasite grows and spreads on produce. Federal health officials are working to figure out where it originated from. Pageland Watermelon Festival is back with a new level of security 1 year after a deadly shooting at the event. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone shows us how organizers hope safety measures will help the town move forward.
At the proclaimed watermelon capital of the world, Pageland is celebrating its 75th year of the Watermelon Festival.
The festival is more than a community event. This is our town's history.
Michelle Melton has organized the major event for years.
Last year was really upsetting to everyone. We've lived with it now for a year.
17-year-old Sean Davis was killed at last year's festival after an argument. Another teen, Jaden Jeffries, is charged with his murder.
We want to make sure every person is safe, whenever they come out to this event, and that's our plan, just to make it safe for everyone.
We got a slice of security when we first got here, and the biggest change you'll notice are the gates at each one of the entrances that you'll have to go through. There's a lot more rules and regulations that you'll have to follow, but organizers tell us this is meant to make it feel secure so we can look beyond the past.
We're going to make it a safe environment.
Attendees must also have a clear bag, no hoodies, and only masks for medical reasons. Anyone under 18 must have a parent or guardian, or they will not be allowed to enter. Vendors say they want to put the past behind them.
If you live because of what happened last year is over with. So fresh start and moving forward, just try some better things.
While Davis's spirit lives on next to this year's security. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Pineville fire officials say 2 firefighters needed help escaping a house fire. Crews responded to the home on Bakers Mill Road yesterday morning. They say 2 firefighters fell through part of the floor while trying to put out the fire. More firefighters were called in to rescue. At the same time, officials say no one person was found inside unconscious and was also pulled from the fire. That person was taken to the hospital, and no word on how those 2 firefighters are doing today. Staying in Pineville, newly released 911 calls are providing more details about this deadly crash into the building that houses the town hall and library.
Somebody just jumped the track and hit the library.
Yeah, we heard a boom in here, but we could not see what it was. Did you see what kind of car it was?
No, it was a whole car, because some of their car is still out here.
Did you
Like
see
some
what
of the
kind of car it
pieces
was?
of it. I didn't see what kind of car it was, because they were doing 100 going down Main Street. Maybe they're still in the library, but they actually busted the window out of the library, out of that town hall building.
That crash happened in April. Video shows the moments leading up to a car slamming into the building on Main Street. The driver died at the scene. Town Hall reopened this week, but the library remains closed and no timeline for when it will reopen. New exclusive polling from Queen City News and Emerson College shows there is no clear favorite to fill the Senate seat left vacant after the passing of Lindsey Graham. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber looks at the results with the special election just weeks away.
The reason I'm interested, the Senate is standing in the way of passing President Trump's agenda. They just are.
South Carolina Congressman Ralph Norman telling Fox Business this week that he's not declaring just yet, but is interested in running for the Senate seat once held by Lindsey Graham. Norman fresh off a run for governor back in June.
And one of the common things you see there is somebody who has already raised campaign money, somebody who has statewide name recognition, somebody who has a campaign team that is still together and ready to go.
In a new poll out Thursday from Queen City News and Emerson College, Norman had the most support among respondents, 16.4%. Business owner Mark Lynch came in at 12.5%, with Congresswoman Nancy Mace and Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette hovering around 10%. But the most popular answer was undecided, coming in at 17.9%.
There's all these names being bandied about. However, it'll start winnowing down with official declarations. We'll know who's serious on July 21st, and we'll know the full roster of who's going to be jumping in on the 28th.
And while Lindsey Graham's sister Darlene has been appointed to serve out the remainder of Lindsey's term that ends in January, she has not said if she'll run in the primary.
As far as aspirations down the road or what she might be convinced to jump into, simply don't know yet.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
You can see the extended interview with Dr. Scott Huffman from Winthrop University on this week's edition of On the Record. Huffman and myself discuss Graham's legacy and what to expect over the next few weeks. On the Record this Sunday at 8:30 a.m. right here on Queen City News. Cabarrus County election officials are making changes to their schedule for early voting in the midterm elections. Beginning October 15th, voters can cast their ballots at 4 polling locations on specific days. Those dates and polling places are listed on your screen. The voter registration deadline is October 9th. Election day is Tuesday, November 3rd. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is announcing the state's first healthcare apprenticeship program at Broughton Hospital in Morganton. State leaders say the program will help students and adults get a jump start on working in healthcare to transition into vital roles later in their careers. Governor says the state is facing a critical shortage of healthcare workers, and this program will serve as a pipeline to fix it. State health leaders hope to expand the program to all North Carolina state facilities. Our special coverage of the World Cup is on pause with the tournament on hiatus until the weekend. Our CSL team will get you ready for the third place and final matches on Saturday and Sunday. Tune into CSL Extra Time, Saturday at 11:30 a.m. and again on Sunday at 10 a.m., all right here on Queen City News.
Coming up after the break, I'm talking a lot more about some scorching temperatures across the Carolinas, but maybe a little bit of heat relief in that full forecast next.
The defunct I-77 expansion could possibly be revived when a new vote on the plan is scheduled after support was previously pulled. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Local officials are back to discussing the plans to expand the I-77 project in Charlotte. After support was pulled in May, lawmakers in Raleigh passed legislation in the state budget to claw back $64 million already spent on designing the plan. Monroe City leaders have already flipped their vote, saying they do not want to miss out on future state transportation projects. Regional transportation officials are now meeting with their local officials to figure out what their next steps will be.
Cornelius Town Board meeting, our board voted in support of the I-77 P3 moving forward in the south. So we thank you for putting a vote back on the agenda in September to afford us the opportunity to state this position.
I'm here and was directed to make sure that Mecklenburg County's statement is clear, that our original vote was no, and it remains the same at this point.
Leaders plan to go over the potential consequences of voting for and against the plan in their August 19th meeting. The CRTPO is set to vote again on the project on September 23rd. President Trump set to address the nation tonight from the Oval Office. He says his focus will be on elections and voting machines. It comes as the president pushes harder for Republicans in Congress to pass the SAVE Act. It would require election officials nationwide to implement voter ID for the midterm elections in November. The address is set to begin at 9 o'clock, and we'll bring that to you live right here on Queen City News. Ahead of the president's address to the nation tonight, the White House press secretary returned to the briefing room facing a range of questions. Our Gabrielle Caracciolo has a look at what she had to say today.
There's been a lot of anticipation building up here on Capitol Hill and at the White House for the president's speech tonight. The press secretary says nobody but President Trump knows exactly what he'll say. Back at the podium, White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt previews the president's address to the nation.
We encourage every American to tune in.
She says he'll reveal findings related to the safety and security of the country's elections.
This should be a nonpartisan issue. If we don't have safe and secure elections in our country, we cannot have a country.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats are expressing criticism in anticipation of what he may claim.
Why does he continue to focus on a conspiracy theory related to a 2020 presidential election that every rational person in the United States of America knows he lost?
During the speech, Leavitt says someone new will run the teleprompter. An investigation is underway into the president's longtime teleprompter operator over allegations he used inside knowledge to place bets on prediction market platform Kalshi. Leavitt says the individual is on unpaid leave.
The White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines with respect to issues like this.
And she says it's possible he could address the war with Iran as the countries continue exchanging strikes.
They were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait.
And just this afternoon, CENTCOM says the U.S. carried out strikes against Iranian military assets for the 5th night in a row. I'm Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation, Washington.
Vice President J.D. Vance says the White House screwed up its communication with the Department of Justice on the release of the Epstein files. Speaking on the Joe Rogan podcast, the vice president said he does not think the administration was trying to hide anything, and he does not think former U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi was doing anything malicious. Bondi faced heavy criticism for the slow rollout of the investigative files a month after a congressionally mandated deadline passed. Vance also said he has not seen any evidence that President Trump engaged in any illegal activity with minors. Parts of Texas are experiencing dangerous flash flooding that's turning roads into rivers and forcing people to leave their homes. Dramatic rescues have unfolded across the state, and officials warn the danger is far from over as rivers continue to swell. More than 6 million Texans across 57 counties are under flood watches. Back here in the Carolinas, I want to take a live look over South Park, Charlotte from our Hyatt camera tonight. The feels like temperatures are in the triple digits outside right now. And we are going to be staying hot through the weekend. May not even seen the hottest day of the year. Well, maybe at least.
It's going to be close. We were out, I think, on the hottest
Yeah.
day of the year right before
That
the
was
4th
July
night.
3rd, wasn't
That's
it?
right. It was pretty close. I mean, we haven't been, it's been impressive. We've been close, but not really able to fully kind of break into triple digit territory. A lot of flirting, but then a lot of mid to upper 90s out there. We're going to see more of that again tomorrow, Brian. A little bit of a haze here as we get into the later evening or later afternoon hours. Not quite into the evening yet here in Charlotte. So a lot of sunshine, as Brian was talking about. A lot of heat right now across the Carolinas currently. 95 degrees. Winds out of the north at about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the middle 60s. Quick check in on your air quality. Moderate air quality right now. That's why we have some of those air quality watches, not the full code orange just yet. Maybe the smallest shower here just to the north and west of Lancaster right now. Otherwise, we are completely dry across the central Carolinas. We zoom out, we go wide. Not much going on. That's not really going to be changing here. You see some of those showers and storms trying to flare up across portions of Georgia. Might see a little bit more of that type of weather action here across the Carolinas tomorrow evening, but for the most part, not expecting anything significant. 97 in Fayetteville, 97 in Florence, 95 in Charlotte right now, 95 in Columbia. With those toasty temperatures we continue to contend with. Rain chances, they do move up here as we head into the weekend. Not so much tomorrow, but Saturday and Sunday tracking some of those scattered showers and storms. Might see a couple of isolated strong storms as well, too, across the region. Your weekend forecast. Got more showers and storms on the way. This will be needed wet weather across the Carolinas for your Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures, though, likely still staying in the 90s. The futurecast in motion. Overnight tonight, heading into your Friday morning, we start with partly cloudy skies. Looking good as we get things rolling here. Heading into the afternoon, we do see some showers popping up here across the region. Heading into your Friday evening, a little bit of isolated wet weather across the region, but I think for the most part, we're going to be staying dry here overnight. Into your Saturday, partly cloudy skies out there across the region. Saturday afternoon, showing you some of those scattered showers and storms here across the Carolinas, and continuing into your Saturday evening with a little bit of that wet weather across the Carolinas. And Sunday is going to bring more across the region. You see some of those showers and storms flaring up here as we get to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Some of them could be on the strong side too across the region, so just keep that in mind. 6 o'clock on your Sunday evening, still showing you some of more of those scattered showers and storms here across the Carolinas, making a bit of an unsettled end to your weekend. How much rainfall are we going to see? Some people will see a little bit of drought relief, and this is rainfall that we really need here across the Carolinas. The latest drought monitor that's come in showing Charlotte still in the severe drought conditions. A little bit of an expansion of some of the extreme drought as we get down towards the San Jose. A little bit of improvement, though, on the flip side as we get up towards Morganton and Lincolnton. Overnight tonight, temperatures tipping down into the middle 70s. It's going to be mostly clear. It's going to be very warm. It's going to be humid. Your electric bill is still going to be going up, everyone. 75 in Charlotte, 77 in Shawn, middle 60s up across the mountains. Part forecast tomorrow, mostly clear skies out there, but boy, is it going to be hot as we head up into the mid to upper 90s here. 98 in Charlotte, so Brian, not quite up to 100 degrees, but you want to see 100, just head on over to Wadesboro, but that only tells part of the story. You factor in the world-famous Carolina humidity, going to feel like 103 in Charlotte and 105 down in Cheraw. Mountain forecast, scattered showers and storms for you, probably a little bit more numerous compared to what we'll see here in Charlotte over the weekend, so a bit of an unsettled weekend forecast for you. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast tracking slightly cooler temperatures on the way as we get to early next week behind those showers and storms.
Hot one ahead. Andrew, thank you. A busy Northwest Charlotte road will be closed so roundabouts can be installed. How long drivers can expect to see detours in the area. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A Northwest Charlotte road is set to close this weekend as crews build 2 roundabouts. State transportation officials say Oakdale Road will be closed starting tomorrow evening between Simpson and Sunset. And this is right at the post office on Sunset Road. Crews will be installing the new roundabout